Good morning, members of chat. We're just starting up. And then, once the ads are over, we will get started. Devil Ray, we actually requested over 20 emotes yesterday from our emote artists, so we had a whole segment during the stream of requesting emotes, talking about the ones that we wanted, showing a couple of examples off. So emotes have been arranged, or are being arranged. We have been queued. There are 21 in, actually, thinking about it. 10 animated, 11 non-animated. Shay is not one of the two people who'll be making the emotes. If Shay has capacity, then possibly yes. One of the emote artists is Myralia, who is Admiral Baru's emote artist, who I've worked with to make things like Yar Love, Yar Salute, Yar Wave. The other one is Forest Fright. Some of you might know Forest Fright, one of the moderators, who is also an artist. Mod artists. I know, it's... One would definitely say it's an over-deliver. No, that's a commission, it's different. This is paid work separately. This is Forest Fright the artist, not Forest Fright the moderator who's doing it. I use BTTV. Because I don't know if Shay is taking commissions yet, because Shay's only just started doing emotes again. Exactly, she's working on her own emotes for now. This song is The Middle by Jimmy Eat World. It's a classic. I believe Dune is down. Good morning. How's it going, everybody? Good to see some Iron Mouse Saber dance. I've been laughing at some of the things that Grok said yesterday. Okay, well, we'll do... Whoop. Whoop. Do we have patch notes? I've heard about more private server stuff. We're very excited, personally. Nitrado have been absolutely awesome for us for the server running. I've been really happy, to be honest. So, okay. Well, if we're going through downtime, what we'll do is while we wait, we'll have this discussion now. Whoop! This is my Steam library. Welcome. There are many things in this. Quite a few of them are unplayed. You can see my favorites. There's no judgment in there. Dune Awakening can go in there. So I reckon we should work down the list. And see if there's any of these that you would want to see. Age of Empires 3, that's a favorite that's going in my list. I said it's the definitive edition that's going in my list. Very, very good game. Age of Empires 3 in general. I haven't played a lot of the definitive because it only came out. It has DLC for it. Knights of the Mediterranean. Italy and Malta. Ooh. One moment. Good morning, everyone. Welcome on in. We are currently waiting for Dune to restart, and we are going through my Steam list to look at some of the games that I own that we might want to see on here. Played 74 minutes of Among Us. Nice. I still haven't played Assassin's Creed Odyssey, even though it's very Greek. I mean, who doesn't have a bunch of games on their Steam they haven't played? Okay, Battletech, you're going back on my to-be-played list, because it's just a great game. Let's see. And then I've not got a lot of playtime on that I want to play. It's going to go onto this list, okay? I didn't finish Black Myth Wukong, to be fair. Champions of Breakdance. Wow, this was a good game. This is a bit Bitcraft-esque, but with more fighting. Do you get the feeling that I like the Command and Conquer franchise as well? Space. While Dune is down, we're just looking at games in my list that we think we might want to see and play, and then we'll get back into playing Dune. Like Crusader Kings 3, I just haven't actually played. We'll get down to Noita. Noita starts with an N. We're currently in D. Oh, last played 10 years ago, nearly to the day. We should go back and play Defiance at some point. Dwarf Fortress is definitely getting added to the list. We've only played 18 hours of it. We don't really know. We don't really understand how it is. Is Tempest Rising any good? I haven't played Tempest Rising yet. We will see. That might go onto our wish list. So you're not a huge amount of time in Factorio either. Good morning. Welcome on in. We're just getting started today. We're currently waiting for Dune, which is down. Whoop. Nope, still down. I have not played Sandustry. This is getting added back on there. I've not played enough of Frostpunk 2. It likely means I've already updated, but our servers haven't updated, is what I'm thinking. Here, look at this. Haha. 2018, 5:40 p.m. I have not reached the top twice. 50 times? God, no. Once. Only ever once. Four minutes of Lego Lord of the Rings. Oh, boy. The Metro series. If you haven't played Metro, love the Metro games. Metro Last Light was good. See, I've still got quite a decent amount in Noita. Last played June the 4th. See, I can indeed play Noita and have played Noita. We will show that at some point. It's definitely going to be a thing. If you haven't seen this, this is a great game. This is a very old RTS. We're installing this. They did re-release Defiance, but the player data was lost, so we had to restart. And it's still quite microtransaction heavy. To be fair. I love that internet. You want Satisfactory on the list? I've got a fair bit of time in Satisfactory as well. I hear there's a second one of these coming out. There is. Launches. Oh, that's very out. Right, let's do some shout outs to the start of the stream. Jay Psycho, thank you very much for your resub. Bazag, thank you for the resub as well. And Acute Sasquatch, thank you very much for continuing your sub from Prime or Gift to Tier 1. You guys are awesome. Thank you very much for supporting the stream. We are now probably about 160 on the PP points list, which is awesome. Yeah, okay, look, it launches in 2022, okay? Like, this version is mid. The map is a bit confusing. The maps were always confusing, that was the point. Half a year since major update. Okay, I'm going to wait for that one to be out fully. A surprisingly low amount of time in Stardew Valley. Doing good, thank you today. How are you doing? Dune servers will be up, should be reasonably shortly in the next 20, 25 minutes. Did this ever go anywhere? No, we're looking at the games that we have and seeing what we want to add to a list of things to play again on stream at some point, potentially. Total War games, we would never enjoy these. I miss the naval combat from Napoleon. A small amount of time in Total War Warhammer across the years. Did I finish Subnautica? Probably not. 10 hours in it? What happened to Below Zero? No Warhammer 3? What do you mean no Warhammer 3? Warhammer 3 is already up here in my favorites list with 350 hours. Please. Below Zero did okay, so we did finish development. Zigzag, I've set you free from the suspicious user. Okay, this was awful. This Dawn of War 1. Oh, mwah, beautiful real-time strategy game. If anything, there needs to be more Warhammer 40k in here. In fact, this is getting added to favorites. X4 Foundations. Let's see, because last time we touched this was 5 years ago. So obviously there's been a huge amount more expansion since, and the X games are always made really good by their DLCs normally. So let's have a look at the DLCs. Are we in the Steam Summer Sale at the moment? Seems that we must be. Yes. Today. It ends today. I couldn't really get into Warframe at the time. It just didn't grab me in the same way as everything else did. Yeah, I originally had Dawn of War 1 on discs and stuff. So this is just adding all of the DLC then, basically, is what we're saying. No, not. Okay, no, so you get soundtracks, timelines. You get timelines, Kingdom End, Tides of Avarice. I already have Cradle of Humanity. I already have Split Vendetta. $10, $17.50, $22.50. When I have a link to the Dune updates, I will read through them. Did I play Black and White at all? No, I don't believe I did. $1.15. No, that doesn't sound like today's. That sounds like last one's. Okay. What else have we got on the wish list? This is looking good. I'm looking forward to Manor Lords being out. We'll have a look at RimWorlds. I have Beat Saber on a VR, so that's actually a thing. The Enshrouded is on here. Love me a Roman city builder. Tempest Rising is on here. Let's have a look at Tempest Rising. It's a 1.6 gig update for June. You can watch this. Okay, well, we're fully downloaded. And okay, I'll say thank you very much for the resub for your second month at tier 1. And Classic Buster, thank you very much for the 50-bit cheer. You're awesome, and I appreciate you. And there you go. The right speed now climbs. I mean, the right speed, it rewrites the entire game when it does this. So when June is being written, it's rewriting the whole 50 gigabytes of it. So it's just literally going to verify, and it's going to verify the files at the end. That's writing at nearly a gigabyte a second. So it's writing, the disk usage there goes 6.8 gigabytes a second. So it's writing pretty quickly. Gotta have good internet. Good write speed. It's the disk write speed is the important bit as well. Because most of this is just having to rewrite the game and then verify it. So verifying at 5.4, 5.5 is very nice. Very helpful. That's because I'm using the Corsair super fast ones. It's got like 10. How fast can SSD go? Not as fast as an M2. Okay, so now that's done. We'll go back. We were looking at Tempest Rising, right? Three asymmetrical factions, 2 at launch. Single player campaigns. Okay, we'll have a look at some of the videos. I'm not sure if you guys can hear this. So I'm just going to mute it. Okay. I quite like the style. I haven't played Tempest Rising, but I'm so okay. We've got Chaos Cultists. We like it. Would you chatters want to see me play this on stream? We'll go back to the wish list. That's what we were looking at. We have this. This has been on my list for a while, for a couple of months. Why would you not want to build Roman cities? You build an army to protect your home from barbarians, dragons, or hydras? Amazing. Who doesn't want to build a Roman city? A Roman city is just the original lad's holiday. You think the Britain was bad? Romans were like, you know what? I'm going to take, a few thousand of my best men and go walk into this new land and take it all over. It was just the British Empire won. That's all it was. The Roman Empire was just the British Empire, but without as much sales. Master of Olympus Zeus, Rusty? You mean a game which is very firmly... Wait, why is it not in my... Yeah, Zeus and Plus, look at this. What? And this is just since I got it on Steam when they remastered it. Oh, beautiful game. If you haven't played this, one of the classic city builders. Great. Absolutely great city builder game. This is from the people who made Pharaoh and Cleopatra, if you haven't played those. Impressions games. Caesar, Pharaoh, and Cleopatra. Yeah. Gold. Patch notes. We can do patch notes. Sorry, I'm getting distracted talking about excellent games. Where were we? We were down here. Today is Steam sale day, so we'll purchase a few games today. This is coming with us. Fuck it. We love a city builder. These all count as business expenses if I play them on stream. Kaiserpunk building a city. Mostly positive. City builder blending production focus city building in a word. Ooh. It might be a Steam load issue, Glorious, at that point. Okay, so it's got very Anno style building. How do I do the... Okay, so that's expanding. Where's the exploiting? Conquering, okay. Okay, we'll look at some... Okay, so they're getting performance issues in late game still. We're going to let this one cook a bit. This is what we're waiting for later this year. Exciting. Oh, there you go. Slime Rancher 2. It's in my genes. The new British Empire, yeah, New Britannia. That's what we're calling every single settlement in when we play Anno 117. I mean, lead with rebellion or unite cultures. We're going to unite some cultures, all right. I still see no patch notes. No patch notons. Let's watch stream of House play. Pan Miyagi, thank you very much for the raid of 4 viewers. I hope you're doing well. What were you playing? Oh, it's actually on 1.15. It's called the Hotfix. Press that button. Oh, we've got the ads. We'll go through the patch notes after the ads then.
I dream of it, amongst the wild threads of history and the myriad of paths. My path saw the Imperium rise from the ashes left in the wake of the Great Revolt. Thou shalt not make a machine.
Can't stand this indecision. We're level 188 on Emily Slider. We are getting there. Oh. How dare you? How dare you say that's a banana on screen? It's very clearly a long lemon full of vitamin C and making sure that you've been vitamin C maxing. Harpy, have you had your vitamin C to go with your fish maxing? Stop forgetting your vitamin C. Good morning. How is it going? Hope you're all doing well today. Oh no, when the song comes on, I have to sing along. Those sockets in my armor? Nope. Shows their faction gear. We have new drops. Are they enabled yet? All the doubt and shame. No, not live. We felt victim, but where am I? Let's have a look at the drops campaigns on Twitch. It doesn't show me any Dune drops campaigns which are live yet. So it hasn't gone live yet. What's in the bottom spot? We don't know. Nothing goes down here. This is a mystery. It's a mystery to everyone, chat. The darkest mysteries, the deepest mysteries of the universe. Don't tell you what goes in this slot. The mystery. Whispered of in the before times. This is where we keep our memes. This is the meme slot. Imagine if I just dragged the fuel cell and it just sat there. Never break the chains. I can safely confirm that Spice doesn't go there. Have tried, would try again. Memories like some distant dreams. Great Goddess Freya, you know, your hands likely help you. Having good headphones and keyboard, like, makes a difference. So I hope that the new headphones are good for you. And I hope that your wallet dies quietly. Oh, be right back. Hello, apologies for that. I had a phone call. Reminded me that I needed to do something. Or is there something else? Done. I've delegated that work to my future self. Good morning. Welcome on in. Great seeing you all today. Yeah, that was just me checking on the Pope. Sorry, it wasn't me checking on the Pope. Don't worry about it. We are going to go through the patch notes. Yes. Where Cat likely outside. I don't summon Cat. Cat comes here. Cat comes to you when Cat wants. Cat doesn't control the cat. Other way around. You know what? We'll go this way. Yeah, Cobalt Paste, I think the volume is wrong on. It doesn't feel good. I'm Mr. Meeseeks, look at me! I need to practice that voice. Get some good rest, bud. Hope you have a good evening. See, it's about volume. It's not about weight. I'm Mr. Meeseeks. Look at me. Yes, sirree. Okay. Good morning, cast. Hope you're doing well. Welcome on into the stream. Wait, we were getting friends. Yes, there is no weight in Dune, but volume and the volume of a silicon block shouldn't necessarily be higher than or lower than the volume of the cobalt paste. Well, I guess you are combining it with the erythrite crystal. It's just that the volume on those is higher than the volume on plastinium ingots, which are obviously a tier 6 material, which is kind of rough. Have they still not noticed me? Okay, I can just land and just... I was wondering how long it would take him to notice that an ornithopter landed next to him. Oh, wow. Okay, so that actually fades in slow. Why was that only 3 shots? Okay. Yeah, I just think that it's while you can likely argue that it makes sense, I think that it doesn't fit with the rest of the game with volume. I would never bully low-level mobs. This isn't bullying, it's culling for their health. I'm making the herd healthier. I am British, so my comment is just wrong. Have you heard of ad hominem attacks? Can't believe Caraday is engaging in bad faith. Yeah, just remove that bottom one's leg and then the chest on the other one. And then now we're going to go onto the middle floor. Okay, fine. Well, I'm just gonna... I will literally just wear your shield down with melee attacks. With the last attack, they died. This is just, you know, just culling. Good morning, Luther. I'm just gathering some more bodies to take to Deep Desert. I'm going to do a couple of runs out there while it's quiet. It's a friendly spot of culling. We now have 2 more things in the Deep Desert. Okay, nice things. We like things. I'm guessing that it is a... Have we got a second carrier out there, Luther, for the buggy? We can go uppies mining. I'm happy to take someone tier 6 uppies mining. That'd be great fun. As long as I've got permissions on Matt's carrier, that'll be helpful, Luther. But if I haven't got permissions on Matt's carrier, I'm gonna have to kill Matt. Luther can't. Demnar? Could Demnar go uppies mining? Controlled burning to ensure the future helps. Yeah, exactly. I've set you free from suspicious user hell. Sorry. In order to set you free, I had to take a bit of a crash landing. Okay, Luther, we'll do some uppies mining when you're back then. Shadow, why are you awake this early? Have you joined the Poor Sleep Club? Look, I just need an uppies bitch. All I need. You are very welcome. I know that people get friendly fired all the time by Heimdall, so it's my job to make sure I clear people out. Sabby, you wanna do some mining? You wanna mine for me? I don't need you as the thumper. The uppies mining we're gonna do is something else. It's different. Yeah, I'm currently mining bodies. B is very, very good today. He's been extra cuddly. He's had plenty. He even had a drink this morning. We give him lacto-free milk now on hot days because it helps him cool down. no scoped. Oh, wait, we're already full on bodies. Oh, sorry, we're actually letting some of these neighbors go to waste. My bad. Sorry, chat. Well, he's an old cat, and the more I look after him, the healthier he'll be. And he's terrible at drinking water, so at least if I give him lacto-free milk, it's at least a small amount of liquid for him. I just can't. I don't believe. I'm not an expert on it, but I don't think cats are fine to have full lactose milk. I don't think they can take it as well, or something. If I remember correctly, right now. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, there we go. Most cats are lactose intolerant, so that's what I mean. So I give him. I used to give the last cat. We used to give goat's milk to, because I think that's better for them. But yeah, I've always given Bailey lacto-free milk because he's an elderly gentleman. I see, Fred. The trick there is get everything with RGB. Set the RGBs to white or red. That's it. All of them static color white, static color red. Depending on the color of your PC. If you've got a white PC, to be honest, the pink kind of hue normally works quite well. But having it like change colors and stuff is just a bit, but like exhausting visually. So have like a really nice like static color, and it just works really well. Yeah, red makes it go faster. But if you choose purple, it'll be sneakier. No, I won't give in till I reach the... Shakira is surprisingly good at everything. She's the perfect example. When I speak about Spanish, like Latina women, that's kind of the example, because you know how each individual nation's females reach a certain point and then they just like change. So like Russia, you're fine until you hit like the late 40s, and all of a sudden the mental image becomes babushka. So it's about the mental image is really interesting. At what point it changes for different nationalities. Like there is a line somewhere between Italian supermodel and like old friendly Italian grandma in your head, and that's different for everyone, but you know exactly where that line is. Because that's how our brains work. We just assign flags to certain like bits of information. So, but we've got a buggy, I think. Late 40s, that's blatant disrespect for Russian milfs. So there you go. Mango's obviously got a different threshold. Mango, I can't believe the word milfs got auto-modded. Mango, you and Automod really don't get along. You are probably the bulk of my Automod alerts, I'll be honest with you. Warlord James, thank you very much for the 1 month at tier 1, buddy. I appreciate you and the support. Welcome to the channel. This is officially the start of month 2 of streaming. We became affiliates a month ago. Man, I love Fridays. You know, during the peak of summer, it's man, I love Froyo. Just so you know, like it changes depending on the heat. Partner when? I was partner on day 13. Sorry, I think day 14 of streaming. Quantum Kill. I was very lucky to have worked quite closely with Twitch before, so they know that I'm a proven quantity. So obviously, because I work with Twitch on the moderation side, I interact with them on the, like, at the Twitch cons. I keep a bunch of streamers safe and organized. I work very closely with partner support on all of that. I work very closely with the trust and safety team I have an unfair advantage on the partner program. No, I don't use Heimdall. Yes, I speed ran partner. Not the fastest partner. And yeah, I was affiliate on the first day I could be, and I was partner on the first day I could be. I was very, very lucky to have the support of the community, and obviously for people inside Twitch to know who I am already. It's a bit like when like Barry Carleon became, you know, like was working with Twitch. He was very much a known quantity with Twitch, so it's kind of different. Dr. 808, thank you very much for the Prime sub. You are awesome. The support from the channel means a lot. And the reason that I enjoy Prime subs is knowing that Jeff Bezos is having to pay out $2.50 that now he didn't, that otherwise he would be using to, I don't know, make a diamond statue of his ass on the moon. Oh yeah, my automod would have to be called Hephaestus. You're right, yeah. A banhammer and being the crippled god. Yeah, great job. I love that. Thank you. You went to hit the RGB button on your PC case and it hit restarts instead. Oh, bad. We've all been there. So, oh shit, Matt. Yes, Mark 6 buggy chat. Does this game live up to the hype? This game lives up to the hype for me for the first 200 hours. I would say that at the moment, right now, Endgame has a few challenges that they are working on, and that we are now going to talk through the patch notes and probably some of the issues that they might have covered today. Thank you, Pan Miyagi, for reminding me, because I definitely didn't forget that the first time. Someday. Central display. I need to put a button on my stream deck for this. So this are the fixes. This is just the hot fix for today. We'll turn this down a couple of points. So client to server stability, always a nice fix. Don't really know what that refers to. There's an issue where players who disconnect or crash during a respawn in a different map could get a timeout error preventing from accessing the game. That is a really critical bug to be fixed. That's blocking people out. Yeah, I will bug out sometimes. It's the light. Just don't worry about it. I'm not too fussed. Fixed a rare issue when using vulture mode to cross circuits in the deep desert could cause the ornament to fall below the terrain and be lost. Okay. Well, I'm glad we didn't find that one. Fixed an issue where some components could fail to spawn in deep desert loot. We've seen that. And fixed an issue that allowed using rockets to target players out of sight. Okay, so small fixes, nothing huge. It doesn't fundamentally change that this is quite a big deal. This is also quite a big deal, which undermines the PvP elements of Deep Desert. I'm still of the opinion they need to be deciding very clearly whether they want the Deep Desert to be a PvE experience or a PvP experience. That said, I'm going to be testing out some quality of life things on some of our servers over the coming weeks, potentially, because I'm of the opinion that you already have to pay taxes and keep your base powered. You are effectively having to engage in the same gameplay loop to keep your base safe twice. So I'm considering disabling taxes on our servers, which is one of the 3 options we have. Because ultimately, taxes won't do anything so long as I keep the sandstorms up. Because if people aren't logging in to keep their base power up, then their base will still be lost. However, if I turn off sandstorms and taxes, bases won't be lost at all, I think. I'm not certain, and therefore it's something I'm going to want to check. I don't want to cause players to have to log in, farm up their power, and also have to be like, okay, now I've farmed up power, I also have to farm up Solari and fly it just to do this every 2 weeks. It feels to me like daily questing or weekly questing. I don't like mandatory weekly or monthly questing. I don't think it feels good. When you copy a base, it move the materials in it. When you copy a base. Well, when you're making a Solido replica of the base, it shouldn't. No, it's just that when it won't let you make it fully. It'll let you place down the bound, like the border for it. Yeah, you start to build the structure. It just copies the actual parts of it. Exactly. So I think there's a balance of it. So I want to test out disabling taxes, which I know is not a very British thing to say. Spice. There you go. In 45 minutes, we'll have another 200 melange. Can you lock the sort order? Not really. It's a winky thing to say. I mean, look, at the end of the day, I'm always going to be on the pro... like, the pro player side. And I understand that as a solo player, it can be quite hard to bring yourself to log in to do power. And like power you can do very quickly and you can do it for months. But the taxes, like that's just a time sink, and I don't think it's a necessary one for the players who are currently not engaged in the game. That's how I see it. Was this game a sleeper for me and for Pirate? No, we were aware of this game from TwitchCon EU 2024. We spoke to the Funcom devs and we were very engaged and excited. But Thor is a massive Dune fan and always has been. At the end of the day, I want to do things. At that point, my focus was doing things that Thor would find fun and that the community would find engaging. That's still true. So I was really excited to get stuck into Dune and to be able to show it off in the same way. I don't think it was a sleep for me because I managed to play the playtest. I was involved quite a lot from the start. And so I don't think it was a sleep for me. I did expect it to be very fun initially, but I'm very glad that it's lived up to my expectations of still being fun. And I'll be clear that even though I don't like all of the changes in the deep desert, the game itself is still fun. I am still logging in and playing each day because I want to. And I like to think that you guys are watching because you still find the game engaging and because I can talk about it to a reasonable level of understanding in quite a lot of the core gameplay loops. But that's why I think that I might disable taxes across the servers. Just while people are turning time away from the game, keep things a little bit fair. The patch today, mostly stability fixes. A couple of changes to bugs like ornithopters being able to fly through the ground on server border transitions in the deep desert, which is an interesting bug that I'm not sure I ever would have discovered. Maximum tax, maximum number of staking claims is, I believe, 20,000 Solari. Good morning, K1001. Good morning from Quebec. Very nice. Hope you're doing well in Quebec. Kind of an annoying spice blow if it's up on the dune side. What? I don't think the swapping did help there. That was hard to say. We've done a slot swap, and we will try a different spice blow as well, and we'll see what works. I'm gonna turn off my air conditioning because it's actually too warm for me today. Too cold for me today to have that on. You got a random restart in 3 minutes message on live servers. What, on the pirate servers? Geordie. I would trust that timer. If it's random. Other world. Not on pirate. Okay. It's daily restart on a US East, that's why. Sorry, US West, 3 hours after or something. Oh, the rock noises are really disconcerting, I have to say, every time. Sounds like the rock has a rumbly stomach. And I'm the food. You can come and get some spice. Just add me to a group first, because if someone shows up and they're not in a group, I will likely shoot you. I get jumpy, I apologize. If anyone wants to party up and join in on what I'm doing in the game, you're free to come and, like, send me a party invite. I'm in the game as Chronos, or you can send one to Emily Slider on our servers. Wow, that's a lot of spice blows. Bang on the hour. I lasered your wing, did I? Oh, sorry. That sounds like something I would do, yeah. I get jumpy when I'm out in the PvP area, I apologize. Spice blows shouldn't appear on the hour. If they do, it's something I'll be reporting to Funcom, because that's too reliable. Reliable spice is bad? No, but there should be a certain level of randomization to it, because that means it incentivizes people scouting the deep desert out. If you know that the node is going to respawn in 45 minutes, if you know that there is going to be a spice blow on the hour, you know to be ready, and therefore while the PvPers then know that that's going to be there, that if there is scouting, it creates more what I would call organic PvP. It just makes it less fun and more about min-maxing. Really hard to navigate inside this purple cloud. Do you think the worms ever take naps? I mean, the worms don't, by their definition of what they are, shouldn't require naps in the same way that we would. Neighbors definitely does remove water as a bottleneck, yes. Like, making sure you've got the death stills is huge. The Fremen quests are massive for that. Shit. That worm was close. We're grabbing some more spice before he does anything, though. You're gonna click twice. Yep. $700 meters. That's not. Okay, that's just further than I thought it was. My cat's at it in the meme channel. I'm gonna have to go take a look in a second when I'm not worm dancing. How much spice are we at? Okay, nowhere near enough. We want to get like 5,000 spice sand at least for this run. Okay, that worm is heading off. What you need is, you need to have one person at the spice field over there and one person at the spice field here, because it's the same worm, I believe. Yeah, it is the same worm. So if you can draw that worm away, like back and forth between them, you should be able to basically be safe. As long as you don't use your Holtzman, which will create a worm. I believe it summons a worm rather than attracts the worm. There's a difference in them. How's it going, Code Jade? Yeah, we're doing good here. We're spice maxing, as you can see. We love spice in this house. That's what we do. Spicy boys. Any advice to the neighborhood, trying to get the neighborhood cat to come to your house? No, don't encourage other people's cats to come to your house. If the cat is already coming to your house, there's things that you should do, and you should speak to the neighbor to make sure they're okay with you looking after their cat. Because some people aren't, and it's their choice because it is their animal, ultimately. I know one doesn't really own cats, but that is ultimately their legal responsibility, and they may have a medical reason that cat shouldn't be fed or shouldn't be looked after. So it comes down to being very careful about what you're doing and doing things in the right way, I think. You know, the reason that here is very different is because when I moved in, B was already basically a resident of the garden. He lived in the garden pretty much full time. And so it's a bit different. And obviously, as I've said before, I spoke to the neighbors, made sure we were all good about, you know, feeding him stuff. We didn't feed him until they said it was okay to, because they didn't know where he was being fed. Oh yeah, if you use the shield, it can summon a worm of if the other worm is so far away, rather than just attracting it. That's why they come so quickly. So you don't want to use the Holtzman. I'm using the Mark V Compact. I wish I was using the Mark VI, because apparently it's got an even better spice yield. See, the worm only just got back into the ground. I'm already at a clear distance. So yeah, there's still, I think there is somebody at the other spice field that is actually attracting the worm away. It's perfect, because the worm keeps on circling back that direction. See? Going directly towards that other spice field. The old lady keeps taking in our new cat. The cat is pretty... Had this another old lady... They're buggers for it. Yeah, that happens. At that point, you can actually put a collar on the cat that says, please do not feed, and all other kinds of things, and that's what you should do. If you don't want your cat being fed or being looked after by other people, you should do that, really. If you know it's happening, it's the only way you can communicate with them effectively, especially if you don't know who they are. Yeah, we're doing worm math here. Ticks in the UK, it depends on where you are. Certain parts of the UK will have problems with ticks, but that's normally where you'll find deer. A lot of our ticks are focused where you find those larger animals, because, you know, that's ultimately what they'll live on 9 times out of 10. A cat isn't actually the best for ticks in our area, because it's not what the ticks are focusing on food-wise. So I keep an eye out for him, but the area he's in is normally my garden, the field alongside, which is mowed by the local authorities. So there's not actually a huge amount of what I would call tick grassland for him to be in at risk, but I do still give him regular checks for it. It's part of the pet. When I pet him, I'm always looking for a couple of things. I'm looking for matted or tangled fur, which is normally a sign of either tree sap on him, which isn't very good because he'll try and lick it off, or it could be blood, because cats will often defend their territories. They will fight with rats. They will do other kinds of things. I'm constantly on the lookout for him being injured. Can't believe that's still erupting as well. Okay, so someone is no longer harvesting that other one. Something to the north that's drawn that one off. Alternatively, I've set it off here enough times that now it wants to lurk. Okay, I mean, we're doing pretty good on spice, so what we'll probably do is we'll probably harvest on the way back, get a full inventory, and then go back to our base. Do a reset, Because we've got one here, we've got a spice field here, and there was also a spice field over here that we will try and harvest after a reset. It's a two-stage cat, human, deer, all the way around. Forgot. I think they're deer, then human. I don't know. I always used to get ticks playing out in where I grew up. There was a big kind of open, protected bit of woodland, and there's some like kind of old woodland. On that, you used to get deer, wild horse. Well, I say semi-wild horses. There are some cattle that graze on that, and a few other things. So that's where you tend to find ticks. When I was young, I was in a group in the UK called they're called the Boy Scouts, or just the Scouts, Scouting Association. And we used to do night games and stuff out on that. There's a group of teenagers, boys and girls, basically doing big, like, we call them wide games. So it's games over a wide area. Hey, no, not ticks as in the streamer. Take the X and replace it with a CK. You're talking about the parasitic animal. Demnar encounters where Demnar is. Demnar's one of the mods here. Demnar encounters lots of ticks, but that's because Demnar's a teacher and does lots of marking. If Demnar is listening and doing marking, Demnar will likely be quite upset by that joke. How far did I get in scouting? I did scouting from... So it starts at a level called Beavers. Then you have Cubs, Scouts, and then Explorer Scouts is what it was called when I was of that age. And I did all of those. It was good fun. I also did did some time at Air Cadets, which was like a Royal Air Force supported kind of kids youth association group. But you get to do things like fire guns and stuff. I really enjoyed the time that I spent in cadets and at scouts, to be honest with you. It was some of the best time of my life I spent with people doing like that, away from home, doing stuff. My home life was interesting. Some of you know. So, yeah, I think it was, I actually quite enjoyed my time there. It was time where I got to learn. That's not, we don't tend to have ranks in the same way. That's not really how that works. No, the actual army and an actual kind of air force are nowhere near as fun. Yeah, definitely not. They are purely designed to get people out of the house doing activities, kind of learning a breadth of skills, etc. that you wouldn't otherwise get exposed to in real life. Does the turret Holtzman draw in the worms? You mean the Mentat turret that has a little shield around it? No. It doesn't work the same way. Look, I'm not going to make any jokes about the British Armed Forces because coming from an Air Force family, I've been taught most of them. Either... Actually, Air Force and Army family. And for a long time, my sister's boyfriend was in the Navy, so I got a lot of that banter as well. So, like, I've received all of the jokes from all the sides. Fine. I would have, interestingly, what some of you don't know is that I would have joined the army, most likely. And if it wasn't for my disability, I would likely have joined the Adjutant General Corps, which is which would have been the Army Legal Service. I was in the process of getting all the information for, looking at what I needed, and then I found out that I had to have surgery that would take me out for 2 years, and I wasn't going to be eligible anymore. Yeah. I would have been an army lawyer. That's one of those things. Instead, I decided to go off to university, and I studied law with business stuff, like, on the side, so I got to see business, and I got to see the law. I got plenty of experience. Ultimately, I wouldn't be where I am today without that. That's just one of those things. But having my disability is definitely, like, when I was a teenager, before I really, like, kind of considered that what I had was a disability, yeah, Mango, I know, I did the wrong way around. I kind of took it all fairly for granted, but, like, I definitely think that having the issues that I've had has definitely led to a level of understanding of people and disability and of suffering that I wouldn't have had otherwise, especially how come flight is so smooth and glide. I'm going to be honest with you. It's mostly practice. I've spent a lot of time flying the ornithopter. What's a military law? Everything from human rights to court-martials to dealing with actual purchases and kind of transactions for the army. The Army Legal Services covers quite a lot of things. Oh yeah, it took me... I had all of the issues where I was disabled from about 15. I didn't accept until probably my mid-20s, maybe, that actually... Not mentally, anyway, like, fully accept that actually that is the position I'm in. But, like, no one wants to accept that for themselves, so I don't blame myself for that. Like, why would I have wanted to treat myself as disabled, especially when I was young and foolish and believed that you can't die? Which is really a really interesting part of human psychology, is that particularly males between the certain ages of 18 and 21 to 25, like, depending on how quickly you mature, don't have the internalized concept that they can die. It's not actually like they basically have no understanding or fear of it. It's really interesting. I was talking to somebody about this a while ago. It's like a internal brain thing. Yeah, you'll do things that are incredibly self-destructive because your brain basically tells itself that it's invincible. Yeah, it takes like... It takes particular trauma, or it takes active thought to really get yourself out of that. People aren't necessarily aware of it. Most of the time, at that point, you're just kind of muddling your way through life, making whatever mistakes you can. Because that's the nature of kind of how it happens. Catch you later, Pan Miyagi. Have a good one. And then it's getting... I think I was playing Eve at that point. Yeah, I started playing Eve probably in my mid-teens-ish. Oh, someone's come and harvested this while I was elsewhere. Unless this was me. No, it wasn't me. I couldn't harvest this one. Oh, there's still plenty of spice here. I can harvest this. Not if I land there, I can't. Not sure about which one. No, I think women always know that they're invincible. I think they're far smarter than we are from a younger age. They have a far more advanced kind of like set of brain chemistry than we do as they grow up. Often it's external stuff that makes them, from at least my understanding of it, it's external factors that make them feel like they're not, you know, safe. Is different. Women's healthcare is currently my big bugbear. I've ranted about this a few times, actually. I think it's disgraceful behavior in the healthcare industry at the moment towards women. Why is there a big bitch nearby? You're meant to go over that way. Okay, he's now just waiting underneath this field. See that? The worms are learning. Yeah, I mean, Mango, that's kind of it, yeah. And I use this example. Someone said once, last time I brought this up, well, the reason that, you know, the reason that's unfair is that, you know, it doesn't, you know, like 99.9% of guys aren't going to do that. The problem is that, like, how many people in the UK or in the EU were, having heard stories about people not getting into the United States, scared about not getting into the United States? Oh, you're fucking kidding me. Not this shit again. Like, how many people hearing that people from like the UK or from the EU were getting, you know, arrested or imprisoned as they entered the US? Everyone heard that story, and in the EU we were heavily warned about it. You only have to hear one or two stories for it to become a legitimate concern. And how many dozens, hundreds of stories have young women experienced where they are not safe? So, like, I don't blame any of them. I don't blame anyone for it. I think it's completely legitimate fear. So while I know it's not all people, it doesn't really matter if it's all people, it's how they experience the world. And ultimately, if they are worried and they feel that fear, they are justified to do so. Who are we to say that's not entitled or justified? Darkness, there's probably a comment I can make in there about how filling in guys sounds a bit different to what you might have intended. But I know what you mean. Yeah. Yeah. And also, I think, yeah, the sandstorm kind of appeared. I'll be honest, like, guys don't help as well, because as a group of men, most male friend groups won't call out shitty behaviors from their friends if they think it's just a one-off or even a two-off. And, like, that's also not acceptable behavior. You can't just let it slide. I've actively lost friends for this. But not letting it slide. But it's one of those things. Because people want to see the best in their friends. Like, that's just one of those things. Like, I can understand the behavior. I just can't necessarily excuse it. And I know that I've probably done it. I probably will do it. Like, There are always going to be things that you will, like, willful blindness exists for a reason, for a number of things, and like it will always happen to everyone. But like, if you think your friend might be being willfully blind about their behavior and the way they're treating people, shout it out to them. People can't get better if you don't call these things out. And you can do it in the right way. Like, there's ways to say, hey, you know, I know you probably didn't mean this, but from my experience, when you said A, B, and C to that girl, I'm worried that that kind of could be implied that you think A, B, and C as well. You know, and you can do it in a gentle way and in a way that isn't hostile. You know, people need to, like, and it's okay to disagree. If they think it's fine and you don't, that becomes your choice as to whether you're going to I'll deal with this side, Sabu. I'm gonna need to repair this as well at some point. Severus, to be honest with you, I think you did the right thing there. Like, hitting on someone in their place of work, especially if they're not showing any kind of interest or anything like that, let them do their job. It's not that hard to let somebody do their job. They're obviously, they have to be there. They can't say no in the same way. That's not what I would call a fair interaction. You're not going to be able to have a fair interaction when you've got someone in their workplace and saying, oh, you know, when do you get off shift? That's not, they can't run away. Like, they can't just leave. Sabu was too low there. And that's the difference. Like, if you're with friends who are females and you can have that banter, completely fine. They are in, they know how you work. They are agreeing to that. And ultimately, like, I think that I will say I don't think girls are particularly good at calling it out anymore either. I think that is largely because so many girls have called out bad behavior and gotten really shitty responses from men in the past. Well, I've seen guys get really shitty to female friends when they've been called out in the past. Like, it's very different. Yeah. Guys, guys, we're only joking is a problem that we see online even now. You see people in the unban request, it's, oh, I was just joking. Well, unfortunately, you think you were joking. They weren't in on the joke. They didn't find it funny either. It's not a joke if they're not laughing, so fuck off with the, oh, it's just a joke kind of bullshit, because it's not. It deeply isn't. There's very little that annoys me more than, oh, well, you have no right to be upset. It was a joke. That's not how it works. They have every right to be upset by you saying something that's shitty. And if someone's ever upset by a joke I make, I will happily talk to them about it, because ultimately I want to understand why they are upset and what it is that I said that upset them, so that I can do better next time, or to see if there's an area I haven't considered when I made that comment. because I don't know everything. Far from it. Like, you know, there's always opportunity for me to learn and for me to do better in these things. So that's why some of you might remember that we had an unban request from somebody who made a joke that was, I would say, transphobic. But they didn't necessarily see it or understand it that way. They thought they had just made a joke or comment. A number of people in chat were quite upset about it because obviously, you know, trans people get enough, they have enough to deal with as is, let alone the hate, let alone, you know, shitty comments and shitty little jokes that aren't quite jokes. But like, people also intended it as a joke. So there has to be a certain level of balance to it, and you have to find out whether it's malintentioned or not. Because intentions do matter, but they aren't the only thing that matters, and I think that's the key point to remember. Sabu, I'm pulling the worm off to the south as well, so you may find that it comes down here. Welcome on in, Ari. No, I didn't remotely hack Shay. Shaq Hay. We're just chatting about, we're just yapping, to be honest. The worm tried to kiss you again, so it's still here. Let me know if it heads south, Sabu. If it heads south, it's heading for me. Well, I'm glad you guys don't mind the yapping. It's things I feel reasonably strongly about. There we go. He's going to head directly north towards Sabu as well. Oh, no, he's not. See, this one is, that's a hider. That worm is 100% a hider under the sand dune. Happy Thursday indeed, yes. Getting close to the end of the week for people. I think if we can't have meaningful conversation with this community, I mean, what's the point, right? There was suspicious. So when I was talking to Vicky about going to the zoo, yesterday, there was a suspicious watcher in chat who was saying, "Oh, you only want to go to the zoo with Vicky because she's a female." I'm like, why is that even something you would think about? That's such a weird thing to say. Is that how you work? You only want to go, you don't want to hang out with someone because of their gender? Like, that's the, someone's gender is like the least interest. Actually, no, someone's sexual interest is the least interesting thing about them. Then it's probably gender after that. Like, there's so much more to people than just some of those like really. I brought a friend for Sabu. I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't even agree that gender really affects people's personalities that much. I know plenty of girls who have the personality of like lads. I know plenty of guys who have, you know, what one would describe as a traditionally feminine personality. I don't think it makes any difference at all. I think that worm is waiting nearby. think Sab is using an Omni-Static Mark 6, essentially. I'm not sure if it's a compact or not. It's honestly not a problem. Like, I don't know. I think gender and identity's become a weird thing online. I think people just think way too much about it, and like it lives rent free in their heads. They get upset what other people choose to identify as and how they do, and like that, you know, if you wear X, then you're automatically a Y, and it's just a bit like, that's not. Just chill. Let people do what they want for a while. Like, what's. Oh yeah, you're same as me then, CC5. You're like, if someone wants to do stuff in the private, their own home, or that wants to be a certain way, or like, let them. What's the fucking big deal? Jeez. Not hurting anyone. Your wife is ace, good for you. That's cool. I think if there was a generally more accepting environment around it, you'd likely find that a lot more people are far less binary and close to the norm as what you want. But I think that social pressure does a real number on people's development, and I don't think you get a fair view of this issue elsewhere. I think that, like, what it comes down to, and I was thinking about this the other day, like, it used to be, if you think about the environment we all used to, like, live and interact with other people in, the kind of environment is, like, you interact with maybe 100, maybe 200 people most of the time. Traditionally, you think about, like, the size of the community you'd normally be interacting with on a regular basis. Oasis Moose, thank you very much for the raider of one person. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Hope you were enjoying your stream. But if you think about the kind of community that people would have interacted with, like, kind of more traditionally as humans, you know, it would have been far smaller societies, right? You accept at that point, you accept people for being individuals, for actually being kind of unique, standalone characters in your world almost, but still individuals rather than just these flags. I think with how widespread we've made the internet, and, you know, communities are now hundreds and thousands of people or millions of people, I think you lose some of that individuality of people. And when you look at, you know, a group online, you take certain stereotypical elements of that group. So, you know, the age-old joke is vegans. Well, vegans always tell you that they're vegans, kind of thing. Like, that becomes part of the labels culture, and you make free decisions on that, on other people who might belong to that group based on the labels you apply, because that's how our brains work. They are just shit meat computers. There you go, I'm out of a compactor. But those people are all individuals still. But I have to return to base and repair my my compactor. But yeah, so anyway, go on. So when you used to interact with individuals, I think it mattered less whether, you know, all the labels that you fitted into. It mattered less what each, like, you know, whether someone was gay, straight, trans and stuff, except where, you know, external stuff comes into it. So where religion comes in and says all people of X type are bad, you know, all people who do Y are bad, all, you know, when the king and the queen comes in and says all people from this country are bad, it's when you start getting those labels that you start seeing problems. But if you interact with individuals, you never have the same issue. And I think that actually the internet, for all of its many benefits, And because of the way our brains work is we're automatically forced into this position where we are seeing people for their labels and what they fit into and where they choose to interact, rather than what our individual interactions are like with that person. So like, all of you in chat, you know, I appreciate you all being here, but there's actually, there are dozens, if not hundreds of you who I don't know at all. And like, I couldn't call you my friends because ultimately I don't know you as an individual. I know you as a member of my chat, which is very different. There are others of you who I would definitely call my friends because, you know, I'm in Ashes with you guys. I've met some of you in Ministry of Truth, for example. You know, I get nice kind of kind welfare messages from several of you. Like that's different. That's when I'm interacting as an individual with an individual. And when I'm interacting as Kronos, that's also a very different experience than interacting as myself as an individual, because ultimately there is always going to be a level of distance and kind of persona that a streamer has to put on, because you can't pour your life out and all of your secrets out and all of your information out to everyone in chat. That's not safe. It's ultimately not going to be reasonable. But like, people who come in, like, if you are, it's a present example, and it's one I'm going to use, but probably going to get taken out of context and, you know, clipped by people, whatever. But like, if you come in and you are pro SKG, against SKG, I don't care. What I care is the behavior that you've exhibited in my community and Thor's community, and if that's shitty behavior, that's where you'll get judged. Not based on whether you believe in something or don't believe in something, not based on whether you're gay or straight or black or white. Like, I don't care about any of those things. And I apologize. I know I can't be a friend for everybody in chat. I don't have that emotional capacity. It's just not, it's never going to be workable forever like that. But like, okay, nice one. Just how things are. I don't blame anyone for wanting that or for thinking it'd be nice to have. Like, I'm pretty great and pretty humble. So, but no, like, when people come in and like, oh, do you believe in X? Do you believe in Y? Like, I'm like, I don't care. I don't care if you believe that Jesus was the Son of God, or you believe that Jesus was some beardy man who chatted a lot of shit. It doesn't bother me. Like, all I care about is how you treat other people. Like in my environment. Like, that's what matters. Okay, so we are spice maxing. Now, I need to know if Luther has a repair station here, and I don't believe that he does. It's a utility, normally. Oh shit, 20 iron ingots, I haven't even got those. God, if I ever run for politics, so help everyone, I will not be making, if I ever get into a political field, I will be telling a lot of politicians just what I fucking think of them. And the way that they do, but I would immediately get told off by my own party for, like, not being diplomatic, because I have very little time for the bullshit that takes place inside our political parties in the UK, let alone other places overseas, like... I don't know how you could do that, Darkness. Thing is, I don't think I would make a good prime minister because I don't actually, and this is a bit of a controversial belief, I don't believe that everyone has the same fair perspective and point of view. I think some people are fucking idiots and shouldn't be involved in the decision-making part of our country. Like, if you're on any kind of, if you are registered on any kind of hate group or anti-immigrant group or anything like that, like, I don't care. If you are registered to hate others in any way, I don't have a lot of respect for how you do business. Hate is not a way we should be engaging with people. So if you're on any kind of watch lists for hate speech or anything like that, I would automatically not listen to certain people. Like, on a political level, if that's the approach that they are fine with publicly being. But that doesn't keep with democracy. Ultimately, that would be a tyranny. Because it wouldn't be, if that's what the people thought, and so be it. But like, yeah, I would overhaul our government quite significantly if I had the opportunity to. I would make it so that if you were going to be an MP, you'd basically draw it by lots, a bit like the court process works if you're going to be a juror. So you basically get drawn up by lots. So when we say that we want our government to be a cross-section of our society, well, when it comes to voting on things, it should be a cross-section of our society. It should be chosen like jury duty and be 600 random members of the public, one from each area, for example, and there should be a fair vote on it. We'd have none of this fucking lobbying bullshit. We don't have this, none of the corruption risk that you see if you've got actual individuals doing it, and then you would make it so that it changes, so that it's not like you're going to have, you're going to know that the X person is going to be Y decider for a certain issue. So there's none of the bribery and bullshit and kind of corruption that can take place normally. If it works for our court system, why would it not work for our democracy system? Now, don't get me wrong, you still very much need civil servants. You still very much need committed long-term diplomatic staff. Make them non-party specific. The functioning of our country at that stage should not be dictated by politicians that come in every 4 years. There should be active people who are the best in the job, who are doing the job. Do you remember what the icon for iron looks like? We just need people who don't have a tolerance of, but that's why I quite like John Burko when it came to some of the more kind of divisive debates in our government, because he was just very no bullshit about it. As soon as he stopped being party aligned, his view was very broadly as Canley. His view was very broadly, shut the fuck up and just keep some order in the house. He has a job to do. Fine. A lot of time for that. Order, order. How many PMs we had in the last 6 years? When did we have fucking, what's her name? Yeah, our Prime Ministers like to play pass the buck slightly. Who have we had? Let's have a look. Keir Starmer currently 1 year 6 days. Rishi Sunak 1 year 255. Liz Truss 50 days. Boris Johnson 3. So we've had 4 prime ministers in the last 6 years. Oh no, just about 5. Theresa May was the 24th of July 2019. That would be 7 years ago. So 5 in 6 years or 6 in 7 years. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. and this might be controversial, but like Boris Johnson was a great mayor of London, but as a prime minister, he was a little bit questionable. He was funny as the mayor of London because you could just it made you laugh a little bit about London. You whiff waff. I do say. He's just such an odd individual. You can imagine him as a character, but he was a good mayor of London. He did things like during the 2012 Olympics, he went over on a zip line and got stuck in the middle of the zip line. Like, what more do you want from the mayor of your capital city? Exactly. I still believe that ultimately what people want when they are looking for a prime minister or a president is not anything more than somebody who just gets shit done quietly and without concerning people. The reason that I think that Barack Obama is really well thought of in the EU is because during Barack Obama's kind of presidency, or at least during the first one, like, he was just reasonably quiet. He didn't do a huge amount as far as we could see on the world stage. He didn't stick his nose in. Internationally, Barack Obama was actually very positive, like positively received generally. That's all we want externally. People want a prime minister who won't bother them, or a president who won't bother them. Sorry, Barack Obama. Like he was actually incredibly busy during his presidency, and objectively within the US, he wasn't actually that effective or well thought of. Whether or not you believe that's because of the other parties in play inside, you know, Congress and the Senate versus, you know, his own personal politics. But like that aside, the perception of him externally is far better because he was literally just quiet. Well, exactly, yeah. During Obama's time, that's what we all think it was really quiet. He just bombed a fuckload of people. Like, we get to see the positive side, obviously, when, you know, he gets up on screen and announces that they've killed Osama bin Laden. But like, that was an extraterritorial strike carried out by the US on foreign soil. That doesn't line up necessarily with the view of the quiet leader that we have on the international level. Like, so this is what I mean why internationally people just want a leader who won't basically hit their news. Domestically, people want something very different, and you have to balance that in all levels of the of that kind of job. Not an easy one. I'll be honest with you, knowing how, yeah, working under pressure can be, like, the job of being a prime minister must be awful. Thank you for prefacing that that was a joke. That's, I can leave that up now rather than banning it. I appreciate that. Well, come here, thank you for resubscribing with Prime. I appreciate you. Thank you for the support. Thank you for keeping the channel going. Most importantly, thank you for taking $2.50 away from Jeff Bezos. We all appreciate it. You know, we know how important that is. I mean, yeah, Darkness, some of the stuff that I've seen in banking alone has been that bad, let alone what you must see at the highest levels of government. Some of the stuff I see for Thor's channel, like, is horrifying, and I hate seeing it, but, like, you have to see it as part of the job. But I can't imagine what some of the stuff that you must see in the highest levels of official government is. Catch you later, Caraday. Have a good one. Oh. Myself. This city is home. One second, chat. Sorry about that. I was just shutting the window because somebody has come to cut down some bushes at the house. Almighty 2, welcome on in. After the ads, I will answer your question. Okay, so this game. I am nearly 300 hours into this game. I would say solo playing, the game is very, very enjoyable for probably the first 100 or 150 hours, 200 hours, which is what you'll need doing solo. Ways to improve your gameplay experience. First of all, use !Dune Discord. And join one of our private servers. We have 15 private servers in one world. That is our private world. Funcom have provided that for us for free. We will be keeping this server up long term. I'm wanting to engage in some kind of like longer term partnership with Funcom so that we can not with Funcom, so with Nitrado, so that we can have long term private servers for other games as well. So I will be keeping the Dune servers up as part of that and doing what I can kind of to maintain those. The end game is currently in a bit of a weird space. They are currently trying to work out their identity of whether they want to be PvE or PvP focused. Because a lot of people have come into the end game and especially on official servers, have really experienced a negative time for end game. Funcom are very, very, very good at talking to us about it. You know, we've been working with Funcom since before the launch because of, you know, the fact that we had the sponsorships and, you know, we were helping them with some of the testing. They are very much listening. They're very much improving the game. I have a lot of confidence in this, and I'll be honest with you, I'm not playing solo, so I can't tell you exactly what it's like. What I'm playing is broadly solo, but with a group that I come back to base with and we work together on projects with. If you are in our Dune Discord, I would recommend joining a small guild of people, like 3 or 4 of the people, and having a small group that you work with, and you will find it's a bit easier. Because the 4 of you might work together to get new crafting benches and other things. So, yes, I think the game is worth it. And if you're looking for hours of gameplay for a certain reward, like timings-wise, I don't think you'll need to be too concerned. There are some pain points, but the Funcom are working on them, and you're still 200 hours from the end game. Are we really at end game by now? Didn't we only get 1/3 of the story for now? More locations in the open world to explore. So what the end game is in? The end game is the gameplay, not the end of the game's life. I'll be very clear here. I am using, look, tier 6 weapon, tier 6 like faction weapon. There's a tier 5 faction weapon, tier 6 faction cut array. I'm using, you know, high tier 5 compactor. I'm using tier 6 ornithopters. We're using carriers. We are very firmly in the end of the game right now. The end game that exists right now, tier 6. I cannot say that I'm not in the end game. You know, we have large ore refineries that we have pumping out loads of the tier 6 materials. We're very much in the end game. But what I would say is the game's very good, but I have to recommend running with a group if you have that option to do so, because having even one extra person will make a huge difference in and around. Jeez. Yeah, in and around what you're doing, having an extra person or just 2 people to help you will be great. And you can do that just by having a small group inside Discord, having a and just literally having like a 3-person group chat, for example. Like I said, Dune Discord is the one to use for that. I'm just gonna make one of these for the fun. Graver, thank you very much for continuing your sub from Prime to Tier 1, or from a gift to Tier 1. You're awesome. 200 plus hours and you're still on aluminium with no Thopter. First of all, Scravers, are you on the pirate servers, our pirate software ones? If not, then I would recommend you, while you're in aluminium tier, getting a Thopter. Base Dave, thank you very much for continuing your sub from Prime to Tier 1. I really appreciate that support. We are getting closer on the Partner Plus goal. I really appreciate the fact that you guys are here hanging out and enjoying yourselves. It really means a lot to me. I'm just glad that you're all having a good time. Uses heavy darts. Wait, where is my... Oh, I was worried for a second there. Phew. Was worried my last gun was for a second there. But yeah, I'm still very much enjoying the game. I wouldn't come back every day and play the game if I wasn't enjoying. I wouldn't talk about the game in the way that I do if I wasn't enjoying myself. And I do want to make that very clear. I still think the game is very good and has a lot of potential. I'm happy with the speed they are working on things. I think that the Deep Desert stuff is a shame, but they are working on it. That's the main thing. I am indeed lifing. I'm lifing very well at the moment. I'm actually doing quite a good job. I've been relaxing enough. The late start to streams, by the way, is going to become the norm. On days where I'm not streaming with Thor, I will likely go live around 9 o'clock my time to 10 o'clock my time, just based on... 1 second. What's that in American time? 1 a.m. PST? So 2 a.m. PST will be the normal start time. 9 a.m. my time. And I'll normally run for about 10 hours. Yeah. So about 4 a.m. Eastern. So those of you in Eastern, you'll be able to wake up and I'll still be, you know, pretty energetic in the first half of the stream. And Europeans, obviously, that's kind of normal time for us, so it shouldn't be a problem. And that will likely be pretty much all weekdays. Except where I have plans. Like next week, on one of the days, I'm going to be going to the zoo with Perry Carlisle, Vicky, potentially Nixie, all people I met at TwitchCon, all lovely people. Perry's handler / intern is coming. I call him Perry's handler, but she calls him her intern. Yeah, so I'm in the UK. That's why I sound like this. That's why I sound like I can be trusted. I might not do a live stream from the gym, from the zoo. What is gym? Vicky may go live. She does live. I've never gone live remotely before, so it's very new to me. But maybe if it works from my phone and I have, like, I'll have my... Yeah, I can take my stabilizer with me, my yeah, my gyro stabilizer with me. I could potentially do it from my phone. So I could do my first IRL stream potentially. Likely, depending on which zoo we go to. The one that I'm not gonna have like a 5G backpack with all the stability features like Connor has, which would be really good. That's something that we may get for Thor at some point. I need to, one of the things I have to practice. Bocca built an IRL live stream, but okay, I might. Lukewarm, do you have a video for that? Could you send it to me if there's a video for it? That's the kind of thing that we might want to make for Thor for when we do. Excuse me. We do Australia. I've been told that in Australia the landline internet is quite bad, but in most of the areas that we'll be going to, the 5G system should be quite good. So I just want to go back and make sure that Graver didn't say oh, excuse me. Are your AU playing public servers? I mean, Scraver, my advice to you has to be to get yourself into an Ornithopter as quickly as possible. Because the Ornithopter is a force multiplier, as in you'll be able to do everything like 50% faster. So it makes you much more efficient and effective at the game. I know it's expensive to do, and getting things like the Diamondine Dust means you have to go somewhere like Mysa Tyrrell, which can take a while if you're not nearby. But this is very much worth it, and if you can't do it by building one, you can go to... I'll show you, I'll do this. You can take your Ornithopter, if you don't have one, you can take... Well, you can't take your Ornithopter, you could take an Ornithopter from Anvil, which has a taxi service, you see. Send it to me on Discord, Lukewarm, because I won't see it. I won't be able to remember it if it's on stream. If you get the taxi service from one of your one of the trade posts to Arakin or Harko village, and you take some Solari with you, I'll show you where that you can buy them. Yeah, but also in Australia, I know I basically the point of that is I've heard that the 5G, like the phone connectivity in Australia, can be quite good in the cities. That's probably what we'll rely on, because we could use Starlink. Starlink will likely be a backup. We'd likely have to have a redundant system so that if, you know, Starlink dropped, it switches to 5G and vice versa. The Mysa enemies you suck at. Melee, really. Okay, if you suck at that, what you can do instead is, you know how Mysa Tyrrell has that really tall tower? If you climb the top of the tower, which doesn't involve fighting any enemies, in the middle of the tower, like spires at the top, right in the center, there's a dead body that often has a lot of stuff that you need. Upload suck, but download is fast. Is that... yeah, if you want to get an Ornithopter and you have the funds, you can go somewhere like Harko village, and you can speak to... No. Don't worry about those prisoners, they're fine, okay? Not Peach Breeze. You can speak to this vendor here. This vendor will literally let you buy Ornithopter parts. You can buy the 4 wings, you can buy all these parts. It can help you cut the time. And it's about 125,000 Solari to get yourself a full Scout Ornithopter Mark IV in here. So you may find that's actually quicker for you if you want to go do the lower level areas and just basically farm Solari. I'm not allowed to build, Queen. Why would I? I have everything apart from those, but like I'm not allowed to build anything, so, you know. So, Gravers, you can also come here and buy the stuff. You know, you need a certain level of rep, but it's not that high. Once you've done a couple of the quests, I think you should be fine for it. There's the same vendor as in Arakin as well if you're a Trades. I believe it's level 3 you need. That's just quite early on in the quest. Level 4 with Harkonnen, or level... So if you focus on the quest instead of rather than Mysa, because if you're in Mysa Tyrrell, you should be able to get to level, at least level 3 or 4 of the, that. Okay, so this doesn't refill. Wow, that's ridiculously priced. You can make those quite easily. Level 4 for both. Okay, so you'd be level 4, but you might be at level 4 already if you're aluminium tier. Okay, what I'm going to do is, for those of you who want to talk about the mobile streaming, in my Discord, I'm going to put up a text channel for this. Just called Remote Streaming Discussion. So you can use this for discussing of remote streaming. Actually, this I haven't told stream this yet, so I might do this as well at the same time. So how many people know about the Ray-Ban Meta glasses that have the camera built into them? So S-Fan uses these, so does Sea-Dog VA. And I was talking about these at TwitchCon with Dan Clancy and Connor. We were up in the partner lounge and we were having conversations about remote streaming. And apparently these are really good because what you can do is you can stream to an Instagram feed using them very well. And then you can basically use a laptop or an OBS with one of the kind of backpacks that Connor has. Well, that he was Sea-Dog VA when I had the conversation. He's now just Sea-Dog. Or Connor. And apparently you can then basically rebroadcast from that Instagram stream directly into a Twitch stream. And so this actually can work really well for streaming directly onto Twitch. So you basically would have full POV. So Thor and I were talking about doing this at some point for doing a live stream for things like cooking, etc. Because you could wear these and then basically have them like showing live what you are doing cooking wise, which could be a really cool way of doing stuff. It could also mean that if we're doing a video, for example, or, you know, we're out doing Alveus Sanctuary stuff, but, you know, if we went to go visit, for example, Alveus, we could potentially stream it like that. And you could have a POV camera or also a remote camera. But the thing is, apparently what you can do is these will last with streaming about an hour and a half. Apparently the camera is quite stable. This is the point I'm looking into and seeing if we can find a way of like kind of testing these. Well, about as close to POV as you can without having the actual like nose piece in it, for example. So this is something that we're looking into doing, because that could be a really cool way of showing, or even if you're recording static content for YouTube of like, you know, ferret playtime from this could be really cool. So this is actually something that we're working on doing as well. I'll send a link that we're the Discord server. Because S-Fund was using those, Sea-Dog sweared by them, and Dan Clancy said that they're a really cool piece of kit as well. Apparently he uses them for He uses them for cycling. So you can get sets that have like adaptive lenses. You can get sets with prescription in them, all kinds of stuff. So that could be quite cool. We're going to find out. You can't turn into a charging brick while in use for longer life. I don't know. That's something we're going to look at, Age of Cromulence. There might be an option that we look at. I mean, this tech is still really new, but I want to be able to like look at it, show it off, and we can discuss and describe it on stream. Like, why not? Why would I not, you know, take a... Like, imagine going to the zoo and doing a live stream at the zoo with a pair of those. Because at that point, I would probably, like, pay extra and, like, ask... Let's see if, like, you can do, like... certain zoos do, like... science-guided tours, so they'll send around like you'll meet with the kind of the carers or even like the doctors for the animals, and you can get that kind of like much kind of far more interactive, far more information-based experience. I could potentially live stream that, which would be really cool. Things like that, so that people can get increased understanding of, you know, the stuff we're doing. Like I talked about when I want to go to Australia, I really want to make sure that I spend time and go to somewhere where I can actually get a real look at what native life was like before, you know, before the British people showed up and fucked everything up. Things like that. I'd love to be able to live stream certain bits of educational content like that POV, so you guys can get the information as I do live. Yeah, Tonzak, I agree with you. The thing I don't like is the meta tie-in. I'm not a big fan of Facebook's, you know, companies and setups and stuff, but this is the start of this technology, and like being available publicly open like this is a good time to, I guess, test it out. It's not it's the start of it being like kind of commercially available or even personally available to people. That's my point. As a Silas, I would be surprised if anyone chooses to sponsor me for most things. Yeah, I don't have a proven track record on the platform. For most people and companies, I'm a very new streamer. Going to Australia, yeah, the plan is to go to Australia in 2026, likely around this time of year, probably June time. Mostly because in Australia, June is like the height of winter, and for Thor and I, winter is probably the only time where we'd actually survive Australia, because we're used to like 20 degrees Celsius, like, you know, 65 Fahrenheit. And Australia, it's like stepping out of your house into an oven. And Thor will miss the rain otherwise. So it's a dry heat. Yeah, it's about finding the right time. More of the spiders hiding indoors. Great, so Thor can get exposed to more spiders. Nice, love it. It's about finding the time when we'll actually be comfortable, because like, how often, like, how good will it be if we're going off to somewhere, well, we're in Australia and it's like 40 degrees Celsius and Thor is dead at that point. I am dead. Actually, well, again, if it's zero humidity, then I'm okay. But like, yeah, I just don't need, that wouldn't be good for you guys, wouldn't be good for us. So I was speaking to Barjo about the plans, because we're gonna meet up with Barjo and Cardboard Cowboy out there. But we may go earlier. We may go like March or like April, depends. Apparently, Sydney is, well, we'll be going to Sydney. We'll likely want to go to Melbourne as well. I have some good news for chat. Plenty of Brits here. Yeah, I've heard that yeah, I've heard that the weather is a little bit unreliable in Melbourne. I do have an international drone license. I'm not too sure if that applies in Australia. I know that I've got the sufficient licenses to fly in the UK, US, and EU. In the US, it requires a little bit of extra. Like I'll likely need to apply per city in which I want to operate as well, because they need specific exemptions. If I was going to fly in like Los Angeles, for example, so you need to get a permit and stuff. So there's still some intricacies, but yes, I am qualified to fly my drone in those countries commercially. I don't want to take a koala home. I hear they have syphilis. Sabu, are you okay over there?
Yeah.
Take all your medkits off your character, grab plant fiber, craft multiple health kits with an empty toolbar slot, get the health up before crafting is done. You now have a single medkit crafted 6 that you can't. Oh, okay, that sounds like a weird one. What happens if you relog? Now what? There we go. Yeah, you have to fly back on and then fly up and then... Yep. You're gonna have to fly on top. Just in time for the sandstorm. See it in your eyes. I'm a little bit off the wall. What? I can also confirm that Funcom are working with Nitrado for more abilities for server owners and providers to do stuff like the reimbursements, which will be very cool. That's what I mean, like Nitrado, while there are some problems with servers, Nitrado have been really good for helping us kind of work through some of the interim. And
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
oh, why is it not working? And you know, I am confident that Funcom are still working on the issues. They listen to the problems we have, and they are doing things to fix the problems. So all we have to do is let stuff cook. Why can't... Okay, it's just being weird. Welcome back, Luther. I'm going to replace these wings at the end of this week, I think. They're just not safe for deep desert function. I don't need to do any diving or anything when I'm in Australia, because I'll be getting all of that out of my system in January next year. I need to book that soon, actually. The basic plan is for me to go scuba diving next year in January, because I love being underwater. As many of you know, I am water. That's my animal. I'm not a cat or a dog or a bug. I'm in fact water. Nice to meet you. If you don't know that sketch, then you need to be part of this community. It's a legal requirement here. Yeah. So I want to go and be more water. I'm at least 90% water, Luther. You can't handle it. Why not dive in Australia anyway? Great opportunity to visit the Great Barrier Reef. I don't want to dive the Great Barrier Reef. It's just a personal thing, though. I don't mind anyone who does, but like personally, I don't want to. Why would you want an exclamation point water? What will it do? What do you want that to do or say? Scare the sketch. Oh, yeah, true.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
What is it from? Here we go. We don't do React content here, but this one is different. What's the best way of doing this? I'll do that. Okay. Pause the music, and then we'll go to this.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
While the sandstorm is on, we will switch to this. Oh, let me actually show it. Here we go. Yeah. Oh, we've got ads. Hang on. Apparently we've got ads. Oh, we haven't got ads. Have you got an ad playing? What are they? Agree. Bug. Bug. Makes sense. Elephant, dog. Bee's a dog when he's awake. Yeah. Yeah. Ferrets are dogs when they're awake, cats when they're asleep. No, elephants can be hectic. Elephants are dogs. It's big, it's friendly, it's full of energy. Big dog. Elephants are just a big dog. Bears, also big dogs. Nah, emus are bugs. Ferrets are dogs when they're awake. This is Australia, yeah. There you go. Now you understand. I will provide a link to this video. We'll make a command. Slash commands. Add water. There you go. What do you mean command already exists? Why have you done this? Nellis, you can't believe it. Can't believe. No, Nellis, we had to enjoy the video. People need to understand first. We've also got a lot of spice. Oh, that's certainly not bad. Yeah, that's probably the yield from yesterday, I imagine. Get more. Nellis is a cat. Yeah, I'd say Nellis is a cat. Right, what do we need? We need some more bodies. We can get some bodies. Are we doing what I think we're doing? Are we going uppies mining? Bailey's a cat, yeah. What the exploit is back. What wait, wait, the repair exploit is back? Sherpa? Is that what you mean? There you go. Sound. And then reasonably loud Spotify sound for a second. Sound. The repair exploit is back because the fix was the core. You're kidding me. Okay. No, I mean, surely not. You're damaged. Let's see. So we'll get a variety of things. So you've lost some max HP. Okay, we'll try it with a different storage than normal as well. There's no way this is back in. It wasn't back in, like, yesterday. I checked. So, build storage. Put in a bunch of items that are damaged. This is an example. Okay, so we've got a bunch of items. Disable. Pick them up. And then exit the main menu. Maybe because of the 5-minute timer. You can see it on the official service alert on their Discord. Let's go have a look. That's not the Dune server, that's the Dune server. What did you say it was in? It was in... Official DC service alert. I don't have the channel service alert. Why do I not have that in my channel list? What the fuck? Okay, that's just fine. Thank you for sending me that link, because that's just not on my server list. I hate Discord. Let me show you guys this. Here we go. So earlier today, we hotfixed an issue that was causing items to move, disappear in your inventory when we logged into a map. This regression was caused by its durability bug. If you swap items between two different inventories, those items might stack in the database. Both items appear to be fine on your client, but the first time you initialize your inventory by loading into the game or traveling to a new map, will display one of the stacked items. To remove... Oh, okay, we're going to have to try this out. Remove all items from inventory, log out for at least 30 seconds, log back in. Same as above, remove all the hotbar slots, do the same thing again. Vehicles, oh my god. This is insane. You have to remove the storage box every time you do it. Remove the items from the vehicle inventory and wait for a server restart. I mean... That's not the same exploit as we had before, though, so this repair one should still be fixed. We just need to wait 5 minutes to make sure that it's fixed before we do it. So in the interim, we're going to have a look at our other servers. This is one of ours. This apparently is on this one. Morel is one of ours. Low. Control, low. Lobster and Bolete are both ours. They are low. Black Trumpet is low on ours. An Oyster, Puffball, Chicken of the Woods, and Lion's Mane are all ours still. They're all still on low. Nice. Although, to be honest, we're all on low. Given the time of day, all of this is still marked as low. These are all ours. Every single one of them, as far as the eye can see. Wide tract of servers. Yeah, I've already documented that one, Sherpa. Yep, this means that there's people online currently, so Henry Morgan is one of our more populated ones. Dune status is showing how many people? I mean, June status is showing 0 people online on 100, which is obviously not correct. So what's going on here? Okay, now I've refreshed it. It's showing something different. Yeah, Henry Morgan's at 12 people online currently. Next highest is Bartholomew Roberts and Ching Shi, both at 9 people. Nice. The June status is quite useful. I'll use that. Thank you. Let me make sure I don't detonate your guys' ears at some point with this. While we wait, I'm going to show you guys this instead. Look at him. Look at him. He fell asleep yesterday while we were doing cuddles on stream. Twinkly bag. Yeah, they had to roll back the repair fit, so I'm seeing if this one still works or not. Just see him. This is on my day off. He wouldn't even wait for me to put my blanket on my legs. Like my blanket, I'm sitting on my blanket here. He just decided that he was going to climb on and just get real close to me. Look at him. If you want to see these, you can use !blue sky, I think it is. So you can go onto my Blue Sky and you'll see these. I post one every single day. We're at 261 of them. I like his little grin. Little smile. Waiting for me to wake up. Oh, that's Mission Point Daily Bailey. That's the one. There we go. See, we gave him treats once. Now he was in here expecting them. Like all my own posts. I like my posts. His favorite sounds. This was a really hot day. Look at him. Just look. He's just so fluffy. He's so cute. As you can see, he falls asleep in here playing with his toy quite often. He's got like a little butt cushion. Just an eepiest boy. He likes to make biscuits in the grass. He just sits there kneading it while he waits. Touching grass so that you don't have to, chat. Fall off his cat bed. Yeah. Look at him. I might get someone to turn this one into an emotive and just turn it around so it's just be cuddling is cuddling something. He's so sweet. Mid zoom. Look at how round that eye is. He's so ready. This is how I get greeted when I come home often on the neighbor's wall. He's so adorable. Right, sorry, we've gotten distracted. We'll actually go back to the game. Sorry, I know that not everyone is here just for cat pictures. Just quite a few people are here for cat pictures. You're joking. Wow, that is... Yeah, okay. Well, I apologize for showing everyone that on stream. I don't like bugs like that in a game. It bothers me. It bothers me. That said, at least I do think it's better having that in, I guess, than it is having we have a bodies chest. That doesn't need to be there anymore. Face to face with greatness and it's strange. You don't even know how you feel. It's adorable. Nice to see that humans never change. Staring at a demigod. There you go. Now people can put like repair stuff in this. I've not done any duplication ones. If they're in the game, then no, I don't. I'll never test a duplication bug, but the repair one, we've done it accidentally several times, so knowing it's in is just one of those things. You're welcome. Nice. Now we have a carrier. Yeah, the repair bug is back. It looks like the duplication bugs are not intentional ones, though. They're not ones that are known for being there. Is Luther still here? On various... Oh, IGN did a decent, but on various episodes of 140k. Be interesting to get your take on it at some point. That sounds a bit like React stuff. If you send a link to it, I can probably take a look. If it's a video, then I'm not going to be able to. But if it's like a written thing, then I don't mind reading it and having a bit of discussion about some of the stuff it goes through. I never have an issue with looking at intros to 40k and discussing the video. Yeah. In that case, I'm not going to watch it while I'm live or something, because I don't... I think it touches on a really interesting... This is me going off another tangent here. I think it touches on a really interesting part of ownership, where it's suddenly become okay to use someone else's video as long as you are reacting to it. But you are basically just watching their video. Like, that's... Their video is still being shown at all times. You're still just you are still replaying their video. You're not transforming their content. You're adding your content on top of it. I think it falls into a really weird spot in terms of whether or not you're actually, like, sufficiently changing what it is that you're looking at when you're doing that, you know? Yeah, so obviously you wouldn't do it with a Disney film, so how much reaction can it be? And so the reason that you haven't done it with a Disney film is because Disney would 100% go after you and challenge you on it. Well, okay, so what you're basically there at that point, you're relying on is other creators not having the legal clout to go after you for reusing their content. The problem is, Small Mike, that so many of these React videos are literally a 1-for-1 watch through of the video. There are obviously some creators who will do the right thing and shows, you know, cuts of a certain film, you know, cuts of The Witcher, cuts of it, the other things, but like most content farmers don't do that, which means people are basically just clip farming other channels for content. Like, there are a bunch of clips of me already. Like, from the first week of Dune's release, there were a bunch of funny ones of me put up, and I'm like, okay, well, I don't broadly mind, other than the fact this is very clearly use of my content, my likeness, and my work without any kind of approval, sign-off, review, or even knowledge. There's not even a call out to me for, like, the fact that they've done it. So, like, where's that line? Yes, I've heard about some development in the React world space over the past couple of days as well. Yeah, I think permission's a fair thing to ask for. Ultimately, if someone put my content up and I asked them to take it down, they didn't, I would certainly be pretty fucking pissed. Or people, like, intentionally making you think that your content is up there when it's not. That's also shitty behavior. But yeah, Luther, did you want to do uppies mining in a minute? And that's the issue. The law will always take time to catch up with with changes in consumer and corporate behavior. This is no difference to it, really. We're entering a really interesting age, I think, of what ownership means online. There are certain subsections of our society which have been suffering from ownership being very loosely defined online for a long time now. Artists are the main one. Musicians as well also have lots of problems with it. Where is that line? And I think we're getting close to experiencing a bit of a kind of a renaissance in how the law views ownership online, I believe. And there is a a new event next week is a crossover with Payday. That's cool. Yep. But at the same time, I think it should be easier for people to get consent to use music. But that comes down to publishing. Well, publishers holding all of the rights to anything is not a bad, it's not a you know, not a bad thing under law. It's an established principle, but actually it's a bad thing in terms of outcome for a lot of people. Like, look what's happened to people like Taylor Swift, for example. You know, where publishers end up owning entire music catalogs or art things. Like, it's a very difficult and evolving area of ownership. It's not easy. So imagine if I wanted to get rights to use, say, you know, this song that's playing right now on my, you know, my headphones. That's not easy to do at all. So like, where's the line on me reacting to songs by listening to them and just putting up static content of me just listening to a bunch of songs and rocking out to them and, like, you know, calling it react content? Yeah, exactly. There has to be a line on it. It's very difficult to judge. But it's my point that there is no easy answer to these things. I don't think anyone in this room can point out an easy solution here. You bend and break. Let the good times roll. Hello, in Blanky. Hope you're doing well. Right, rambling PJ. Yeah, I'm sure that'll help. That'll help everyone, right? That's what we all need. Now, have those spice filters disappeared from my overview? They have. I feel like there was a spice blow somewhere in G3. What's going on? We're just kind of chatting. I can't believe that Queen got tilted by Fallout Boy because she wasn't listening. SMH my head. Troll Trainer, I'm happy to help. More than happy to provide some tips and tricks and inputs and stuff, because obviously I've got 300 hours in this game of this. I had 100 and... Ooh, hello. I had 100 and something plus in the betas, and I had like 200 hours plus in the playtest, so I've got a decent amount of time playing this game. New RimWorld DLC release tomorrow. I'm super hyped to have an actual spaceship to travel the planet. That's very cool. Yeah, I've never really gotten into RimWorld other than starting off with a bunch of very ridiculous settings and then just kind of like going to town on it. Like the actual like very early game parts of RimWorld I haven't gone through in great detail, in the same way that like I haven't gotten into the depths of Dwarf Fortress. There are quite a few ring mouths this week. No threat besides the world. The Deep Desert still has threat from other players, but you know, player PvPing is falling off for sure. The thing. I'm a runner away. At the end of the day, what publishers fulfill an important role within business. Publishers provide money so that developers can actually release things, so they can focus on things that they are specialized in. You can theoretically say publishers perform a role, and there has to be a trade-off to that role. If some of that is creative control, that is down to the contract between the developer and the publisher. If the developer has chosen to go through with that, that is on the developer. That's how this works. If you've chosen to go through a contract with somebody and agree to a contract, that is on you for signing that contract. Whether or not that contract is fair and reasonable is largely irrelevant once it's been signed, unless you can prove it in a court of law. Hello, friendly. Do you mind if I harvest some of this spice, friend? I don't think they're paying any attention. Oh, nice. There we go.
Good hunting.
Right, likely after I do this next set of... Okay. You have to be on the Ubisoft network. I might have my Ubisoft launcher open somewhere. Let me accept some, there we go. There you go, you should be able to find the clan through my name now. Oh shit, I lost where the worm went. Did anyone see where the worm went? There he is. In the sand? No, no shit. The drops aren't on Classic Buster. I've looked on the drops list. I looked an hour ago and they weren't on the drops list. If they're anything like the other drops, they will start in 1 hour and 52 minutes. Because the other drops ended at 2:59 p. Oh, so they're in 53 minutes. Okay, so they're starting at 2 rather than 3 this time. So I would enable the drops, but apparently Funcom says you guys don't deserve them yet. RIP. Yeah, okay, so it was what I thought. 3 o'clock my time, yeah. That's when they've always gone live with drops campaigns before. The observer window, I'm not sure like if you can actually see through it. It doesn't look like you can. Big ass bitch. Are you now gonna wait underneath the sand for me? No, you are at least turning. Okay. The worm is Angie. He's at the server border. Okay, he's doing a big sharp turn. I'm just gonna watch this worm for a while. Whoop. Eyes blow. Yeah, he's hanging around here now. We'll go this one. The worms in the deep desert are just slow because they've got, oh, excuse me, they've got a lot more ground to cover. Try not to sneeze. Go. The Mark 6 Scout Ornithopter feels a bit like you're flying like a sports car Ornithopter, right? It's very, very fast, very, very rapid. This feels a bit more like I'm flying a Ford Transit van. Tennessee whiskey. A Ford Transit van, yeah. A Ford Transit van with Thor's face on it. Oh, this is a nice sheltered sand explosion. That rumbly, spicy worm bellies. He'll leave for a while, I hope. When is Thor's next stream? It should be tomorrow. When next Kronos' stream? Right now. A bunch of them just despawned. Shame. Yeah, Kronos streams. So you can find them over on twitch.tv/KronosVII or over on YouTube, where I've unfortunately put something in front of the chat window and can't currently see it. Okay, that was... What are the chances of finding a hidden cache underneath a spice field? I find that deeply funny. I'm taking that as a recognition of my achievement. And I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm leaving. I'm gone. Bye. Bye, worm. Big wormy bitch. I'm just slightly spiced, okay? That's... I don't need a spice mask because I can passively inhale my spice. I don't have a head mod. I am my own head mod, so my head mod is already streaming. Largely comes down to my failing to delegate and the fact that I'm not paying my mods to moderate me. Is this sun on my skin? It's you would be fooled into thinking that, but actually it's not. I mean, Nellis, you're paid in money, but you're paid for like other stuff. Although, I guess I could give you stuff to do as part of your job, but I don't tend to. Nellis is probably pretty happy with the work engagement from me, because most of the time I just let Nellis do what Nellis needs to do, and I don't ask any questions. The mods can't have Greg's while on shift, it sends them into a frenzy. It'd be like giving monkeys, I don't know, methamphetamines or something. They'll go berserk. Well, no, that you don't want them in that kind of frenzy. No, it's not the right kind of frenzy. It's no. Yeah, I'm gonna hold that. I'm gonna hold that against you forever. Yeah, I've seen what Thor gets like to when he overgregs. You can't. Overgregging is bad. Okay. Yeah, it's like Cocaine Bear, but Greg's Thor, or Greg's mods. Oh my god, it's Greg's mod. It's what it is. It's not Gary's mod. It's Greg's mod. Good morning, Blamo Sound. Hope you're doing well. I hope that your life force isn't drained significantly at work today. Killing me softly. There's already a Grace mod on, so I could believe that. Depending on how much money, excuse me, you need to run a Greg's franchise, I would, you know, potentially as a meme one day own a Greg's. I don't know how much money we'd need to earn to own a Greg's, but imagine owning a Greg's. I'm fairly sure this isn't Selena Gomez. I'm fairly sure this is 21-2. There's a guy who streams his pizza shop. There's Pizza Princess G who dreams her making pizza. They don't franchise it out. It's a shame. What if I could do a social media deal with Greg's? You're in the UK, you're never more than 15 miles from your nearest Greg's. I can guarantee you it'll be within 15 miles. Okay, I'm gonna need to dream for a while to afford a Greg's. If it's based on that. I'd do that. I would do the underground deathmatch for free. Yeah, but it's just... Excuse me. My hay fever is bad and that makes me cough. By definition, though, I'm not singing Selena Gomez. I'm singing 21-2, though. Because I didn't know it was Selena Gomez. If I could get sponsored by Greg's, but they didn't answer the emails we sent about Thor, I would find that deeply, deeply hilarious, to be honest with you. A Greg's Fluencer? Yeah. Everyone in the UK right now, anyone who's in chat, if you're able to, find out where your nearest Greg's is, and if it is if it's more than 15 miles, put a 0 in chat. If it's less than 15 miles, put a 1 in chat. UK residents only. Or UK inhabitants only. People who are here in the UK. Oh, two zeros? I'm not sure I believe it. Okay, we've got a lot of ones. Got a couple. We've got a surprising number of zeros. That's going to be 24 kilometers if you don't use miles. Yeah, but you're not in the UK. If you're not in the UK, you shouldn't be doing this. Maybe it's... Those of you who said 0, are you within 20 miles of your nearest Greg's? Okay, yeah, okay. That's in the hospital. Wow. What place have a Greg's? I think -1 means that they can't Gregs. They are soggy and Gregsless. Okay, I farmed quite a bit of melange today. Luther, sorry about the water supply. I'll go get some more bodies. Oh, apparently Sabu's got bodies sorted. Yeah, Sabu's got bodies sorted. Okay. Are we ready to go uppies mining? Is that what we're doing? Luther, do you want a driver and a miner, or do you want someone who's going to do both? Because Sabu can do another role. We've got 3 people. We can have a driver and a miner. Fine.
You don't care. Sabu wants to come. He's welcome to tag along.
Sabu, do you want to come along? Would you like?
You want to do carrier?
I would like to do carrier. Yes.
Figures.
Yeah, it does definitely work on fuel cells as well. Sabu, do you want to drive the buggy, and Luther can mine, or vice versa? Sabu might be AFK.
Yes.
I stole my own Thopter. Guess it's being a little bit weird behavior-wise. Oh. Sabu, you arrived at the exact wrong moment. Okay, both of you get in.
Sabu, you should not be in the vehicle that is being carried. You should be in the helicopter.
It's worth testing to see if it takes any durability damage while you're flying in it, to be fair. We can just do that as a test. I need to do this. Nope, Luther is in the carrier and Sabu is in the buggy down below. So the 3 is where Luther is and the 1 is where Sabu is.
Sector weather alert.
Oh,
A large
fuck.
sandstorm is approaching.
Do you have mining stuff?
Yes.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Game didn't like that at all. Good morning, EST. Welcome on in. Those of you who are waking up for your Thursday mornings, you are nearly done with the week, and I welcome you all to chat wholeheartedly. We are currently doing some uppies mining, but apparently the game decided that we could really use a sandstorm, which was great. We love sandstorms, and this time, unfortunately, Darude didn't start playing while we were harvesting, which is what happened last time. You working food and your week's about to begin? Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, I used to do bar work and Gunwolf Keeds for a few years, and that was a challenge, shall we say, at times. No, we're clear of the sandstorm here. We'll drop off, wait for the sandstorm to pass, and go back. Okay, so not a huge amount of yield. Luther, what is your yield per rock with that?
Without any mining, vehicle mining stuff, 99 ore per block.
99. Okay, so about 30%. Okay, that's fine. Have you two optimized who's driving versus who's mining based on the abilities that you have unlocked?
We swapped after the first three when I realized that I might have just no perks, and some probably have. And yeah.
Okay, we're ready to go. Stay in the vehicle. Today's your pseudo Friday. That's quite nice. We like that. So leveling game, I'm sure we will hear from them. You know, obviously Thor and I were quite interested when that when we were playing that. I did quite enjoy the class I was playing, although playing the very hard class option was challenging. Talking to chat while I played that was not the easiest thing. How does the booster work now? I mean, look, I can give us intermittent boost where we increase our speed by 40%, which is just nice. But I just can't let us overheat. It was not, in fact, my map marker like I had pinned over there. Someone else. We might go and play some Bitcraft. It depends on how long we want to play Dune for. I'm not committing to anything. We've just been kind of chilling, chatting, doing some community bits. New drops go live in an hour and 25 minutes, at which point, hopefully, we'll still be playing. How big the high altitude penalty is? Yeah, it's exponentially increasing as you get above 750. So if you're at 750, it'll be a slight increase, but at 800, it'll be a marked increase, and at 850 or 900, it will chunk your resources down. Yes, there are new observer drops for watching starting up in an hour and a half. Yeah, the drops are going to be the next parts in the observer set, so for the floors and for the ceilings, etc. They throw that thing off the edge, I'm going to laugh at them. This is quite a good route, this one. I don't think I've not seen any plans for the long term on what the observer like kind of system is going to be. You guys are fine to keep harvesting. Keep going. Keep going. If they stop, it's the only way I really know that something is wrong, so I'm not going to descend to their level or pick them up unless they're stopped moving randomly. Also, this buggy is quick.
Here at night, so have to calculate that here.
No, I think this is all just regular Mark 6. They're angel, so that's what I do here, yeah, while I fly. Yep. I should probably be in Discord with these guys while they're doing it, but hey, we're making it work. Are we good?
Yes,
I-
we're full.
Yep.
Up. We have the problem that we are overheating too fast because we're mining too rapidly.
That's a good problem to have, right? That sounds like a good problem to have, to be fair, but like, how do we mitigate that? Do we need to get a better cut array, or do we need to upgrade the chassis or something?
Everything is Mark 5, which is relevant for that. Only the hull and the chassis are Mark... no, everything is Mark 6, but the chassis and the hull, and they don't have any relevance in that. You would need maybe unique power supply units?
Have a look at it, see what we can do. If not, like, this is so rapid that, like, you don't really need me here while I'm harvesting, like, while you're doing it.
Wrong way.
Good point, well made, yep. You don't really need me while you guys are harvesting this. So, like, theoretically, we could also deploy a sand crawler and go and grab a nearby spice field at the same time. Or something. Trying to think about the balance of how that would work. You almost need an FOB if you're doing this, so you can basically just rapidly unload the buggy several times, because actually, like, or you need 2 buggies and 2 pilots so that you can basically fly a carrier to and from, carrying the buggy that's got a full inventory, clear it out, because this is actually the least efficient part of it. So the carrying back and forth is actually kind of the hard part. Basically, treat it a bit like the Sheol base does, so that we have a buggy there and like a drop-off station, and we could just do that and just have a station that's got a bunch of in, because worst case scenario, it gets raided, it's honeycombed, and all of the resources that were in there that are raw just haven't been picked up yet. So, like, it's not a huge deal. But genuinely, we could run 2 buggies like this and 1 carrier going back and forth, because, like, that's actually more efficient than what we're doing. No, the carrier can't glide while we carry, unfortunately, Timmy.
Fleet management-wise, this is the best that it's kept. We can only improve the cut array, and that has even increased heat generation, so...
So the answer to the heat issue is just kind of deal with it. Okay, fair enough. I need to turn up the in-game sound so it's over. Or I could turn down my music, I guess, so I can hear Luther over it. That might be better. Counts.
Should I get a second bucket or not?
Yeah, Demner, I think that's the best way of doing it, yep. Gonna show us a Babus with honeycomb design built against raid. Not very easily, not right now, because no one's making them anymore. No one's building bases out there. Do you have any ideas for a Warhammer podcast that's fun exploring the lore? Lutin09 does a great job of his like videos to store, like look at each individual area of the lore. Berserk Tobo, thank you very much for doing your sub from Gift Tier 1. Same with you, John O'Clock DK. Thank you very much for your resub, I appreciate you. The honeycomb is basically just building layers of wall, so rather than building one wall, then build a second wall around it, and inside that wall, make it so there's horizontal walls so people can't just get around them. Yeah, but you can't get across the quicksand borders. Yes, you're basically building it like square honeycombs. That's what it means. It'll look like a honeycomb with all the walls working. Good morning, Cosmic. Hope you're doing well. I just remembered that I left YouTube in the dark. Let me bring YouTube out. YouTube chat deserves to be heard. Good morning, Sloshy. Sorry I didn't see your message a little while ago. A few minuits. Yeah, walls on your walls so people can't cut through your walls. Realistically though, people, now they've got las guns and stuff, will just tunnel through them. Honeycombs aren't really worth it. You just have to hide your stuff or accept that whatever's in a forward operating base you will lose. Wait, where did I leave them? What? But I haven't pressed the button. I haven't got any icons for them. What? It dropped as soon as I boosted. That's a really weird one. Okay.
We are only like next to each other, right?
Yeah, those. He just flew on. Well,
Bird came for us.
Manager said he would call you to discuss things. No call after you've gone out of. I hate it when managers do that. It's awful.
You could actually drive to that island.
Yeah, there's VoIP in game, Nabu. So you can hear Luther and Sabu who are in the vehicle below me.
Not terrifies me.
Carrier top speed along the ground is 100 kilometers an hour while in hover mode like this. you there's an ornithopter down there. Do you want to engage?
Just saw what's on the island there. Small one, there's a lot of stuff there.
They're storage fitted, so. If you report a bug on the mushroom servers, if it's a game bug, report to Funcom. We were harvesting spice. Yep. Now we're harvesting spicy blue rocks. Okay, neat. There's loads of rots on the far side. It's great. I know, I can see why. Having something beneath your vehicle like that will make it very, very difficult to glide. Like the weight of that and how that would affect the aerodynamics of what you're carrying. It makes perfect sense that you can't do it. I can understand from a realism point why they would do that. Nice, that was a good mine. Judge Freak, thank you for your resub. I appreciate you. 2 months in, let's go. The best way to report bugs if third-party servers aren't access to the bug report tool. There's stuff in their Discord. They've got stuff in that. Chickapede, no, that's something I only sort of think about this morning. That's something I'll think about for a couple of days before I enact it. There'll be a ping out to the server if that happens. The fuck are you guys? You're really going for that one? Okay. Taking you away from here. Could plop you on the island where there's more nodes.
Grip on the Mark 6 tracks is awesome.
Little throw. Look at that. What a throw. Oh, they did drift back a little bit. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, when you glide, you turn the engine off. 90% of your storage is empty. What? Have you... Did your base lose power and lose taxes and stuff? That sounds like a robbery if someone's taken all the stuff. Mr. Fache, thank you for your resub with Prime. You're awesome. I appreciate you. Bobs do normally incur taxes, but they're not normally up long enough to incur them. So, do you have to pay them on fobs? Well, that's up to you guys. Well, about the endgame PvP. What endgame PvP? No, I think the endgame PvP is in a bit of a weird state. With the changes to Deep Desert, I think that they need to decide whether they want the focus to be PvE or PvP.
A beast. Oh.
Yep, they've definitely changed that. So now, if you're flying with a scout ornithopter with rockets, which was the meta before, you take quite a significant speed debuff, and it's actually enough of a debuff that people can get away from you, which is good. There is still, especially on public servers, I believe there are still problems around people freely rocketing each other and all kinds of things. But ultimately, that one is a private server problem we've not had. The cost of the missiles, yeah, you can make missiles more expensive, but ultimately, you know, they do perform a purpose. People, you know, they want to encourage PvP to an extent, so it's more, they need to mitigate the bad behaviors, I think, rather than the actual PvP itself. Like, if they decide to do away with PvP, then just turn the PvP off. But that looks very different as a concept, and you need to have additional threat. Yeah, but at that point, you're just discouraging PvP even more. They should be heavier, and you shouldn't be able to store your scout ornithopter if you've got missiles in it, would be my opinion. Without PvP, is there a reason for missiles? Yes, it feels good to go around rocketing NPCs. And don't get me wrong, I think that if the end game content goes the way that I've kind of envisioned it, I think that you'll likely need to take down vehicles eventually with those rockets. Why do I suddenly not have access to this chest, Luther? There is indeed a long lemon. The lemon is indeed long. Oh wow, we've had to fill up like all of our containers, haven't we? We ready for another run? Dravidian Mass?
Yes, sir.
What's the average you encounter PvP on the private server? I don't think a carry could... Yeah, I mean, there is that. I think that we've got a far less toxic environment on our servers than certain other places do. So I think that helps us somewhat. We therefore don't have the same view of the toxicity of the end game that people on on official servers have had, for sure. That said, we do have, you know, 3 of our servers are open. You know, we do have them open to anyone, so anyone can join on this world, so we do get random PvP. We have kept it reasonably, you know, open and fresh. But ultimately, we've not had groups that are 30, 40, 50 man strong who are intending on ruining the gameplay for everyone else, because we both know that ultimately, like, you know, we all know that that's not going to be good for the end game for anyone. That it inevitably ends up No, faction PvP wouldn't be good either, because factions are really imbalanced. That would be even worse. No, that would be god-awful. You'll end up with everyone on one side, win the lands run every week, doing it that way. The toxic pools don't necessarily realize that, like, if they keep performing that kind of behavior, it's not going to be long until, okay, well, all of the people that you were wanting to fight have gone. Because, you know, you've forced them out of the content they don't want to play. Now those groups will then cannibalize themselves and slowly splinter apart or bleed away because their content is also gone. You have to create an environment where your players want fun, and you punish them when they go too far, when they get risky, when they take too many risks. That's when you should hit people, not just when they're playing the game. Yeah, the pirate servers are much better. We wouldn't tolerate that kind of environment. Yeah, well, Corgi, that's why we are taking a longer term view with our servers here. That's not behavior I can really get behind. I think it's short-sighted. Yep. And I'm sure there are players on the official servers now who are saying, oh look, there are 3 public servers open on the Pirates ones, let's go and be toxic over there. I will let you know, if you are toxic on our servers, what will happen is, very quickly, I will mark your account to be wiped. And if it happens multiple times, I will request for your account to be wiped every 6 to 12 minutes if you break the rules. That's a thing, we do that here. So I'm not having name calling, I'm not having slurs in chat, I'm not having anything being used like that, because they will be dealt with immediately, firmly, and permanently. If people don't like that the communities that I'm running will be heavily moderated, ultimately, they don't have to join them. It is that simple. If I could make more changes to the server, I would. If I could run events like Zeus, like I would have done in other games, 100% would have done. Oh, it looks like they're going to take a Sissel Rattle on the bottom. Yep, we don't have the ability to ban players. It's not something we have yet, although we are working with Funcom and with Nitrado to arrange some of that. We are kind of the poster child for what a well-moderated server ends up like. Don't get me wrong, I have no issue with people coming and PvPing us. It's just about how you do that. If you are toxic and you are griefing people, if you are saying slurs in chat, you're following individuals around specifically because, you know, they were on stream or something, you'll get banned. It's just that simple. Are you guys done already? Hang on, I need to get closer. Oh no. Can't hear them at all. Overheated, okay. Luther, fire your beam upwards or say something in chat when you guys need uppies, basically, is my advice. You fire your laser at me when you need uppies. How does wiping account every 30 minutes solve the slurs in chat? It doesn't really, but they tend to get bored pretty quickly when they end up with, they know that people, because they can't leave the Haga Basin in 6 minutes. So if they're in the deep desert, they can't get to the deep desert where there's a shared world. And if they're in the Haga Basin point, at that point, no one's listening to them. Everyone just mutes them. And then they just scream into the void until they're gone. What kind of griefing? We've seen people trapping other people underneath ornithopters against the nav mesh while that was a bug. We've seen people do things like parking vehicles across the entranceways, you know, to places they shouldn't be, all kinds of stuff. Yeah, Orny's pushing down carriers to feed them to worms. That's a shitty one. About what things? About the behaviors? I put a ping out in Discord every time. That is a public statement. Interrupting spice harvesting with thumpers in PvP wasn't considered griefing. Using a thumper in the PvP area, I don't think is griefing, to be honest with you. No. There's no different from that than just than from shooting someone's ornithop down. Is this where you haven't got to spend the resources? So, you're in the PvP area. Interrupting with thumpers is a thing. That's what people should be fending you off for. Because realistically, if you want to do that, there's a better way. There's better ways. Like griefing, for example, would be flying in a naked character only with a Tech 1 Holtzman shield and like Tech 1, you know, power pack. Putting the vehicle into your backup vehicle supply thing, and then activating your Holtzman shield on the spice on the ring mouths to really fuck with people. If you were doing that again and again and again, dying each time and just flying straight back, that I would call griefing. Because you're just doing it with the intent of disrupting people's gameplay, which is in the EULA as an actual like problem, which hasn't been enforced properly. Yeah, I do think that disrupting spice harvesting is completely legitimate. I've done it before just by doing a flyby. You see all of their scouts suddenly fly up and swarm at you. All you've done is disrupt their hive slightly, but that's enough to throw off someone's spice harvesting at times to make them uneasy. How much of this can we harvest? We must be nearly full on this, surely. If you only gain is fucking other people up, that's griefing. I disagree. PvP is about fucking other people up. If you mean to ruin their gameplay, that's a bit different. If you're doing it with the intent of ruining the gameplay, fine. But like, PvPing someone isn't griefing. I want to be really clear. PvP is not griefing. You can PvP in a way which is griefing. Yes, that's a thing. But PvPing someone by itself is not griefing someone. Just because you've been non-consensually PvP'd in the deep desert, that's not griefing. That's you getting attacked because you're in the deep desert. I'm not going to penalize somebody for just PvPing, or just, it depends on how you do it. If you enter the PvP area and you get PvP'd, I'm sorry, I'm not the person to be complaining to. I won't be particularly I won't be massively what's the word? Forgiving if I get a bunch of reports of, oh, I got PvP'd and I lost. I think this is griefing. Nah, that's not how we do here. Yeah, okay, no worries. Yeah, it's just about the line of where that is. There you go. Guy lasers.
That looks funny on the screen.
Interesting. Okay, so planar lock doesn't work with the thruster on. It actually does reduce your height slightly. I got killed in busy yesterday. Guy caught me, killed me, took what I'd farmed and left my ornithopter alone, respawned, finished farming, went back to base. Perfect. That's a good interaction. If they had killed your ornithopter though, that also would have been them being entitled to it. That's concerning. I think killing an ornithopter in the PvP area is legitimate. Killing an ornithopter in the PvE area by putting a thumper underneath it, less so. He's off doing IRL shenanigans. Speaking of, we've got a meeting this evening. Whoop.
Doing this like twice a week is more than enough for everything that you can ever want.
Yeah, I need some as well.
You shouldn't leave an ornithopter on open sand. Sure, I agree with you. But I still don't believe that doing the thumpering that is right. It's just that doesn't get you any other advantage or any kind of benefit other than making them lose out on stuff. You shouldn't have an ornithopter on open sand long term anyway. I don't disagree, but at the same time, it doesn't mean as a player you need to be doing that. See what I mean? They just want to thump to the ornithopters, exactly. Yeah. Oh, but just forgotten. There we go. 1,000 plastinium transported back today. That'll be nice. That's what we made yesterday. And we've obviously got another bunch of melange in here cooking as well. We don't want to take all of that. I'm gonna take the 400 launch back and leave 200 here. That's what I'm gonna do. So that is full on titanium. Broadly full on titanium. That's empty. Okay, so we've got enough to make... So basically water is our issue. Jeez, that was 2 full runs of... Well, that's not too bad, right?
Crazy.
Okay, I'm gonna run some stuff back to the Haga Basin. Yeah, water is issue, non-issue, and then issue again in the end game. Yeah, I agree.
I need to leave anyway, so see you later.
Alright, see you later, bud. Have a good one. And now, all of that unsafe harvesting, we've got a completely safe and boring journey back. The other thing you have to remember is that because we are playing on NA East and Thor's community... Oh, sorry, I'm off camera. Why is my camera not turning on? Okay, Stream Deck. The button just isn't want to working. There we go. Yeah, the other thing I have to remember is it's only, what, 9 AM Eastern Time? 8 AM Central? 6 AM Pacific? The player base isn't all on yet. Yeah, there you go, 9:15 EST. So, like, half of our player base isn't on the servers yet, so there's less PvP now. This private server will feel more PvE during this time zone because most of the Europeans are either working or they are, you know, like me, playing quietly. The Americans are sleeping. Australians are playing, but the ping isn't great for Australia, so this is the quietest time for the server. You have to remember that. Normally why I start off by doing a little bit of farming first thing in the morning when I know it's going to be quiet and when I can get away with it doing low risk. It's just good time zone tanking. Perfectly legitimate to do. Yeah, it's 2:15 in the afternoon in the UK. As a solo player reflecting spice in PvE areas, deep desert, yeah, if you've got like a scout ornithopter with storage in the PvE areas, that makes sense to use. While I hate the idea of scout ornithopters with storage, that's the, like, if you're in PvE areas, you can do that, because you can, that's how you should harvest spice in the Haga Basin too. Like a Mark IV scout ornithopter with storage will get you a whole small spice blow. Easy, done. You can then use that to build yourself up to tier 5s and tier 6s. Yeah, there you go, Californians are waking up. Like that guy I landed next to earlier, he didn't, when I was getting close, he didn't respond in an immediately aggressive way. When someone approaches me, normally I'll fire a lasgun at them, or you will see me move defensively as a result of what I'm doing. Just because I don't necessarily want to be an easy target, but like, they were fine just PvEing. No, you can't carry a pick like that. Yep, on public server, Spice Blows room is possible to get to. I can see that. You probably got a lot of competition for the same Spice Blows. Excuse me. Are the full Pentashield bases intended? They seem unable to raid. You can raid those. You just have to shoot the shield out. The shield takes damage. It has a certain amount of hit points. You'll have to use rockets to take out the shields temporarily. Or you can destroy the piece of, the Pentashield will have to be anchored somewhere. You can destroy the pieces which it's anchored to as well. Pentashields are weaker than walls. You just can't use lasguns on them because they're a shield. Had your crawler eaten yesterday? No worm sign, no soundovers, but worm. Like you hit a landmine. That's really weird. Unclean one. Report that as a bug. They are doing vehicle replacements, but if you're on a private server, that's not doable. But if you're on a public server, they are doing vehicle reimbursements for exactly those kind of situations. So I would say take advantage of that. Oh, good job. You did report it. Nice. Good morning. Welcome, Americans. Many of you are waking up and joining in. Oh, good seeing you all. Excuse me. Apparently I'm waking up too. I hope they do sort it correctly. And we are working on some of our reimbursement tools. Like we're working with Funcom to see what can be done for some of those tools on privates. It was a random good morning. Welcome on in, and I hope you are doing well. Yeah, if you want to transfer to any of the pirate servers that we're on, you are more than welcome to. You can use exclamation point June Discord and join our Discord server. June, join it, I mean. There are normally going to be a bunch of people who will likely help you, like, level up. If you want to catch up, people will help you on our servers. That's kind of what we've been doing here. There's people who have lost stuff, who have logged in, and then, you know, they've lost, like, all their bases. We've been helping them replace stuff. So if you want to start again, you want to start somewhere where you've got a slightly better gaming environment, you're free to join our servers. I will just ask that if you are joining and you are looking to cause trouble, don't bother, because I don't want to have to spend the time removing access to your account and wiping your progress. It's not worth it for anyone. Yeah, especially what June Discord, which is someone's Elclaw's done a second ago. There you go, someone's helping you get your first scout thopter. Sabu here helped a member of the community replace their stuff after they lost it when they forgot to pay their taxes. Like, there's a bunch of stuff. We just want to support people playing here. Gun for Hire, I'm sorry to hear that you've not been able to sleep, but I'm glad at least that you're here and chilling instead. Yeah, notes in post would be quite cool, yeah. I agree. There we go, we've got one. I think we're doing fairly good on plast. We've got another 1,000 worth cooking. There's some more of the melange. We did try renaming our world and everything kind of went very, very badly, very, very quickly. That's nice. A free chest making public use decoration box to spell out free. That's a cool way of doing it, yeah. I think signs and signage is something they've had a lot of feedback on. They are definitely going to be working through and putting into place, you know. The melange is not orange. The melange is purple. Purple melange. Look at it. Look at all this melange. Water melange. Right, I want to look at the garment station. Oh, this is the quest stuff. Luther's put a box in that has all of the quest stuff that you need to make or assemble, which is awesome. Luther, is there anything... Oh, you've logged off, haven't you? Never mind. Is there anything that we need from the, Arga Basin? If Luther would tell me. Yeah, we just decided to block that entire bridge because people can just go around it that way. Or around it that way. So this bridge is for us. Oh yeah, and if you are joining our servers, joining the Harkonnens is the way to do it, because the Atreides are already winning too much. Oh yeah, if we can... Yeah, we'll ask Thor to Melange him a question. That might mean he expects me to pay in Melange, though, which I don't really want to do. Plus, why would you join Atreides when you have a Ligma in your name of Atreides nuts? Let me just add that drops in 30 mins. There you go. We've added an alert for the... We've sent the title for the drops. The Hargunan, that's better than a Harkondi's nuts, which is an awful Ligma. Deep Desert is definitely calmer. We were talking about that a minute ago, and it does sound a bit like the Deep Desert experience has been less than ideal for some people on the public servers. So, I know that our experience is probably a little bit more laid back. We have a bit more of a collaborative way of doing things here in this community. We don't believe in the griefing, the toxicity that we've seen other places doing. Like, for those of you who are new to it, you know, we've got 15 on this world that we're in. We've got 15 servers. Oh, actually, I'll talk it through after the ads. We'll do it. We're at 999. Nice. Just checking some stats, etc. What's the bet? It's already been harvested, though. Yeah, look at it. Someone... Oh, no. Maybe it hasn't. Which hadn't loaded in. Couldn't really do that, but hey. If I grab this, it actually has a use. I did this very, very poorly, actually. Let's see if we actually draw any worms in doing more than one of them. Oh god, this is bad. That's the closest worm breach I've ever had. That worm could have just, like, slammed down on me. I was regarded. Worm regards. No, Kanam, I'll be going through those tickets later on today. Oh, you breached from nearly underneath you. Yeah, bun that. That was close enough that you could have slammed down on me, let alone actually, like, breaching on top. I would poop myself and then cry. Yeah. So a bunch of that is useless, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to dump it in a chest in the base, which means that when people are repairing items using the repair station that I've put in there, they will likely be able to use some of that for repairs, because some of that stuff is used for repairing those items. UC Brian, thank you for resubscribing for 6 months at tier 1. That we call that a pre-sub here, and I massively appreciate the long-term support. It's very kind of you. The cat is doing very, very well. Bailey is very happy. He's currently enjoying the fact that I cut the grass yesterday when it was dark, and he's now lying in a spot of freshly cut grass, rolling around in it and having a nap, which is, you know, all I can really, if I was going to be a cat, that's what I would want to do. Hugglesticks, thank you very much for continuing your sub from a primal gift to tier 1 as well. You are awesome. We must be about like 170 maybe now on the PP counter. We're more than halfway on the PP counter, right? 175, very nice, awesome. $175, awesome. We got over halfway yesterday. Well, yeah, we did. We broke halfway yesterday. Mr. Clean, thank you very much for the Prime sub. You are awesome. Just a reminder, chat. Every time you give me a Prime sub, you're taking $2.50 away from Jeffrey Bezos. The PP counter, getting 112. So there's something called the Partner Plus program, or the PP program, which means that when you get 300 individual sub points from people doing their individual tier 1, 2, or 3 subs, Sanzo, the drops start in 28 minutes. That's why it says it in the title. No, my issues with the Deep Desert are large. Anyway, sorry, the Partner Plus program. If you subscribe someone with a tier 1 sub, they get 1 point. A tier 2 sub is 2 points, and a tier 3 sub is 6 points because it's 5 times the cost for 6. But so basically, extra point for that. It's point magic. That's what the PP program is. So when you hear us refer to that, that's what we're talking about. The Partner Plus program. Yeah, T3 costs 5 times a tier 1 and is worth 6 times as many Partner Plus points. Yeah, so the goal is to increase the PP counter. Yes, again, that's the name of it. Partner Plus program counter, the PP program counter. Go from there. Drops are not yet live, Livio. They will be live in 27 minutes, my understanding. Can you increase the other counter? You can increase the other counter if you want. No, you have to remember it's not my PP, it's the PP. So you have to grow the PP. Because it's the Partner Plus program, it's not my Partner Plus program. The Partner Plus, so grow the PP is fine to say. The other counter, don't worry about the other counter, it just counts. It's just counting. Thank you, Sabu. Very good job on the corpses. That's a repairable item. The PP, exactly. Best class in Dune to start with, I would say starting with the Swordmaster or the Bene Gesserit. Swordmaster because the starting quest sucks. Bene Gesserit because you have to wait a long time to get to the stage where you can actually unlock it. I mean, I guess that statement is correct. Yes, I do benefit from the PP when it's larger. Twitch likes it when the PP gets larger and rewards me with a better partner split. That's how that works. You understand? A hype train has been started in this channel. You can use exclamation point song, Sloshy. It's Twitch's PP, I guess, yeah. You're gonna grow Twitch's PP. Nihilus, thank you for the 1 community sub. You are awesome. Yeah, so the interesting thing about the Partner Plus program is it doesn't take gift subs into consideration. It is only individual subs made to that streamer. It's basically how they can see roughly how large and how healthy a given stream is. If that makes sense. No, because I'm the partner for Twitch. So that's... I guess it's Twitch's Partner Plus program, to Twitch's PP program, and it makes the partners happy, so I guess that's what we're going to go with, okay? Raz Dawnfire, thank you very much for the resub at Tier 1. You're awesome. I hope you have a great day too. Thank you for the kind words. We're having a good time today. We're 5 hours in. You know, we're having some fun flying around in Dune. The drops start in 25 minutes. And yeah, we're just having a pretty good chill day. Very nice. The command didn't work. Which command? Drops? No, it won't. Exclamation point song will work. It appears on screen. You have to look up there. That's how you can see what I'm listening to at any given time. Now, chat, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much of a troll am I, do you think? Oh, Nihilus, that sounds deeply upsetting for someone. Okay, yeah, you're correct, yeah. There you go, we've created a command. I'm just gonna leave that one up. That's free. That's just free. It's educational, it's free. I'm fine. The fact that if you hovered over it to get the link, you click the link and you get a timeout, that would be equally funny. Oh, it is. I'm never going to put a not safe for work link into my Twitch stuff. That would be idiocy of the highest order. Where is the delicious purple sand? Oh, I'm not the only one here. Apparently this is what we do now. We are just humble spice farmers. Thing is, if one of us starts fighting, people put their Holtzman shields on. Everyone loses. Ah. Yeah, I'm still having 3 of these. Yeah, we do look a bit like flies in front of a meal. Yeah, that's kind of how this goes. Have I seen Shai Halud? I've not actually been eaten by Shai Halud, but we have seen 1 worm on this, yes. Feel like we're about to get Shai Halud visit. Yep. As we get into US time zone, this is going to get busier and busier. 2 clicks. Can other players pick up piles you make with the compactor? Yes, other players can pick them up. That was getting so low on the ground that I wasn't willing to stick around, because normally at the end of that, someone it's going to get to the point where there's so little on the ground that what it takes is one person being like, okay, we can fight now, and then you end up with problems. Now, if I recall, there's another spice blow somewhere down in this corner. See? My memory's not so bad. Yeah, the compaction bonus and stuff, so you make higher piles. Yeah, so you make higher piles and they come around and grab them for you. It's a really good way of doing multiple person spice harvesting. Yep, that's a thing. Especially if you've got somebody who's got the soft step boots doing the spice, like the actual like kind of shooting part. Yeah, we're in the PvP area of the PvE deep desert, yeah, so with the changes, but this is still the PvP part of it. See, there's just nothing here at this one. Not even worth landing for. It does, but you can now get all of that loot in the PvE area. It's just a matter of time, which I think is interesting. Yeah, the red bar over the compass at the top will show you that I'm in a PvP enabled area. There's one out here somewhere. There was a spice blow somewhere in this sector in Hotel 4. We'll go and see what we can find. In worst case scenario, we did get another nearly 2,500 spice sand, which is not bad. Could you stand on my sort while I hover and compact all of it? Yes, but we wouldn't be able to hover off the ground far enough that you wouldn't get compaction, like you wouldn't get worm sign, so it's not worth doing. Oh, this is getting, yeah, my, I just solved my light in here, because it seems to be that when I, like, move, the camera, I don't know, detects me more or something. I think it's some kind of automatic response on the camera. I'll solve that in a second. Give me a moment. Oh yeah, it's been absolutely destroyed as well. Where are the ring mouths this week? Let's go and have a look at Planetologist. There's a ring mouth here? What? Oh, there's one up there, yeah. Hotel 9 and... Ooh. Spice blow over there, though. Hey, you got a poison mist schematic. Good job. Congratulations, bud. When the ring mouths awaken, you have to wait and see. We've seen it on stream a couple of times with the grandfather worm waking up. We were harvesting, and then it suddenly we weren't harvesting anymore. We did have a clip at the time. I'm not sure where it is. It's in the clips of the channel. Nice. Oh look, no one's drawn a giant sand or spice penis on it this time around. Almost disappointed. Almost, but not quite. This is just people coming and picking this off as well. There doesn't appear to be a sand harvester that did this. That one's a really unfortunate mess. We love spice. There we go. There's someone put the grandfather worm clip into chat. There we go. Good job, Sabu. Thank you for clipping that originally, Spook. What time to drop start? Drop start in 5 minutes time. Title says 30, it's because I updated the title 25 minutes ago. I know, that's astounding. Here we go. Flies, yes. Come and consume the spice. Distant worm. We have time. We have time. Gonna do a quick wing check, and then we'll have a bit of a chat about wings. And harvesting spice, that this just feels so weird. That was indeed a worm. Yeah, the wings are still highly intact at this point. We're good on wings. You might not like it, but this is the peak of wing physicals of prowess. Like, look at this. This is wing maxing. You might not like it, but this is true. You might not like it, but that is what peak wings look like. The Twitch drops should only just have gone live, so let's go and have a look. Dune Awakening. Watch to redeem. Starts now. Connected. We should be live on that one. There you go. Progress is coming in. People are getting their drops. We have drops. They are live. There we go. We've updated the title and everything. Drops for Dune Deep Desert Delivery Service. I've made it very clear to everyone that we've got drops. Now, the problem is that I have to now go and watch my own stream to get my own drops. Because I need to hear myself. Mute tab. The brackets don't match. That sounds deeply upsetting for someone. If you've been made mad by the fact that the brackets don't match, don't worry. It's fine. That's that I am evil, yes. Yes, the devious of brackets. The hidden curly bracket. Just not fine. We do a few of those here, Judfrey. Apparently I have a very expressive face, and I make a series of facial movements which show when I'm trolling, Agent of Chaos mode, that kind of thing. Yeah. And that's the even better bit of Vitamoon. Like, if no one had mentioned it, you probably wouldn't have seen it. Oh, what, you mean the exclamation point drops campaign paradigm shift? Nihilus, joke's on you, I don't even like tea that much. Hot drinks are kind of overrated. Oh, don't get me wrong, I think it's fine, but like... it's just hot. Hot leaf, why hot leaf juice? Why? That's why the best tea is the Long Island iced tea. The only tea that I love. It's 5 different alcohols. What is there to not love in that? Gin, vodka, tequila, white rum, and Cointreau. Oh, yeah. Tea. Long Island iced tea. Today we spice max. It can be kind of clear. Just a little bit. The neighbors are already resting. We'll have to put some more on in a bit. You're right. Don't bother. away. Where was I a minute ago? Was I in Indigo 7? Is that where I was? Bodies moves, she got me with. Sorry about that. I'm just telling DHS to deliver something to me and not to my neighbors, because apparently they don't know where my house is. Where? Okay, well it says estimated delivery date not available, but fine. Fine. Without you, oh, is Bailey hunting? He's probably napping. He's moved off of the lawn where he was waiting for birds. No, Yuxicol, you're thinking of Big Ben. That's a clock in London. I know why that would be confusing, but no, I'm thinking of my house. Whoop. There's a lot going on here, isn't there? There's a fallen ship, a spice explosion, and a ring mouth. And the worm sign. I mean, the worm sign's always around those. Wait, where's all the spice gone? Wait, where was I before? I flew south. Oh, did it? Did I miss the grandfather explosion? That's sad. Where was that spice blower? So I'm going mad. Oh, sorry, Ramanosaurus. Yeah, I can't believe I missed it. Ah, that's why I can't see it, because it's already been harvested. Oh, sorry, chat, we missed that. You had to watch the video. It's in my clips instead. Wolfric, I'm doing good, thank you, bud. How are you doing? I'm not gonna kill them and take the spice. No, they we were farming we were farming peacefully before. Also, they're already climbing. Like this, I'm not kitted up for combat in aerial form in this. There you go. There's the clip. Oh, my camera is not on. So, the most recent announcement confused you. Okay, so what happened was, while the area is still PvE up to this middle point of the E line, around these points here is PvP. What happens, they move some of these points midweek when they shouldn't have done. That caused some people's bases that were in the PvE area to become PvP enabled. Obviously, that didn't go well for them. So those people lost out on bases that they, you know, thought were safe. Hence the apology, because that's not a great thing to experience. Yes, those bases were ripped apart and dismantled for parts, in line with game mechanics, but as a result of something that Funcom did wrong. Hence the apology that they've issued. Luckily, I don't believe we had a significant issue with that on our servers, but I think that some people likely will still have lost out on bases and stuff. But I don't believe anything was massively targeted or widespread. Jason Wick, thank you very much for the Prime sub. I appreciate Prime subs because I love the knowledge that you're taking $2.50 away from Jeffrey Bezos, which I think is just neat. So remember to use your Prime subs, chat. Remember to use your Prime subs. Oh. Oh. While we're doing this, if I do this, I can play around. No. Yeah. I'm glad your morning meetings are done. Right, I just need to be able to see that line on my camera better. So I just want to play around with a little bit of OBS settings. So that I can do... Nice. We want to fly in the spice, right, chat? That's what we want. Spice. Immediately on the spice. Someone else is immediately on the spice too. We immediately start spice maxing, chat. It is indeed raining spice. Spice. I need to get that GIF and put it onto my stream with a button. See, look, you guys are helping me think of so many things to do for the stream. Why can't I interact with my own damn storage? Thank you. How is there no worms? Because we've literally just started the spice blow. We haven't attracted them yet. There will be worms here very, very soon. Don't you worry. The disconcerting noises you can hear are the sound of the spice blow and the worms deep beneath the surface. We've just got so much spice that we can't even get to our ornithopter. What a nice problem to have. Yeah, this is a private server. I know it's a risk, but ultimately, like, I've harvested 30,000 spice sand today just doing this. Like, if I lose it, I just replace it and get another one. Not your worries. Wolf, I think if you clear, there you go. There's the first worm breach. It's almost impossible to see the worm through that. I think that's our block down there. It is, yes. Immediately back to the spice. When it decides to give a PvP meta build, at that point you want to be building into large amounts of stamina from the right-hand side of the Swordmaster tree. You're going to want large amounts of health from the Bene Gesserit tree, and you're going to want a combination of Bene Gesserit abilities and probably Swordmaster abilities. The Mentat turret is very useful, but I wouldn't necessarily say PvP-wise it provides as much ability as, say, Compel or Weirding Step, which are just absolute must-haves. The Shigawai Claw is exceptionally good for mobility from the Trooper as well, and at max levels that's actually very good in combat for providing a stun against enemies as well. One of my main ways of shutting down enemy Bene Gesserit users is to fire the Shigawai Claw at them, because it puts them into a stun, at which point I can then get closer. Or I can Weirding Step them while they are themselves stunned. I've done a fair bit of PvP here, although I don't tend to PvP that often, because most of the time at the moment our server's quite collaborative this week and last week, because there was a nice truce presented by the Atreides players, because we had an issue where the Harkonnen players won the Landsrad, fairly, but unfortunately due to an issue on the server provider end, they lost out on their Landsrad rewards after only 2 hours of them being up. I've got no highlight. That's weird. We didn't get a worm breach. I know because doing 100% spice blow collection, doing 100% nearly impossible, because there will be some left, but like on our server it's doable at the right time of day, and if you know the people you're with. I know that there are other people who are in chat who are also here spice maxing. And we're rapidly spice maxing because we know that the time zone wise, like, we can't do this forever. Oh, Sabu, that's great. 40 neighbors is a lot of neighbors for dinner, but I feel like we can probably make them welcome. I feel like when you're this deep in spice, though, we shouldn't be building up sun stuff, because the spice is basically blocking all of the light. Like, it would also block out a lot of the sun cooking rate that we would be receiving. Yeah, we love having the neighbors over for drinks. It's really nice to do. A good Thursday task. Tabu's really good at hosting. Delino, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Bengal Bandit, thank you as well. Holy... That's... frame rate-ish. He was waiting for us that time. Seems to be struggling a little bit. Don't land, that he's waiting. He's nearby. I didn't see that worm move off, and I see no external worm sign. Yeah, Leslie J, that's exactly the situation we're seeing on a lot of places now, which is, I'm not necessarily sure is a bad thing. That's the deep desert meant to drive that conflict, but that means you've got a highly unified Haga Basin, which is not going to be that common on the public servers as well. The worm didn't depart. I'm going to try something. Unless the ringworm despawned. No, there he is. That's moved off. That flashed my Holtzman for a second. It did, didn't it? What's going on? The whole thing is... I really dislike that. No, that's only 400 meters away. We had one come up at 155 a minute ago. The Holtzman bug is still a weird one. I don't know why that happens. We really are pissing the worm off. Yep, so you should be getting your first drops pretty soon. Nice. We speed running the drops here, is that what we're all doing? Welcome on in, those of you who are new. I'm using the Mark V Compact at the moment, is the compactor I'm using. We are busy being allergic to the plants here. Dinner, thank you very much for the resub at tier 1. It's awesome seeing so many of you back for my second month able to receive subscribers. That was moderately horrifying, Taboo, thank you. No problem. I've got to go empty and I'll be back. It's not poop. These are new drops. This is the second half of the the second half. I say the next part of the observer set. Yeah, new drops. Is it possible to give the drop to someone else? No, drops are linked to your Twitch account. Am I solo or working with the guild? You say the guild or my guild. Like, I'm doing this mostly solo. I mean, we're doing collaborative gameplay. Like, you know, we all work together, but most people kind of run solo. Hello, AK. I'm doing very well, thank you. How are you doing? The assault thopter cannot carry over 13,000 spice sand. No, it can carry just shy of 7,000. Yeah. If you include your personal inventory, so this is obviously 6,666, and then you can carry an extra. You can get close to about 7. You can get over 7,000 carrying normally. Sabu, there's a sandstorm incoming, but it's not on your line, so just be aware of that if you're coming this direction to empty up at any point. I'll be fine. That's just the magic of the stream, Blunt Man. That's how this works. When I'm answering chat, sometimes I'm looking at you guys, sometimes I'm looking down here, sometimes I'm looking up here, sometimes I'm looking over there. What happens if your copter gets caught in a sandstorm? It'll basically shred the wings and most of the rest of the the copter. It'll do an awful lot of damage. Same, I still get that same apprehension when crossing server borders. Don't worry, it's baked in now. You just have that for free forever. It's neat. It's like a DLC that the game didn't know it was giving you. What's that? Packet loss anxiety? Oh boy. I got caught in one and it shredded all 6 wings on this, yeah. It is the rude sandstorm, yeah. Thank you for all the follows, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Welcome on in. Yes, drops are live. Our drops command is there as a trap to get you. Enjoy that. When do you usually stop repairing wings on an Orni? It depends. If I'm taking the Ornithopter around the Haga Basin, I'll go until they're like 10% left. But if I'm going around, say, you know, deep desert, you need to have at least 50% integrity. Like, these wings will need to be replaced reasonably soon. But wings are so cheap to make. Like, today I farmed enough to make 500 spice melange. Do you think that Thopter blocking No, that's cheap shit that needs to be addressed. If you're blocking someone in PvE so that their ship gets eaten by a worm, that's cheap. Cheap and shitty behavior. That's griefing. Sorry, I forgot what I was saying beforehand. Yeah, so I farmed enough to make about 400 spice sand in total today. I've also farmed enough plastinium with Luther stuff to make over 1,000 plastinium. So in terms of tier 6 resources, doing fairly good. Like, you know, this is all today's haul. And we've already transported 400 across, so basically enough to make 1,000 spice melange just from farming. Like, so in this base, we take this apart every single week. We're probably going to need more of these death stills. That's the worst part, like... I could leave one spice on the top for a quick deposit, that's true, but it doesn't take me that much to do it while I'm live. Because each 50 minutes, this is giving us just shy of 250,000 water. Can you educate me on how to protect myself from grief and see how one buggy stolen? I'm almost done building your Thopter. How stolen is an interesting one, because if it's left outside your base or somewhere safe, you should be fine. But realistically, store things inside, make sure that your base access is locked off, and do it that way. That's the only real way that you can keep your stuff safe, is to keep everything locked off and away. Make sure your permissions are set in the game to be covering off yourself rather than like allowing them to be public. Yep, you had fun openings in your base to look cool. People came in and took it. That's unfortunately a thing. Yep. Spice blows move off at every blow. There are 22 locations, I believe, for medium spice blows, and I think we now have 5 this week for ring mouths. So they'll be in different locations and at different times of the day, but those locations themselves will stay static each week. Why another base on the border do you have to rebuild that base weekly? The entire deep desert is wiped weekly. Oh, so we're back up to 30. Well, yeah, so 22 smalls, got up to 30 small, now 8 mediums, 6 ring mouth locations. Okay. Yeah, so it still wipes you up on the deep desert wall. So even if you're in the A band only, and you're up on this shield wall, this is all wiped as well. The entire map gets wiped each Monday. So we will take everything out of our base each week and then rebuild it the week after. I'm running off of technically 3 screens. 3 screens and the camera. Nah, you're alright, Bengal Bandit. I'm fine for people to ask those kind of questions. If you haven't been able to experience the deep desert, you know, fine. You know, I've been lucky enough to be able to be in the deep desert since week 1, but like I've got a group behind me and I've been playing this game for basically nearly 1,000 hours. You make a base in deep, does it count? Yeah, it does count towards your 3 base cap, yes. I do think they need to change that cap to like 5 base cap, but I can see why they haven't, given the like kind of the resource issues on certain servers. What permissions you need to pick up the vehicle with a carrier? We always do it as co-owner. Seems to be no problem in the PvE zone. But if you're in the PvP area, anyone can fly over with a carrier and steal your vehicle. Real talk. Somebody can fly over your Ornithopter, one of these ring mounts with a carrier, and take your Ornithopter. Just so you know, that's a thing. So you have to be on the lookout for carriers, because you can steal stuff. Yeah. I'm not quite sure what it does to your ability to like take it apart. Enodia, thank you for continuing your sub from Gift or Prime to Tier 1. You're awesome. Thank you for bringing us one step closer on the PP program. We're doing really well with that. Is the sub and advance fee separate for how many places? Nope. Have the option to remove the seats and put 250 storages? Yeah, maybe. Realistically, there's 3 seats. Each seat can take 1 person. A person is 75 volume, so it should be 225. Quick math. the PP program, that is the program on Twitch that when you have 300 sub points, not from gift subs or prime subs, but specific sub points, which is where you get 1 for a tier 1, 2 for a tier 2, and 6 for a tier 3, because they're 5 times the cost. When you get to the threshold, so if you've got 100 points 3 months in a row, you get a 60-40 split. If you have 300 points for 3 months in a row, you get a 70-30 split. So basically, each of those thresholds is a 20% increase in income to the streamer, net. So you have to make Twitch's Partner Plus program, the PP program, bigger. The partner feels better for it. So the partner enjoys when the PP program goal gets larger. Hey, thank you for the 1 month of tier 1, giving us another sub point. Every sub, gift sub, bits is appreciated, I will be clear. But for the first couple of months especially, that PP program is the big goal, or the small goal at the start of the month until, you know, we've had some progress on it. Turbo doesn't count towards that, no, that's just subs. Tier 1, 2, and 3 subs only. Roaming Red Panda, thank you very much for the resub. You are awesome. I appreciate all of you. Prime doesn't count, unfortunately. No, the PPR, no, you have to keep it rolling for those months, but I think that once we're at 300, it should be reasonably okay over time to, I would hope at least, to maintain that. You're the hovering one. Well, I'm currently like 500 meters away and no one's loaded in yet. Nice, look at that. Babu leaving as I arrive. All harvesting. This is basically like a plague of locusts descending on the spice field. That's basically what's going on here. It's at the other spice field, nice. How long do you wait after hearing the worm before I bail and jump back in the Thopter? You will hear 2 clicks come out of the worm if you are listening very carefully. They sound a bit like thumper clicks. As soon as that first click is on, the second one I'm already moving. If you can't hear the worm clearly, as soon as that bar is red, is basically a good line, like a good way of doing it. If you are doubtful in any way, treat it that as soon as that bar at the bottom is red, you are moving. If you are confident about that worm that you are dealing with's individual activity, like this one, I know that it performs in a certain way. Hear that? A couple of clicks. That's when to move. Even then, I was still a bit too slow because I was quite far away from it. He was directly on where I was. He's turning back to that spice, but somebody is up there harvesting that spice blow, likely drawing the worm away from us, which is a very, very good thing. You hear those clicks? Those are the clicks to let you know that it's basically descending. That's the its aggression ticks. That's when you should be up off the ground. Like, you should be already going by then. I really love how awful that drops command actually is. No, we've got a second one. We've got a second worm. Second worm. That wasn't safe. That was real dumb. Don't jump down. That worm did not go any. That worm despawned inside that hill. The waiting worm. You have to watch where they go. This person, I would potentially be rocketing if I had them on, because that worm is still too close. That's too. It's almost too risky. Is there any reward for going deeper into the deep desert? Hell yeah, there is. But we're now dealing with 2 worms because of this, so we just need to be careful. It is a bit of a mean drops command, I will admit. But it is quite funny, right? And that's just when I move, because I, you know, like, other people will have different thresholds on when they think it is safe to move, and they will hang around. Some people I know hang around longer than I do, which I think scares me a little bit too much. There's a worm. We're due a worm any second. There's the worm. 700-meter worm. Got plenty of time. That worm is leaving. Oh, no, he's not. Look at him. He is. Okay, I'm not even getting that on scopes. Neat. Okay. I don't know the distance on the worm breach. Look, the Muad'Dib are out on the sands. Too distant? Actually, it might not be. One of them on that side has triggered it. Look at you all. You're all on the ground in... and... someone might genuinely die here. What were you all waiting for? This dude down here is just chilling. Got lucky there. You're running distraction out there, okay. The issue is that you're running distraction too far away and it is spawning us new worms. Don't land, what are you doing? Next time that happens, I will land and fire my las gun at the person. I'm gonna warn whoever is around here. You're interrupting our calm spice mining with your goblinry. Hello, welcome on in. Drops are indeed live for the game. Hope you're all doing well. Okay, we'll now see if Small Mighty is indeed drawing them away. Distracted by something. Look, you need to understand that the PvP mindset is not needed here. What you need is the PvE grind set, and there's a way of doing this. That's what it is. The PvE grind set is the king. You're gonna have one eye on the grind at all times. Look, it even makes like a sand ornithopter. storage is full, backpack is full. I'm full. Bit of a waste, but hey. Did you have issues with gankers at the spice field? We have in the past. Normally, we would deal with that by ganking them back. Engaging in PvP with them. People would drop their scout ornithopters. You know, fight off. I've got my las gun. If someone's tried rocketing me, they're more than welcome to, because my las gun is a Mark 6, and if they're diving towards me, I can do more damage more accurately than their rockets can to me on a dive. Falling out. How do you do las gun while diving? No, if someone is diving at you with a ornithopter that fires rockets at you, I have this. So it's 10 shots per second with its rate of fire. So it's going to be 840 damage to your ornithopter very, very quickly. If someone's diving towards you, they have to come directly towards you. And you find that most players can't do that very well. And if they're staying at range like that, what you do is you just get in your ornithopter and leave. Inside Voice, thank you very much for your Prime sub 5 minutes ago. Appreciate that. Like, how are they going to interdict you from range? You can just get in your ornithopter and leave. They wait until someone landed. Yeah, that's what happens. Yeah. Well, you have to be on the lookout and you have to know the people that you're with. Like, farming there, I know at least 3 of the other pilots. I don't know who is who, but I know that there are at least 3 other friendly pilots there. That's all it needs. 1 or 2 rockets, not with a full, like, because at that point I'll put my Holtz one on as well, which will add a little bit more alarm to everyone. Everyone will be forced off, a worm will be called, and we all get some fun to basically scatter. Given that I'm normally looking for the worm, looking out for a hostile ornithopter isn't that hard either, to be honest with you. Hope you're all doing well. We're in an ad break. There's a very angry long lemon here, making sure you've had enough vitamin C. Bailey is indeed asleep outside, yes. He's enjoying the nice weather and the slight breeze. He's just chilling. We have a Thor worm ad for that. No, but we have one for the starting now screen at times. I mean, Mango, if that, you know, that counts, I guess. Like, if that's at least what you're getting, then so be it. Better than nothing, right? I was watching on home counters drops. What do you mean on home? On the home page? What, like Twitch's home page? I don't believe so. But I don't know that I'm on front page, so I don't know how to test that. I've never been able to test that. That's not something I've tested. Not for my stream, at least. There you go, it does not. There you go. Thanks, Nellis. on mobile. I believe mobile does. I've heard of people getting drops on mobile before. Jeez, we are churning out melange today. %50 on that, nice. You, Dune account management renewables. You'll need to link your Dune and your Twitch accounts, yes. Oops. Keep myself hydrating. I bet mobile spooders don't even work. That would be a shame, wouldn't it? Like an angel. That was lemon squash in an Oasis bottle. Because I reused my water bottles a few times. Beforehand, I was drinking water from a bottle. The string's up between the eyes. Oh, not needed. Your server votes for full loot and everyone's on edge today. Oh, wow. Okay. We've not had a full loot option in our Landsrad as a vote at any point, so we're back with this one again. Full loot is an interesting one, though. You're going back to Hargo with some of your resources, and you're bringing back 14 guests. Very nice. Fair enough. Oh, does that mean you're refining your stuff at home, Zabu? So all the stuff that I've got there in the base is just me farming. Okay, I farmed a lot of spice today. Oh, you drop it. Okay, dropping it in the PvE areas is kind of gross. Okay, in that case, I've become a bit of a gathering beast. Yeah, Demnar would be proud. He's a cold front giving me a heat stroke. Right, Gork, thank you very much. That's not the spider. That's a different spider. Thank you very much for the resub. Appreciate you for 3 months in advance. The pre-sub. We appreciate you, bud. Hope you're doing well and glad you're enjoying the stream. Thank you for your help with the PP program. The P2P thanks you. You're at 21,000 spice. Okay, that's quite a lot of spice sand, bud. That's quite a lot. Would I say people are losing the interest in the game more because of bugs or the PvP? Bugs. People are losing because of bugs. Only 26% of the player base has made it to Harga Basin, and it was 15% when the PvE stuff changed. Revenant, there are a couple of spots in the map where when you spawn in, yes, you are like there's weird loading. It's normal. It doesn't actually affect the game. Just give the game a bit of a second to load, and you'll be fine. If I've done... Okay, that sounds about right, yeah. If I tell Demnar that I've harvested 42,000 spice sand in a day, and he'll probably die. Enjoy the new drops, indeed. Welcome on in. You logged off in a PvP ship blue room and it's already looted. Well, easy come, easy go, I guess. I've just realized that I'm not going to be able to finish this one because this is highly damaged. Illusion Dragons, it would be an awful shame if people got upset about that, wouldn't it? Look, we've all made such a mess of this area. Do you have any bad bugs right now? To be honest, I think they are dealing with most of the bad. There's a couple of repair-related ones that aren't great. But I don't think there's any, like, super bad bugs as such as more. It's just, like, they need to work out what they're doing with the identity of the end game. Because it's currently a bit of a mixed bag in terms of, what they are broadly doing with the end game. Where is everyone? Did everyone leave at the same time?
Why are you angering the worm so much?
Sorry, say that again?
You over aggroed the worm.
Who over aggroed the worm? I'd believe it. What do we think the wings are at, chat? A wing check.
Hello? Hello? You hear me now?
I can now hear you, yes.
Yeah, whenever you over aggro the worm, it'll start instant aggroing on people. You have to do like a mat to, yeah, 2 to 5 pumps, and then you gotta wait for a minute.
Yeah, that's why the people who weren't letting it... That's why I was getting annoyed at the people who weren't letting it reset. Yeah, it's fine. We were fine for a while, so it's just kind of weird to wait it out now.
Yeah, me and my buddy went out there with the sand crawler, and we were there for like the whole 30 minutes, and only aggroed twice, once. So it's definitely people over aggroing with the sand thing.
No, yeah, it happens. It happens. We'll just wait for it to clear. The normal thing is when the worm does that, you leave it a bit of time to reset. But hey, look what I remembered was here instead. Oh, there's a damn fallen ship there though. We've got the wing jet. We think it's 35 to 45%. Okay, we'll have a look in a second. When a worm gets here next, we'll have a check on the way up while we're waiting for the worm to reset. Are you full on the neighbor crates? Okay, the entire base is kind of full right now, so we've really turbo goblined today in that base, to be honest with you. Yeah, the buggy for Uppy's mining is kind of weirdly good. I mean, Mango, that's how I've been doing things since... This one's mine too. And this one. Okay, we're ready for the wing check. The wing check was 29%. Oh, look at that. Unfortunately, on the prediction. I didn't see where that worm went. I think it might be a spawn sandworm. Did the house win? Is that what happened, or did someone actually get it? You don't say 20. Oh, there we go. House wins. Sorry, chat. I do make the rules. I wouldn't change that rule anyway. We love spice. That's such a cruel command, it's so funny. So that one went off there, despawned, then immediately this vent triggered. Which is fine. We've still got spice to harvest. being brave. I want to see if that one becomes a wandering worm while I'm here. Because they often do wander off, but I don't know if they actually come for me and become one of the ones that's attracted by this. Doesn't appear so. Interesting. Anyway, here's Wonderworm, indeed. Yeah, but if you want to know if you're making progress in your drops, you can either go to that page that Elk Claw is listed, or you can just click on your profile image in the top right-hand side of the Twitch browser window. You should see a percentage of progress towards drops in there if you've been watching under the time. Or you can click on there and go to drops if you want to get more information on all of the drops campaigns that are currently running. Most people do. Honestly, I only see it because I have to navigate past it every single day. It's bugged without a refresh. Sure. That's just Bezos not wanting you to get your drops. He wants to keep them for himself. You are doing good, don't worry. I could knife the map. Did he just disappear? That one is super... He's super Madge. I feel like that worm is now waiting underneath the sand there, and I don't know how long he will wait there for. These are the worms that upset me because I don't know how long they wait. But he also might despawn at some point. I don't know if there's a way to tell yet. I haven't learned this behavior. Nice. I could go and drop a thumper, but I'm not carrying any on me because right now the Holtzman shield is the better thumper. Luckily, the Fremen were eradicated, which we're told in the start of the, start of the game. So obviously I don't have to worry about that, right? Completely safe. How do I have so much time? This is part of my job. Kind of chilling here, being with the community, having fun, looking after all the mod team, which, you know, I can do while I'm here working. dream of it. Warchild, you don't know that. People who haven't played the game don't know that. This is definitely fine. We've got so much integrity left on this. Which mod is my favorite? In Warhammer Total War 3, doesn't have this, but Warhammer Total War 2 had mods that would allow you to play 40-man army sizes. That meant that when you had the roaming open world armies that you had, you know, crossing everything, you could have a lot more diversity to your armies and bigger battles, and it felt really cool. That's my favorite mod, and unfortunately, because of the change they made inside Warhammer Total War 3, I haven't seen one like that yet. So that's my favorite mod. Alternatively, there's a mod for Master of Olympus Zeus and Poseidon, which allows you to play it on 1080p or even 2K resolution, which again, another great mod, because I don't want to play it on, like, I don't know, 720, because that's, like, the largest the computer screen's got when that game was created. That's also a good mod. Yeah, the mods here can have bread, and they're allowed to have Greg's except while they're on shift. We're not having a repeat of the Greg's riots. Runic Crystal, is that in Warhammer Total War 3 or just 2? That's what I mean. Like, if 3 has that, could you send me a link in... Oh, send me a link in Steam, please? A Steam link? Nice. I would love that. If you could send that to me in some way, that would be appreciadoed. Chat, you don't want to see mods on Greg's. The Greg's riots were... Nice. Thank you very much for that, Runic. Do this. $190 PP progress. That's amazing. Do I or Thor like horror games? Well, first of all, NYC Warlord, thank you very much for the gift of 3 months of tier 1 sub to Nellis. That's awesome of you. Thank you. Now Nellis doesn't have to, you know, feel bad for, you know, not being subbed and hating everyone in chat. As for like horror games, the reason that I don't like most horror games is because most horror games are like most horror films, in that they rely on jump scares to be fun or engaging. I don't enjoy that. I don't find that particularly good or interesting. I really like psychologically horrifying games that will make you think. And like make you like feel that fear long term. Like Subnautica does a really good job of evoking a level of horror within the individual who's playing it. I think that does a good job of it, even though it's not an event. It's not a horror game. Alien did a great job of Alien. Was it Isolation? That did a great job of building a level of fear to create horror within a game. But like, the reason that I don't like most horror films is because what you don't tend to pick up on if you're already engaged in the film is that the sound massively changes when you're about to do a jump scare. They go quiet or they do something that leads into it. Even the notes that will lead up to a jump scare make it reasonably obvious. And so your brain will be aware, or you can make it so that your brain is aware there's about to be something that's going to happen, and it may or may not be a jump scare. And it just ends up being like, you're basically playing chess against your adrenaline system, and it's just not that fun. But if there's like games that build a level of horror over time, that's what I'm down for. Yeah, actually good horror that doesn't rely on jump scares I have a lot of time for. The problem is that I think a lot of people just don't have the they're just used to jump scare horror, and that's like when someone says, do you like horror, like they're either the person who doesn't like jump scare horror or they are. And like I never want to like be rude to someone and say like I'm just not a fan of jump scare horror. Oh, we've got ads and I'm stuck on the terrain. Whoop. That was really weird. That is one angry, like he's there to make sure you've had enough vitamin C, chat. Have you had your vitamin C? Have you been getting enough? Are you at risk of scurvy? Scurvy is dangerous. Have your vitamin C. Also, after the advert, I will tell a funny story as to another reason why I don't like horror films, because of one incident in a cinema involving the film Sinister and a jump scare. No, I've never hit the brown note, but there's a good story in here. Well, I say good. Okay. So, this is... It's hard to talk about. I should make sure I get the order of this the right way around. One of these came first. Okay. Yeah, it did happen this way around. Now, the thing about... yeah, exactly. So the thing about cough, cough, cough. I'm low on liquids, probably why. Oh, Thor Atreides version to haunt you in your dreams. Well, I do have that. Just I haven't actually got rid of this yet. This isn't live anymore, but this was gold. We're going to be using this. This isn't gone forever. Don't worry. When I was in 2010, I had a girlfriend. She was a big Harry Potter fan at the time. Nice. I'm glad that LOD issue is fixed. We went to the cinema to watch Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. At that point. So this was probably like 15 years ago. How many of you know that film? Because in it, there's a scene where suddenly, and rather shockingly, a snake jumps out at you and like towards the screen almost. And it is a bit of a shocking moment. Obviously designed that way to hit you with something like dramatic effect, the reveal of the snake. I was in the cinema with my girlfriend at the time, and we were watching that, and I'll just answer them in a few minutes. We were sitting in the cinema, there, kind of had my legs out in front of me. She's got her legs leaning across mine, she's kind of comfy, we're both kind of chill. That snake scene kind of jumps up on you, and you don't really get a lot of warning about it. And she was one of those people who, like, when they jump, they really jumped. And all I really remember of the following scene from that is an intense feeling of pain. From where she had jumped and she had managed to kick me directly in a sensitive area with some element of her body. I don't know which. I think I lost all semblance of understanding of space and time. Yeah. Oh yeah. Right. Yeah. Mule kicked in the nads. Yeah. It could have been a knee. To be honest, she probably could have just turned around and surprise punched me just straight downwards. I think I lost connection to the server at that point for a second. The problem was that I didn't learn my lesson. Not really, because maybe 2.5 years later, the film Sinister comes out. Sinister's actually quite a good horror film, mostly because it answers the age-old question of, well, why don't you just move house? Great film, quite good. But in that, there's a couple of jump scares in that. And there's one in particular that really like lulls you into it. So, without spoiling it, some videotapes are discovered in this film of a couple of people in previous situations, unfortunately dying in kind of creepy ways. One of them has, someone setting someone setting a car on fire, and the family burns to death. One is, I think it's called hanging out with the family, and it's the family being hunted to death in certain ways. One of them, however, is kind of, they're all quite out there and open. The music is kind of slow. It isn't particularly sudden. It's kind of a creepy reveal. But then one of them is just gardening with the family, and they're gardening at nighttime, and it's showing you just the lawnmower with a light being shone just in front of it with a torch, and all of a sudden you get the jump scare of seeing 3 faces lit up, and then that thing cuts off. Unfortunately, a new girlfriend, completely different girlfriend at that point, she did the exact same thing where she was leaning against me. When she jumped, she put her elbow down straight into the sensitive area again. And to be honest with you, now I just, don't watch films with anybody within about a meter radius of me. It's just safer, okay? It's just safer.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
So this time I learned my lesson. That's why I like armchairs. Like Chandler and Joey in Friends when they get those lazy boys. 100% that. Completely down with it. Completely cool. But both times they felt awful, but yeah, that wasn't the second time. Wasn't the cinema. It was just on a sofa. So to be honest with you, just any kind of jump scare, I've really had some negative reinforcement, and I'm really glad that Nos enjoyed that story and popped up halfway through to say that she was cackling. I'll save a reminder of this one for during a meeting at some point. I'll just mention, that reminds me of a time with the Harry Potter snake, and she'll just lose it. It'd be great. The Haunted House episode of Doctor Who. Haunted House. Oh, I think I know the one you mean. Yes.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Some of the horror in Doctor Who is quite good. The Weeping Angels, really interesting form of horror that builds tension really well. Final Destination is a concept when you know what's going to happen, and it's about all of that is, some of that is quite well done. The Vashta Narada in Doctor Who, which is from an episode called Silence at the Library, that's actually a really cool way of explaining the fear of the dark, and that actually is scary in the way that it does, the conscious in the way that it animates stuff. That's done very well. The Are You My Mummy episode of Doctor Who, which has forever put British people off of gas masks ever again. they actually deliver some of those episodes in quite a well done way for horror. The silence, yeah, agree, as a concept, aliens that make you forget you've seen them as soon as you look away. Very, very cool. And if you ever see tally marks on someone's hand, that's definitely what's going on. Yeah, there's an episode of Doctor Who that I know that Thor will never watch because he can't handle like mannequins and stuff. But there's an episode of Doctor Who where the TV consumes the faces of people while watching it. The people are just standing around basically like motionless, like their faces are just like blank skin. Idiot's Lantern, is that the one? Yeah, I think that's a very, very good episode because it is creepy and it gives you a sense of unease. Like, it's not horror in the strictest way, but that's what horror is. It's about making you question the reality of what's going on, or making you face certain fundamental fears, like the fear of the dark, or the fear of looking away from something and not, like, you know, everyone knows you have to blink. With the Weeping Angels, like, you know, it all becomes about, well, how long can you go without performing a basic human function that you are required to do? It's just great. Fear of Stone Sat, yeah, exactly, yeah. Whoop. Exactly, and if the Weeping Angels weren't bad enough, they get you in the follow-up episode about Weeping Angels, where if you remain locked on them, the mental image of an angel slowly consumes you and you become a weeping angel. What a great way of dealing with that one little flaw. Losman, if I was a Doctor Who writer, you bet your ass that I'm just looking at SCPs being like, yep, that one's in, yep, that one's in. Yeah, we're doing that, but we're changing it slightly. 100%. I need to get back into watching Doctor Who. I haven't seen anything since Peter Capaldi. I struggled with Peter Capaldi for a very weird reason, I'll be honest with you. And I didn't manage to go back. Weeping Angels and 40k Space Marines, Weeping Angels. The Weeping Angels consume time energy. To be honest with you, they just go straight for the Necrons. It wasn't even the angry eyebrows. And in order to understand this, you also need to have seen another TV show. If you are from the UK, from this, you might know about this, but like mostly UK. Do you know what the show Skins is? Skins was a TV show just about a bunch of college 18-year-olds, so like 17, 18-year-olds, in the UK, based in, I think it was Bristol, and it was a pretty good TV show as they go. But the problem I have with Peter Capaldi is that in the first 2 seasons of Skins, he is one of the characters' dads in it, and he is so abrasive, loud, rude, swears so much, drinks and smoke in such a way that, like, he does it so well that I can never see him as anything other than Sid's dad, because he just does it incredibly well. And as such, it was always basically like Sid's dad running around saving the galaxy. It was just very confusing. And I have the same problem with Hugh Laurie and House, but only when he looks like House Hugh Laurie and not when he looks like Blackadder Hugh Laurie. Because Blackadder Hugh Laurie looks very specifically different to House Hugh Laurie, and also sounds different, which I think helps. But if we're talking about Doctor Who's, no, I started watching right at the end of... Oh, now it's gonna piss me off. Just before Tennant. Christopher Eccleston, that's one. I know it was a Chris, but I couldn't remember the surname. Christopher Eccleston. So I think I caught the last 2 episodes of that live, and then Tennant was my doctor. I'll be honest. Yeah, the drops are live. We have drops dropping. I can even probably show what they look like in the game. But yeah, Tennant was my doctor entirely. Like that will always be true. The way that he died off at the end, like, well, I say got rid of him, but like, what am I looking for? I'm looking for.
You need to have the second chilled version.
What's going on here? Okay. I really enjoyed Matt Smith as well, don't get me wrong, and I did enjoy the episodes I saw of Capaldi, but like David Tennant will always be my doctor, I think. Just the way that all of that worked, like the way it was done. Matt Smith was exceptionally good as a follow-up to David Tennant. To be honest with you, imagine having to follow David Tennant as the doctor. Bro, Francis, thank you very much for your resub with Prime, buddy. You're awesome and I appreciate you. Every Prime sub takes $2.50 away from Jeff Bezos. Just remember that, chat. You should always use your Prime subs. Like, David Tennant was our... Why were our shields down? I know that Tennant's come back for some episodes since, so I probably will at some point go through and, like, rewatch those, but, like, at the moment, I don't have the need. I'm just gonna take my Ornithopter back to... No, I'm gonna load it up with stuff and then take it back to base. Sandstorms roll through, but we're not in a PvP area. Okay, it's just graphical. Okay, fine. That's what I was doing. I was moving that. I'm sure that, you know, both Cutie and is it Jodie Foster before Foster? Not Jodie Foster. My brain is having a difficult time today. Jodie Whittaker, that's the one. I'd be quite interested to see how she did as the Doctor. There was a side TV show based in a school, I think, that I caught for a while at some point. I think a friend was watching it and they invited me to come watch it with them and I kind of went along to chill. Make 200 of these. Sarah Jane Adventure was good, actually. I caught that one before she, unfortunately... I think she passed away, didn't she? I saw Torchwood as well. Torchwood was quite good. I enjoyed that. The Welsh accents were just very helpful. Yeah, she, that was quite well written, if I recall. I quite enjoyed that. Go back and repair this. Go get set up. We'll need to do some. We need to bring some stuff back here for people for this stuff out here. No, you just need to be watching to get the drops, then to link it up with your in-game way. If you've already got the first set of drops, this is how you get the second set of drops. So you should be good. Did I just leave all of that spice in the... I did, didn't I? What am I doing? I'm glad you enjoyed that, Mango. I'm glad that's the highlight moment that stuck with you. Bigger than the world. So we need 4 to 1 of these. Why does that end with 101 in there? Annoying. That's 22, 21 more needed. Go that way. That doesn't divide nicely, does it? 28. I don't want to fill it though, I'm trying to do math. What weight combination even is? What is one of these? What's 10 of these? 6, so it's 10 to 6, okay. Oh, you're waiting to see there's unbanned bingo today. Let me, you know what? I haven't actually looked at that today. Do we want an unbanned bingo today? We've got quite a lot of new people in the house, to be honest. Welcome on in, new people. Hey, Matt. Matt, don't worry about the DM. Luther, I think, rebuilt the carrier to get it all sorted, so we're all good. We did a lot of mining today, Matt. We've harvested 50,000 spice sand and enough for, like, 1,500 plastinium. And when I say we, I mean me and chat. Sabu also harvested like another 20,000 as well by sand, and helps do all the mining. So we'll give Sabu a share of the plast, and we'll go from there. Behind the character design for Kronos, what you mean the duck? There is actually a story behind the duck. Yes. We'll go and have a look. Let's go and look at the unbans. We've only got 92 requests. We could do a short... We could do a couple of short stints of unbans if you guys want. We're not going to do it in Bitcraft, I don't think, so I don't think it's worth switching to Bitcraft because I'm enjoying Dune. What about your share? Lofty Bosco, well, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. You know, it's really nice seeing the people who watch Thor coming over here and also enjoying my stuff. It means I like to think that, you know, I'm showing that there's at least some level of positivity, you know, that I can bring to people. Hey, Rusty, thank you very much for the 6 months at tier 1 for the pre-sub. You are awesome, and I appreciate and love you all for being here. Mythicos, I think as well. Thank you for the resub with Prime. The Prime subs are the cool ones at the moment as well, because obviously I like the fact that it takes $2.50 from Jeffrey Bezos. I think that makes me laugh every time. So make sure you remember to use your Prime subs, chat, for people. Maybe go find a small streamer and just give them your Prime sub. You know. Do you think any studios could ever make a 40k game that's MMORPG like with Space Marines where only NPCs are dangerous to be a psyker? Potentially. I mean, any game like that could be made. It's about finding the right, you know, the right studio, the right people, really. Nighty Light, like, yeah, Nightlight, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you, Robin from Bezos, giving to me. Delaron, thank you as well for the Prime sub. You're awesome. You rock. Your Prime sub is with a small stream named Pirate Software. I'm sure that Thor appreciates that a lot. It's very kind of you. Vaughn, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Proud of you all. What is this ornithop to swatch? This is no swatch. Watchless. Watchless and delicious. Which from that one? Why do these always come in layers? The swatchless ornithopter is surprisingly growing on me for this one. We used to do a blend of Harkonnen and Atreides just to kind of meme, but actually, like, the swatchless isn't bad, you know? I would like if I could recolor individual, so like, I'd love if I could change all the bronze to be like a brighter gold or like a deep black. How does unbanned bingo work? Oh, Knight of York, that's very kind of you to say. Thank you. Unbanned bingo basically works by I will be going through the unbanned requests live on the screen. I will, you know, need to do a couple of things first. Like, I need to nip to the loo before I do them, and I need to make sure that I pre-screen them for anything in terms of service breaching that I can't show on the platform. Because sometimes we get very graphic descriptions on how we should kill ourselves, which is never nice. And I don't want anyone in chat to have to see that either, because it's not a nice thing to have to get exposed to unnecessarily. Like, it can be avoided. So, I'll fly back to Harga Basin, put myself in the base. The ads will likely run in a minute or two. We'll probably run them early while I go to the loo, and then afterwards, we will probably do some stuff here in Harga Basin while doing some unbanned bingo. Where basically, if you see something that it relates to, you tick it off. Oh, well, Banger, I appreciate that. Very kind. We'll do some unbanned bingo. Yeah, let me just go park up. We'll during the ads as well, could one of the mods set up a prediction for the wings? Because let me just have a quick check of... Okay, we want 5 options of about like 3% bands. Kind of ranging between 15 and 30, shall we? No, we'll say 12 and 28 would probably be a better range. And then go every 3, so like 12 to 15. So this is the wings, the wing percentages. I'll sit in here with the wings hovering as well, so you guys can see, and I'll remove my face cam while I go to the loo. Alright, I'll be right back. Whoop. Hello, we are here and ready for the wings check. How long is left on the poll? Okay, I won't show you just yet. What we do is we'll just get out of the ornithopter and we'll just leave. This is a nice problem to have. We're doing quite good on the saved up resources to help people out. Sorry on 90, thank you very much for the resub for 1 month at tier 1. I'm glad that you observe for the observer pieces. That is exactly right. You should continue to do so. Observe for observe. A Gamba emote. What would we have in a Gamba emote though? That's the question. And now, because I was clever and bought some basic resources back, we don't have to spend quite as many resources in the deep desert. What? We really do need to start doing something with all of this, Luther. Like, if you're around, like, please, we really need to do something about spice residue. Okay, we got a 50-50 on it. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, because remember, I could have done a distraction. It could actually be 12%. You might not know. I might have just done a bit of a bamboozle. Are we ready? It is, in fact, 22%. They were all at 22% when I was when I kind of went away. So there you go. Mods, pay out the Gamba. That was a poll. It wasn't even a Gamba. Oh, you did a poll. Fine. 50-50 though. Good job. However, half of you were wrong. Disgraceful behavior. Can't believe Nellis doesn't know about Gamba maxing. Put all the spice outside. Put all the spice residue outside public chest, like put it inside the road for random people. I could do that, to be fair. It'd be quite funny. There you go. There you go. Nellis said next time you guys can Gamba. I think Gamba can have up to 5 options. Easily. Why is there a... Okay. You don't say it too loud, the Netherlands might hear you, and the Gaming Commission there is very strict. They might think that we have loot boxes. Don't tell them. Gamba's gonna have 10 options. Oh, that's too many. Chat can't count that high. It will just scare and confuse most of chat, don't worry. There's so many of you here today that the numbers count against you, remember? Because we're only level 14 scholar, so you know that's only 14 brain cells to work around 1,700 of you. That's quite difficult. We'll have to make it work. I'm glad that your bank is telling you that it's illegal for you to spend your money. That sounds fine. Thank you for all the follows. Welcome on in, everybody. Hope you're enjoying Dune today. I mean, should we repair the wings or should we see how long we can go for? We're not very far from having holes in the wings, to be honest. We probably need some more welding wire at the least. If we're gonna fuck around with it, we want more welding wire. You sell the Landsrad unique launcher for 1 million Solari. Wow. That's incredible. We've got a few advanced servox. I think we should be okay there. I can't believe Saurian got automotive, such a weird thing. All drops collected. Good job. Welcome back, Luther. I'm looking at the viability of replacing my ornithopter wings. It's very viable. It's 60 plastinium meme. Honestly, the industrial pumps is kind of the annoying, but we can do that at some point. Dream a jump scare? Where? Huh? I'm in your room. I'm in the walls. You can only hear me because I'm inside your computer. I'm coming for you all, chat. I'm gonna get you. I'm not really. I'm actually not inside your computer. If I was, we'd have issues. Not a lot of space in here. I mean, there. Don't worry, I'm only inside the PCs that we provided to the moderators. Unless you've got a PC for me, from me for free, that you're safe. Well, if you put me in your PC, well, I guess, you know, I guess I'm gonna haunt your computer. Every time you ask for something, you will get exactly what you asked for, but not what you wanted. Everything will become a monkey's paw. Everything. Just so you know, everything. Also, thank you very much for the reset, buddy. You're awesome. Thank you for pushing us further forward on the PP program. The bar must grow larger. I would be a great genie, except when I thought it would be funny. Troll. Any of the unique Thopter wings worth making? So far, I've not found any that stats-wise look worth making. The cost of them in spice residue is just too high. Also, thank you, Blaze. I really appreciate the kind words and saying that I smell. That's it's nice to see. nice having you all here, you know, hanging out, watching Dune, getting your drops. We love drops here. Drops campaign's very nice. I could put spice residue in everyone's PC. You know what? You're right. Just having a bit of a browse of the Steam store while the sale's still up, see if I can get some future games for future content, like stuff for you guys. Project Zomboid, yeah, I will play that at some point. I have that and have played that and will play that again. Time to look for horse girl racing. I mean... Hey, Scaper, thank you very much for the subscription at tier 2. You are awesome. You are probably one of, if not the only tier 2 subscriber. It's such an underrated, like, subscriber tier. So thank you. You are 2 points on the PP program. You're amazing. Thank you. Appreciate the love and support. How many tier 3? I think we've got like 4 or 5, not very many. Caper, I appreciate all of it. Thank you, no matter what. I appreciate all the love and support, man. Thank you that you are, you know, you are willing to go beyond a tier 1, to be honest. Like, I really appreciate that, because tier 2 subs don't really give you much. I mean, tier 3 subs also don't give you much, but like, at least you're contributing the extra, like, kind of sub point. Tier 2 subs are only for people who, like, really kind of think about what they want to support, and it's really nice to see. I can somewhere see how many of each sub. I can't see who is or isn't. And then you've got stealthy turbo users who are just there, like, racking up the ad revenue for you in the background, which is very much appreciated. Most subs are tier 1. Yeah, I think that's normal across Twitch. Hey, Valencia, thank you very much for the gift subs you've just thrown. And Zionite Play, thank you very much for the Prime sub. You guys are right. Valencia through 5 community subs. You guys are cool. Thank you. How large is the tall spice refinery? Assume 5, because it is tall. Very tall. It's always the last one you check. 1, 2. $250, 75, 77. Oh. I don't think I can carry 227 on me because they have a volume of 6 each. No, 0.6 each. That's awesome. Like making a large spice refinery for yourself is incredible. Baron, thank you very much for the 1 month at tier 3 and pushing us into a hype train. Dookie Dave, thank you for the Prime sub. Lady Emily, thank you for 200 bits. Wow. Everything just came through all at once on my feed. Rusty, thank you very much for the 4 Gucci subs, pushing us to a hype train of level 4. Appreciate you all being here, supporting me, doing this. This is awesome. Great to see you all here. We're gonna put that back. So we need to be able to transport at least 100. That's that. We need 250 Viridian fibers to transport that. We need to have 102 that we put into the assault ornithopter. Not quite, we're 1 off. I don't know how we managed that. What? Weird. Any recommendations of where to start Warhammer or somebody who knows nothing? Yeah, go into YouTube and check out a guy called Leutin09. I think it's Leutin09. 09. That is probably a good channel to give you a really comprehensive understanding of some of the lore within the Warhammer 40k universe. Paradigm Shooter, thank you very much for the 2 community subs. Gore, thank you for gigantifying the emote, and Ross, thank you for the 10 sub bomb, pushing us to hype train level 5. You guys are incredible. Appreciate it. Deep Desert is doing good today. We've been very productive out here. The drops command is very rude. I'm going to be honest with you, I find it deeply funny. But yeah, Leutin is a good place to get you. If you want to start off on Warhammer lore, you want to get a really good understanding of the basics, Leutin has a number of really good videos for you as a new person into the lore. Can only recommend. Most Warhammer lore is so complicated that it will give you conniptions. Luckily, Leutin does a good job of breaking it down in a way which is not so alarming. I'm not sure that is the first DLC, the Worm Donkey and the 2 Deaths ones. Warhammer stream. When I do some Warhammer assembly and painting on stream, we'll do lore then. We'll talk about it. We'll probably watch a lore video and discuss it probably while we're doing that, maybe. Is it actually? It's the first DLC. Interesting. Yeah, the Warhammer books are a difficult place to start because they all assume different bits of knowledge from across the story. Whereas I think Luton's videos will give you a good understanding for that. It's weirdly sleep background noise content. Finlay, how do you keep getting ads in the middle of the adless sections? I don't understand. The last ads were 22 minutes ago. It all started with the Emperor being a shit dad and went worse from there. Pre-rolls are off for 37 minutes. But yeah, that. If you want the Warhammer 40k, the start of the Horus Heresy, that's basically what caused it. The Emperor was a shit dad. Hello, welcome on in. I'm doing good. How are you, Farago Fop? Can I explain to Rouge Traders? Okay, yeah, so they sit outside of, but sanctioned by the Imperium of Man, by the Empire. Basically able to represent and conduct trade with those outside of it. So they are kind of like a combination of scouts, envoys, merchants, and several other roles all kind of worked in together. Basically, they're the representation of Imperial truth outside of Imperial space. Lady Sindra, thank you for the 500 bits. You rock. What's my opinion on the Black Library novels? A lot of the Black Library novels are great. The issue I have with the Warhammer 40k lore is that when it comes to the books that you're reading, there isn't always a consistent way that they write certain characters, and that unfortunately leads to situations where characters that are very cool are sometimes just poorly written, or characters which are overplayed are just overwritten about because they're easy to focus on. So I think that, and it's unavoidable now, there's a certain level of difference depending on what you're reading in Warhammer 40k and who it's written by and how well certain characters are written. Like, I don't like how Abaddon the Despoiler is written in most of the 40k books because it doesn't actually make sense. You know, he is an actual galaxy threat with the Black Legion, the things that he does, the 13 Crusades that have all achieved individual concerns outside of just destroying the Imperium. He is his own force, but he's incredibly poorly written inside of most of the books. So that's just one example of it. So like the 40k, the Black Library books are good, yes, but you have to remember that they are... Imagine that there is a truth that exists beyond what's written in those books, and each truth is the author within the universe trying to give you the idea of that character. Yeah, you need to be reviewing it kind of objectively, and this is saying it's a story that's being done. Like it's... Yeah, I agree with Luton, yeah. Yeah, you have to read it from the point of remembrancer, like from a... They are remembering it. Been... I assume that was with a... You made a comment like you should, you should probably be corpse starch to your manager, XA. It would have been very rude. You probably shouldn't say it to a manager, but would have been deeply funny. Lobster, thank you for the 100 bits, and we finished the hype train at level 7, 25 subs, and 900 bits. You guys are awesome. Thank you. No, most things written in books aren't 100% accurate, by the way. When they say don't trust everything you read on the internet, the saying before that was don't trust everything you read in books. an order for listening to the books. Start with the first 5 books of the Horus Heresy. That will give you enough of an introduction into Warhammer 40k's origins, the 30k Horus Heresy, to know roughly what you want to listen to more. If you like the ways that individual characters are written, or individual kind of stories are told, look more into those stories. The Horus Heresy flowchart is horrific. Yeah, so Jex, you should decide a route to follow then. And if you like certain elements, follow those elements. If you don't know what to follow, you want to follow the core storyline, you might actually want the Horus Heresy flowchart. Because there is like a main thread to follow through. Gaunt's Ghost is a very, very good set of Warhammer 40k stories as well, yeah. The Horus Heresy. Yeah, nice. I'm going to use that. Appreciate it. Thank you, Karen. The Gaunt's Ghost bits are very, very good. But yeah, I think to understand the depth and like the way the Warhammer 40k universe is, you have to start with the Horus Heresy, I think, to understand the Imperium of Man's perspective and why it is the way it is. Like, Fulgrim is a very, very good book. Fulgrim is slept on, to be honest. But yeah, if you want to weigh into reading the Black Library books, the first 5 of the Horus Heresy is a good place to start. Because you'll start with humans and you'll work from there. Did we empty the, We did. How much of this can we run? 390 of that. We're having a great day, thank you, Emradon. Hope you're having a good time too. WL Blakovitz, thank you very much for your resub. You are, in all accounts, awesome. Thank you very much. You're indeed welcome here. At 14 hours setting up your settlement, your brain has left the building and autopilot has taken over. I would think so, yes. Alright, I just need to complete this. Nice. That is the Adept Rafik Snubnose. I'm not stealing people, I'm just taking them into care. They clearly can't look after themselves. Look, if you were cold and left alone outside in the desert, wouldn't you want to be taken into a nice, warm, comfy death still? Yeah, these aren't going to bother you, you know, I'm just cleaning up. What's the issue?
Reveal yourself.
Water is people. Yeah, the quickest way to import water to Arrakis is indeed to import people, yes. It's just, they've just got a really nice weighted blanket, okay? It's a really high quality weighted blanket. That's all the way we're going to provide for them. Weighted blankets are relaxing and calming. Unicorn, you definitely need to be making sure that you do that. That's a game changer once you get the death stills. Okay, what I'm going to need is I'm going to need 100 people, Jaxus, and we're going to test it, okay? It's a lot of water, you're right. Andy Finley, thank you very much for your resub at tier 1, and Ukak POV, thank you very much as well. You are all welcome here. Thank you for supporting me for a second month in a row. And we are climbing ever closer to the 300 points required for the PP program. This is how Twitch will launch a they won't launch anything into space. That is instead for an increased split from Twitch. Losing all your body water is a reasonable price to pay for a good weighted blanket. Yes, 100%. So definitely don't read any more into this. Okay, game, come on, have a think. What am I doing? Yep. Yep. Sucks to be the lookout, I guess. Okay, we're not going to do it that way. 206? What? You guys are mad, honestly. I really appreciate it. I hear you shooting me, but instead I want... This is slightly buggy area. I'm not really very happy with the amount of green weirdness going on here. Weeping angels. That's what we're saying here. Yeah, weeping angels. Imagine Space Marines painted like the Weeping Angels. That would be quite terrifying. Interesting idea for the future. Oh, we gathered friends real quickly, but I ran out of space. Don't worry about it. The PvP since the last patch, we've not had very much of it, I'll be honest. PvP has largely fallen away for us on our server, apart from outside, like, people agreeing to PvP now. Because most of our core PvPers who are looking for, like, the deep desert gameplay that we were talking about and thinking about have largely left. Okay. Yeah, to be honest, you're not wrong. The upper echelons of the Blood Angels probably do have that vampire-like visage now. Nigel, thank you very much for the Prime sub a couple of minutes ago. Thank you very much. Support is very welcome. You guys are all great. No, we're not at a blue donut yet. It's more just that there's no one who's actually going out into the deep desert. So it's basically like everyone leaves like a flock of birds, or we all just kind of stay together. No one's actually choosing to be the aggressor anymore. We're all ready for PvP, but it's not worth or incentivized to actually attack anymore other than causing people mischief or harm. That's exactly it. So there's no incentive to PvP, which is sad. Other than driving people off, like, there is no reason to... Yeah. All of the core PvPers have just stopped doing it for the competition now. So the people who are left are the resource gatherers. They're on the PvP grind. They're on the PvE grind set. Sorry. So, you know, the grind set says that, you know, we're just farming. I think that I'm hoping anyway that it will change if they make some changes to the deep desert again. But the PvP core who are interested in everything out here, unfortunately, yeah, base raiding the deep desert was exceptionally fun. And to be honest, Matt, I disagree that it was unbalanced. I think it was perfectly balanced. You had 5 minutes after a sandstorm. No one can predict when those sandstorms are. What part of it is an issue? Because you had the choice of making a base up here on the shield wall and it'd be safe. You chose to make a forward operating base. You chose to be under threat, right? The sandstorms over here, that's the point. You had to make it worthwhile that your base couldn't be attacked in 5 minutes, or you had to make it so that you didn't keep stuff in your base that if it was attacked, you cared about losing it. It's that simple. Yeah, with las guns becoming around, yeah, people double shield bases and it's not doable. The las gun, you can rocket through them, all kinds of stuff, but like that's, you know, people got inventive to defend their forward operating bases. Now there's not very many of them. Yeah, the problem with that, Runic, is then you end up with an EVE Online system where you have time zone tanking and such, because what happens if it's at a time when, you know, the EU players can't be around? There is not enough incentive isn't spelled like that, but yes, there's not enough incentive for people to build out in the deep desert to cause that gameplay loop anymore, because everyone just builds on the E5 line. Everyone just builds on that safe area. Rockets need removing from scouts. I think that making rockets heavier and making it so that you can't store your Thopter while there are rockets in it would be an interesting change. I'd be very interested in seeing what that does. But at the moment, assault Thopters need to be faster, and scouts with rockets should probably stay the same speed. Assaults are just too slow. No one's even using an assault with rockets because that's just too slow all around. Realistically, the assault thopter should be called the transport thopter because look, it is literally used for a thruster and storage. It's a van. You are just driving a van. And there should be an assault version of it. Like you should be able to put the assault hull on, which should give you those assault abilities, like the rockets. Like it should give you a ball turret. It should do away with having 4 people. You should be able to carry 2 people, but you should have the option to have a ball turret. If we had World War II style ball turrets, that would be far more interesting because then we could actually have air combat, firing darts at each other. Why could you not have a ball turret that fires darts? Why could you not have bombers? Exactly. Why not lean into the ornithopter combat side of the game? How many people would be interested in that? Because yeah, you'd be slowed down if you've got rockets, but if you've got, transport and a ball turret, well, you can just basically become a van with defenses. You and your friend drop down, you harvest an area on foot, and then you come back and your friend is gunning for you while you are flying. Would that not be sick? I don't know about turrets. I think they need to be manned turrets, first of all, to fit with the lore. But, like, there is no reason that we would have done away with dart ball turrets when we've had them since World War II. We probably had them on World War I, and we probably had, we had mounted machine guns, etc. There's no reason the same thing couldn't be done with just an open roof with a mount, and someone could actually be sniped out of it. And for someone else, but not for me. Uh-oh. We've overbodied. Too many neighbors in the house. Wow, Warchild got sassed by Nightbot. I moved those already, Sabu. I already moved these ones that were in here. Oh, it's the one I showed, isn't it? Yeah, but Orny combat would be better if you had a friend driving and you shooting a ball turret at somebody while they were trying to rocket you. Now, that would be more fun. You've got defense, you've got counterplay, they've got an aggressive play. They need to decide whether they want PvE, in which case, no turrets, none of that, or they want PvP, in which case you're going to need to have counterplay. You're going to be able to defend yourself. Carrier needs a top and bottom gunner. The buggy rocket system, yeah, that's great for ground targets. But, like, you have to give up the main reason that people are using buggies. It doesn't work. That doesn't make sense. But, like, this has got, look, just get rid, this mounts 6 people in it, right? Ball turret on top, get rid of, get rid of 2 people. Ball turret on the bottom, get rid of 2 people. Pilot, co-pilot, and gunners. Why not? Get rid of 3... Look, there's 3 seats in here that no one ever really uses. Get rid of all 3 of them. Give me a turret. Give me a turret on the top or the bottom. Or even a way of switching it. Give me a storage crate so I can fly an actual storage crate, because this one doesn't have any storage. What do we want to do out here? I mean, there's a lot that could be done with it. We just need to decide. We just need to have that decision of whether we want PvE or PvP. And ultimately, that's what it's going to come down to. It's basically a kind of a combination of decisions where they need to... Oh, we've got some ads. We need to have basically a decision, because we're walking this weird middle line at the moment that doesn't really work. The problem is that the game incentivizes you going off on your own semi-solo and then working together in small groups. I also think there needs to be something done to help players learn how to interact in a PvP environment, because you're just told deep desert scary, the PvP is dangerous, but nothing ever in the game ever prepares you for interacting inside the deep desert and how you should do that. So why not? Why does everyone expect everyone to have a rule set that everyone is following when no one is actually working off of the same hymn sheet for the deep desert? It should be PvP, but the game should teach you how to engage in PvP and how to escape from PvP meaningfully. I haven't seen the plasma cannon's description. No, what's it say on it? Shiny Ghost Power. Whoop. Now, we're just talking about the state of PvP in general and my thoughts for how to improve Ornithopter combat and flight. Oh, wow. Yeah, I thought there was door gunners defending the spice miner. Yep. Oh, well, Spook, well, I'm glad that you're actually able to get the drops now. Those of you who are here getting the drops, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Enjoying Dune. Oh yeah, the main reason I use this right now is because it is a storage van. Look, it's got 1,000 storage on it. That's huge as a multiplier for making the journeys worth it. Because while making a journey in a scout would be 500 capacity, and probably I could do maybe 1.5 trips in the scout every time I do one of these. This I'm doing double the speed. It's just basically being able to double the storage. The trade-off is slightly better. Any bugs with today's patch? Not that I've seen. Not yet, anyway. Ornithopter shields would be interesting, but you need to have something to make Ornithopter shields worth it. Rockets will go through most shield damage. So again, shields would be great if you had dart turrets. And that means you could have base dart turrets that could be manned by players for defense. Rocket Scout is faster than Cargo Assault on certain things. Yes. For Travius, I was just doing it around the deep desert a little bit earlier, a little bit before. Now I'm currently delivering bodies. Every time I see that command go off, I get a little giggle. Because it's actually a really rude... It's not really rude, but it's quite a funny but mean thing to do to have the drops command go to a wiki page for cliffs. But it makes me feel better. Fights like a stun. You lost your assault. You just lost your assault on a deep desert border crossing. How did that happen, Oflub? And are you on private servers or official servers? Spectorating. Well, congratulations, Elklaw. Now you're duning.
Someone's here.
You've got a story which you believe has now been patched. Yeah, you can tell us the story. Like, oh, that person's just standing there letting me kill his friends. Like, I mean, not kill his friends, save them. They're saved. The assault copter, it's not appreciably different.
I see someone.
Someone's. There's somebody here.
Tortuga World, cross deep desert border, rubber banded went underground and respawned in quicksand border, not a doctor in sight. Which server boundary? You'll need to make a bug report on the Dune Discord server, I believe, to report it. F6 into E6. It's for the central square. Interesting. That's meant to be, I think, the bug that was fixed was for rubber banded to go underground. You haven't got footage or anything, have you, by any chance, Flub? They'll likely want you to extract the logs. You can use exclamation point logs in this chat. It'll tell you where the logs for the game file are kept, and they will likely need that in the bug report to determine what happened. No, they have fixed the multiple F8 issue, which is quite nice. We now only have one F8. F8 supremacy has been restored. That sounds like an awful bug to have, but I'm glad that's fixed. You've lost 6 Thopters. What? Those bugs should not still be happening. So if you're still getting those set of issues, I would probably be making some bug reports, bud.
Who's that?
Good going for you though. Yeah, 6 Doctors lost in total. That's probably a record so far. You can come up here. You lost 5 at Delta 6 last week. Jesus, okay. I didn't realize the worm losses were still so bad. I'm using the full suspensor belt. I'm just bringing them in for winter, you see. I don't want them getting a... Okay. Okay. Just gonna fill up some of our storage in the Haga Basin as well. I've lost 4 Thopters in total. We've lost 1 of each type. A Mark 5 Scout, a Mark 6 Scout, a Mark 5 Assault, and a Mark 6 Assault. We haven't lost a carrier yet. That's nice, touch wood. Whoop. The Mark 6 Scout is much better, yes. Mark 5 Scout, Mark 5 Assault versus Mark 6 Assault. The Mark 6 Assault is slightly less shit. That's about it. And yes, you don't have to PvP for tier 6. They are correct in saying that in chat. That'd be fun, won't it? Death race. How have you lost so many Thopter? That's insane. I would have quit the game at that point. Like that's just not happening. I'm not sure I could do that to myself again. Even that is... Losing 4 was bad enough, but like that's 1 rubber band, 6 to border cross, 1 carrier, 1 crawler, 2 Thopters to the loss of permissions, 3 to not be able to get the cockpit. Like that's like 15 Thopters. It's insane. There is no skin on my Thopter currently. It is skinless, watchless, and delightful. Pristine, apart from the fact that the wings are kind of permanently messed up on all of it. US time zone, and I have to ban things on Reddit. What is new? Bear with us for a moment, chat. It's just people using it as an excuse. It's people who are still mad about that using Reddit as an excuse to shout off, like, Reddit's behind the curve on calming down, what's gonna be new? Oh, there's so many Reddit children. Come in waves as well, it's very nice of them. It might be something to do with your 200 ping, yeah, that probably isn't helping. I like the ones that have already deleted their accounts as well. That always makes me laugh. Imagine being so salty that you keep on making new accounts on which to get banned. Happens a lot. It's just people looking to be mad. Bear with me for a moment. Really don't understand the obsession. People have too much free time. Like, who has as much free time? Honestly, like, aren't people busy? Nearly there. 2 comments left. What little downtime I have is consumed by existential dread. That sounds quite heavy, bud. Oh, it sometimes feels that way, doesn't it? Check the subreddit again. Check it. There we go. That one's sorted. Nice. Okay, we're back. We're back and we're killing. I mean, no, we're not killing. We're finding orphans to take to our new delightful orphanage.
Who are you?
Someone gave you a sub to Winky. Oh no, horrifying. Oh. I need to message Winky, find out how he's doing. Also, I definitely didn't shoot any of those enemies in the sensitive areas. Winky's been traveling for his documentary. Winky's doing a bunch of cool interviews. Yeah, Winky's doing a thing. Doing a cool thing.
Who are you? Target down.
That might have been why Winky was Seattle. We never know. We will know. Hubert was playing the Horse Girl game. How was it, Zapharoth? Was it suitably horrifying? I bet Hubert really enjoyed that. Hubert has Horse Girl vibes. Yeah, I'd say that. I'll stand by it. I don't really know what I mean by it, but I can imagine Hubert playing it. Yeah, Hubert was pressing F on the horse. Yeah. Yeah, that counts as parked. It'll do. Where is the enemy that's normally up here? Making me actually, like, work for my kills? That's really unfair. Maybe I only left the ones outside alive.
Eyes on target. Interloper.
Another friend. It was Winky, was it? Who was doing that with the horse? Where is that other friend? There you are. Got viciously assaulted by a moth. Must have been a friendly. This is the artisan. No, not the artisan, the adept. Yeah, the adept Rafik Snubnose. I'm just using a base one because I like the pistol. It just felt fun. We enjoy the killing here. Game. He does kind of have that feeling. Whoop. Legs could grab on, that would be great. Do you respawn yet here?
See someone.
Yes. You bashed your knee on the table and now you have a huge bruise forming on it. Help. I think at this point there's not much more that can be done other than like just kind of dealing.
Shield off.
It hurts to bend. Well, maybe don't bend then. Welcome to seeing a doctor at any point when you hit your 30s. Well, just don't do that then.
Got them.
Oh, that's not what I wanted to do, is it?
Identify yourself. Eyes on target. Who's that?
Have I ever gotten stabbed? What kind of question is that? Please take me out for dinner first.
Need to reload.
Got incoming.
What? Why is that important to know before asking someone out? Yeah, neighbors are high volume. Yeah. Yeah, but Demnar, like, I don't know. I feel like there's a story behind it, and like, I don't know. I'm not sure you can ask that, Corchi. I feel like that might be a terms of service violation. Yeah, that's the DoorDash of water. What do I like to eat outside of the house? Food normally. I don't think I eat stuff differently outside of the house as I do inside the house. Occasionally people, but like a lot of work. Oh yeah, Demnar, have you heard about our turbo goblining today? You know how yesterday you were impressed with the amount that I'd farmed? Okay, yeah, well, 50,000 spice sand is what I've gathered today. Plus, you know, me, Luther, and Sabi went and got another 1,500 plastinium, so we're kind of good for a while. Yeah, I do like a good rift overhang base. Oh, I forgot that one, damn it. It's just a box full of neighbors. We love water here. Okay, while I'm flying to the deep desert base, I will start reviewing the bans so that we can potentially do spicy unbans on stream. I'm glad you managed to get some time out of it, Zaf. It sounds like you've enjoyed the game. Comic, thank you very much for resubscribing. You are appreciated, bringing us ever closer on the PP goal. Remember, as Twitch's PP goal gets larger, you know, everyone's happy. We do well. No, it's no that Twitch's bar needs 300 for the PP. So a tier 1 sub is 1 PP point. Tier 2 sub is 2 PP points, and a tier 3 sub is 6 PP points. Big PP on a tier 3 sub. One second, chat. Okay, got it. But thank you for the heads up. You did good. Come and grab me if that happens again. Imperious, thank you very much for the resub at tier 2, and Tasty Crayon, thank you very much for the prime sub. Imperious, thank you for the 2 PP point sub. Good job. Proud. And Tasty Crayon, thank you for taking $2.50 away from Jeff Bezos. 10 out of 10. Good job. Robbing billionaires is 100% the right thing to do in this situation, because he owes you that money. And the money is yours to do with as you see fit, not his. When you forget it, only he benefits. Remember, deprive Jeffrey Bezos, subscribe with Prime. Well, guys, thank you very much for the Prime sub. You're awesome. Moonchild, thank you very much for the Prime sub as well. You're awesome. You all rock. Appreciate you all. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for the subs today. I hope you've been enjoying Dune. I'm going to start reviewing these unban requests because it seems like the idiots are coming into the ferrets room, which is always annoying. Always annoying. We don't like it when they disturb the furry noodles. Yeah, I take the assault Slopter because it's more storage. Yeah, ultimately, make sure you have a Mark 6 scout though. If you'll get like, don't make a Mark 6 assault before you made a Mark 6 scout. The Mark 5 assault, that if you've already got one from Duralamintir, is perfectly fine for like transport. It's just they're all slow. Mark 4 scout with Mark 6 wings engine. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Yeah, make sure you Mark 6ify your scout, or you have a spare scout. Never be in a position where you're unable to replace your scout on a Thopter. Just let me be clear. You always want to make sure you've got a spare one available at any time. Yeah, you store the scout, fly the assault, and if you get attacked, you can swap. Zaffrot's exactly right there. Horrifying sentence to have to say, but hey, we are where we are. Made your backup scout today, very nice. Never alone. You got your first scout, but you made it as a Mark 5, so you've got to this. Jeez. Yeah, if you fly across the border, you'll get knocked off. Okay, all the Stravidian mass is indeed being processed. What we like. Make a lot more plastinium, although we're still getting low on water. How are we on spice sand? Just lost a scout and building another. First time harvesting spicy desert according to an unlocker. Dude coming from 800 meters, sun at his back, rockets. Wow, I mean, yeah, hitting it kind of hard and fast like that is the way of doing it, I guess. It's just obviously not nice to experience on the receiving end. Oh, there's actually already a bunch in the base, isn't there? Okay, I'm going to leave 72. What else am I looking forward to? Play. I'm looking forward to playing Tempest Rising now that I've seen it on stream and we've looked at it today. I'll definitely give that a go. I'm excited to play some more Bitcraft because I've been enjoying that. It's nice and chill to do that. But right now, just enjoying a good bit of this. Let's see, we'll do 99 of that. 100,000 water. Churning out Stravidium, I mean, geez. Constantly limited by our water supply more than anything. I hear that RimWorld tomorrow is meant to be quite good. A lot of people are looking forward to that. I should learn RimWorld at some point. It would be good to do. We got 6,000 in one shot. We did, to be fair. We did quite well on it. Right, we've got ads in a minute or two. When those start, I'll come off the camera. I'm just going to blitz through looking at a couple of unbanned requests and reviewing them for you guys. These are just weird. Honestly, the unbans are always fun. So in a minute, we'll show the unbans on stream. We'll go through a bunch of the pirate software unban requests. We've got 135. Lucky us. Delicious, by the looks of things. Or 130 or so. We'll see what happens when I get to the end. Oh, there's nothing inventive or fun in here. Yeah, the ads are on. Give me a second. I'm gonna snack. My favorite is ones that say no need to unban. Those are great. Jeez. Wish that this would actually work. Hate how mod. So when you're an unban request, the more you go through, as it gets to the end, basically it works out what you're at, and then it have a look. Right, we're just gonna refresh this page. For some reason, that window is eating all of my CPU, so the stream might be chunking slightly for you guys. Which is a perfectly stable platform with no issues. Right. Unbans. Everyone's favorite. We got my face cam. Nice. Okay, so likely it's my GPU is fine, so it didn't start chunking the same way as it did last time. So yeah, OBS is on increased CPU priority. So as always, we start with the oldest first, and then I will share my central display. Look at this, lovely. You can all see that. This person is just spamming YouTube links. Sure, immediate deny. Nice and easy, we don't like spamming. As a reminder, you can use exclamation point bingo to get some of the bingo cards. This one's nice and easy because it starts with one that's already been reported, which is obviously not great. That one's a terms of service breacher. Plus, probably also mouth breather, and not in the good way. You know what I mean. I don't know what I mean, so... We start off strong. So we start off terms of service in the original one. Obviously, this is actually a very, very horrific thing to say to people. Extra unhinged. So feel free to pick up your bingo cards. So that'll take you to one of these. It'll take you to and you can generate card, and you'll get yourself a nice bingo card. So get yourself a bingo card. This one's an easy one. I do a bunch of these, and then you can click them when they're done. Well, she's done a good job with this. We like this. Go and play bingo. We obviously got a nice terms of service ban here. This one's already been reported. I've already reported this guy for his chat messages. But we're going to do it again. As a reminder, though, if I click this, this only lets me report the unban request message. If I want to report this, I have to do this. I have to do this one. I have to report them. I have to go through this process that way. It's weird. Chat messages. I'm not going to show you my report because I have to write it out this way. And it's 2022 account. So, goodbye, RIP account. RIP account. Just coming in, spamming emotes, and then eat my entire ass. Boring. Boring. It sucks to see who you were. Heroes were just a sham. The WoW thing I brushed off, but being a fraud is different. You have mindlessly consumed some YouTube drama. I love the accusations of fraud. Do I get silence for saying stop rampant capitalism? Well, Thor's stream has a set of rules that say very clearly, no politics. I think this one smells like politics. This is like a misfire. Singing a song about cockroaches. Nice. That one's a nice one. That's a WoW drama one. This one's a nice subtle one. This one's reasonably subtle. Can you fart is a joke from specific places on the internet and refers to the inability to fart or the perceived inability to fart after a particular activity has been done. Acute Sasquatch, do you already have a bingo? Do you have a bingo after like 5 requests? Yeah. Yeah, out of the loop on that one, Nellis. Welcome to the internet. That means we get to use this button. Another one. This dude 100% supports Israel. Automatic ban, no explanation, 100% Israel supporter. Maybe we just have... Nah, that's not an offensive username. For some people, that's a suggestive username. Mango would probably be actually, that's probably a bit harsh thing to say about Mango, to be fair. Question that one. Just spamming into the chat. Coming in and spamming it. Mana, first time on stream. Sag. Long-term follower. Twitch regular, okay. So the SKG move does something to stop, condemn the bad acts from using them as an excuse. They implicitly, so this is just a misfire. This is a really simple misfire, and why we go through these requests as a priority.
I'm going to look for some stuff in the desert.
What are you gonna do? Sorry.
I'm just going to head out and do some stuff.
Okay, cool. Let me know if you need help.
No.
No need to unban you. Sweet, I don't even read those.
Thanks.
I'm not near you.
No problem.
Okay, so you got auto-modded by Twitch, not even by us. And you're salty. Okay. You saw that, right? That was very clearly Bailey stepping on the screen. Sorry, some of these I need to remember to take a photo for the mods, because remember that the mods have to deal with quite a lot of bullshit. And so what we do is when we have some spicier ones, sometimes we just take a little screenshot for the mods. Where there's not, you know, terms of service stuff that we don't like. I see unbans. Look, now they're being silly out there. Look, what you doing? Oh, did you guys get scared for a second there? Did I maybe bait you by setting it to unban rather than deny? That sounds like something horrible. It would be awful for you guys to have to deal with that while I'm trying not to laugh. I want to shout out to Mr. Coco. Thank you for the resubscription for 6 months at tier 3. Holy fuck. I mean, thank you for the support. You are awesome and amazing, Mr. Coco. Thank you for the 6 points towards the PP program. That's incredible for a start. And also the amazing Ari, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Oh. 213 on the whole PP. Wow, I'm impressed. The PP is growing. I appreciate you all. I mean, what? He worked at Blizzard for 7 years. People ask him, did you work at Blizzard? The answer is yes. And then he talks about his time at Blizzard. Imagine if somebody asks you, hey, did you work at place of work? And you said, yes. And then when asked to talk about it, you did it. Timmy the Kitten, thank you very much for the resub at 6 months at tier 1. Thank you for the support in advance. You are awesome. I appreciate you. Well, this is obviously banned by Wolf. Bam. Nice. I mean, this is just weird, like, just chatting weird stuff about America. It's not necessarily... Oh, it is kind of politics, like, not really. They're a suspicious user on my channel. Oh no, so you banned this one, have you? They were banned yesterday on Thor's channel, so... We'll do this. We'll go and look over here. Not used for my channel before. Oh yeah, fuck them. But no, they should have been banned the first time I saw that, to be honest. That's a cross ban from my channel. Look at that, our first cross ban that goes that way. Weird behavior. Give an example of you solving a stereotypical whiteboard problem involving time complexity. What? Dance. Do the roll. Do the roll. Do the roll. I'm not sure how well that comes across over the music. Can you hear the do the raw chat? How about that? This is an OBS issue, hang on. I can add...
To the roar.
Is it just playing on loop for you? No, if I click it... How do I make it play?
To the roar. To the roar.
Okay, I can set that up. I can, hang on, I can, let me, we need a Stream Deck button for it. See how much I've got to do? We've got so much for it. I think it will work with source visibility, you know? I think do the raw. Okay, Where did the sound come through for that one?
Hear the roar.
It does appear as an image, so the image needs to go to the back. Okay, it's suitably scuffed right now. So if I do...
Hear the roar.
Did you hear the whole thing? This might actually be a better way of doing it. Did you hear that? No. Oh. Fine, we can make do with the one we've got. I'll work on that. I could probably send with Streambot to make that work. Streambot has an inbuilt soundboard. We'll deal with that one later. So this is a real
Hear the roar.
moment. You take no response. I don't even bother reading. Don't unban them. No. No. But what do you mean fucking fat? He's lighter weight. He's lighter weight than I am. Jeez. Why delete everything on TikTok when people are still calling you out? Well, you're saying that people are calling him out. He doesn't do anything on TikTok, and you're just coming in to cause drama. So nice bait, mate. Yo, I have reflected. I have not. Ban evasion, nice. Vicious user. Nope. Denied. I see a plant coming in. This is all just deranged shit. Does he ever address the accusations? Because they vids are saying dudes has been lying about basically everything. Doesn't follow, just coming in to cause drama. ...2013 account coming in to basically troll. Weird. Asshole. They are so very butt rustled. Bop it. Isn't this the guy who wants to kill Kumeis? You're stupid. Not even the right you're. Soft ass community, it's called free speech for a reason. Nah, that one's a Second Life reference. Oh, that was Thor's name when he was selling stuff in Second Life. And because he brought down a bunch of assholes, they accused him of a bunch of things online and just buried it there for years. And people try and use it as some kind of call-out post, but none of it's real. Our base is taking storm damage even though it's powered. I did not see that, Luther. Don't want to be unbanned. Nice and easy for me. He read the initiative and the website that was available at the time. You just updated the website afterwards. That account was created just to troll Thor. We'll give him a chance. Fine. Don't actually want to return to chat? Easy. Nope. These are easy. Nothing here is even worth doing, like... Fine. Have you coded anything yet? We'll give him a chance. Hey, 7 requests. Nice. Damn, you got a bass E voice. What filters do you use? What's a Drater? That's a new one. Nice, that's a good one. Nice time to service ban there. I didn't even think about that one. I'm slipping, good job. Been streaming for too long, can't read backwards right now. I was actually explain that one. If 1457 on the 4th. Go and look at Thor's channel. Let's see what this user said. On the 8th of the 7th. Nope. We're clear. Clear. I tell you, we're clear. Next thing we do is we check the ferret stream. We've got 7 unbanned requests. The ferrets. Is this the guy with no mana, bro? These are the ferret software bans. What? That one's a nice quick one. That's enough to get a report. It's not. It's just someone wanting to make a joke on stop killing games. That's what it is. What did I do to get banned? I don't come here often, and if possible, I'd like to be unbanned. Discord. So they've given a Discord name. This name is familiar. Let's go find out what they did on the main channel. Back to Thor's channel. Ah, they got banned over on Thor's channel and decided to go over the Ferret channel to troll as well. Get a second cross ban. Yeah, you never want... Because Germa685 Watcher, that's a name that stands out. Done. Ferret bands clear. Pirate bands clear. What about my bands? Do we have any unbans? We've got somebody that we just denied on Thor's side who came over here to troll afterwards. All unbans and bans cleared. Ferret bans done. All the bans done. We love it. How many people got a bingo today then? Got a number of bingos? How does YouTube moderation work? Only the owner can unban, yeah. Good job, those of you who got a bingo. We have requested for a bingo emote, just so you know. So we'll have a little bingo card, and I've also requested one with Bailey holding up the bingo card like he's completed the bingo. Do someone else's bans? Nope. Bailey ever ban someone, please send them a medal. Okay, I will. If Bailey ever managed to ban someone, I will send them a medal, because that would be very impressive. Bailey would have to type, or like find a way for Bailey to type that command in to ban someone. The power of toe beans. That sounds like a good thing to do on your mental health day. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Saint Balamus. Well, thank you for gigantifying the emote, the power of toe beans. Can we give Bailey a keyboard on Twitch account so we can type in chat? At some point, maybe we could do that. I'm not sure how he'd feel about it. He'd probably look at the keyboard and be like, oh, what is this? You're back. You've never seen the legendary Bailey. Well, if you use the command !Daily Bailey in chat, there's a lot of Bailey. Depends on for what. I've only got like 10 fingers to count, like to help you count, so I'm not going to be that helpful. Like, I can hold them up for you. Now you can count on me. Nexact says, thank you very much for continuing. Sorry for making me for coughing. Thank you very much for continuing your sub from Prime to Tier 1. You are awesome. Appreciate you. Ever closer on the PP program. Be right back. That's a bit better. Making sure I get some cold air on me by opening the window. Joke's on you if you think I wear my real fingerprints on stream. As if. So those unbanned requests are semi-regular. It depends on the cadence at which we're receiving them on Thor's channel, really. You want a bingo channel in Discord? You know what? We can do that right now. All of you who are trying to get in there first with the channel. We have a bingo channel. Should slow down soon. It is slowing down. Yeah, I mean, when Thor is live, it's often busier, so we will see how it is tomorrow when he's online. But, hey, more content for us, right? I will continue to hydrate. If I deny an unbanned request, can that put them in another one? That's the final one. But then they can come into my chat or into the Ferret chat normally, and they can ask to speak to a moderator if they really want an unban. We've seen it done here. People will come into chat and they were banned like 9 months ago in Thor's channel, like before any of the drama happened, or even before that. We had someone come in from February 24. Came in. We looked through what they said. We looked through what they did, and we decided whether or not they should be unbanned. And they were. They were given another chance. They were given time to reflect. We did it. Hey, Jordo, thank you very much for the Twitch sub for another month. I appreciate you. Supporting a fellow English fellow. Nice. And a Pompey spotter. I am a big Portsmouth. It's a great city, to be fair. One of my favourite cities in the south. Because it's the least southern of the southern cities, if that makes sense. Portsmouth's not very south. For a south city. I don't really know how to describe that other than if you how much more difficult Discord bans? Discord bans are very different. It's not so open and cut like that. Pompey is Portsmouth. You're thinking of Pompeii. 214. Wow. Ugh, Gosport is better than Portsmouth. I think that's a controversial opinion. Must whoever did that had some fun. I would go to Gothport. Domestic shipping for all the gothically inclined. I assume they speak High Gothic out there. You know, the true imperial speech. Yeah, Gothport. Yeah, that's what Mango's talking about. I mean, it would be rude not to, right? Now, the Haga Basin worms are a different breed to the deep desert worms in that they are ornery bitches. So we don't mess around with them. Nice, there we go. I have heard the song sung by Goofy and I don't want to hear it again so it doesn't get stuck in my head. Did I post Daily Bailey today? I think I did, didn't I? No, I haven't. Let's do that. Just by hearing the, I mean, just by, if you've got it earwormed on you just by it being mentioned, then unfortunately I think you're too far gone. We have a two-part Daily Bailey. It's going up. That's what's happening. These are my ones from earlier today. You can see B looking embarrassed. I have seen the Anne Hathaway clip. She also smashes it, to be fair. Like, she does very, very well with it. Although, knowing that she's obviously in Les Mis, I shouldn't be particularly surprised, I guess, that she's reasonably able to sing. There you go, I've just posted the photo of Bailey. For those of you who want free cat tax, there's the photo of Bailey for the day. Yeah, so there's a cute kitty cat. That's Bailey. He's my grumpy son. He's just embarrassed that he got spotted playing like with his mouse. I just saw Matt got it, yeah. It's US time zone, it's part of the job. Good job, Matt. Wings.
Shields up!
Shield on!
It's a lie, I'm not critically injured. It's a horrible rumor. The rapier is the long blade dagger, yeah. It's got the fast attack speed, which is why I like it. I mean, at that point, the reason that didn't work for why he didn't move away from my slow base, he was already stunned from a heavy attack. Has the border glitch been fixed? It's been in a while. Yeah, the border glitch is, has been repaired, I believe. The fix for that was a weird one as well. Just to join a different siege on the same world group. It was a very odd way of dealing with a problem like that. Catch you later, Karuke. Have a good one. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you greatly. Enjoy your chill. Oh, interesting. That's the side entrance. That's where that is. There's a rumor on CNN News I'm actually a worm. How do I please? How do I plead? Obviously with my mouth like a human would plead. Out here. Yeah. Got a little bit turned around. On the wrong side of the ship for a second there. Clip editing of the last few seconds of stream. I don't even know what I did. It's gonna be some kind of obscure mango joke, I know it. What the dark circles mean in my loadout menu on my purple items? Dark circles? What do you mean by dark circles? Up in the left corner. Oh yeah, they mean I've got, they're not. You mean the little squares? It means I've got a swatch on them. Red Trash Panda, thank you for the raiding party of 574 viewers. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Welcome on in, raiders. Ah, I can snooze the ads so you don't get ads as well. Welcome on in. How are you doing today? Were you playing Dune? I'm having a great stream, thank you. Yeah, we've been going for a good while. We're having fun playing some Dune. Obviously dealing with a little bit of sunstroke, but hey, that never hurt anyone, right? We're Dune maxing. Yeah, that's what we like doing. We've consumed and gathered an awful lot of spice today. We decided that every time we saw a spice fly out in the deep desert, we would just go and fly into it. Spook, I'm just going to try not to think about it, because that's a deeply upsetting concept. Welcome in, raiders. I hope you're doing good today. My name is Kronos. We're just kind of chilling today, playing Dune. Generally, our streams are kind of fairly laid back. We just chat, chill, play the game. We answer a lot of questions, so I also do moderation work on stream. Some of you may have heard of Pirate Software. I'm his lead moderator, so I often am dealing with unban requests, various other things that need to be looked at on the stream. So we did earlier do our unban reviews, which is where we do go through kind of all the unban requests that have come in. Welcome on in. Ask any questions if you have them. Great to see you all here. He is doing well, thank you. Yes, it's been a busy time for a couple of weeks, yes. No matter what your opinion of the situation is, it's not great to be treating people the way that people are doing it, so hey. My job is just to moderate the community and make sure that everyone has a space where they are safe from being harassed or attacked, etc. Other side of the ship, I'm assuming. Yep. There are a number of, well, people are individuals, that's what we'll say.
Engaging shield. This one's for you.
Oh wow, that's rough. You're gonna have to reload right before I die. That was nasty.
You're
Why is my shield not turning on? What? Okay, that was interesting. Just a real big delay on it. How weird. Okay, well, not the end of the world. That's why we carry a spare one of these in the Pokeball. It is possible to place the vehicle. Stop being a bitch. Really? I may do a game restart because I'm actually getting quite a bit of lag, but we will see how this goes. I'll catch you all later. Those of you who are leaving for the ferret streams. I saw a couple of people saying they were heading off. Thank you for raiding in again, Trash Panda. It does seem to remember it, yeah. Do I prefer the Assault Thopter or the... I mean, I prefer the Scout Thopter. The Scout Thopter is beautifully fun. I mean... especially after the thruster changes, feels really good. But the Assault Ornithopter it's a utility vehicle. It's a van. It's got 1,000 storage and you can put a thruster on it for better maneuverability. It is by default just going to be better for a number of tasks. But the Scout is better for rapid movement and transit like that. Oh, did you shoot me from behind? No, you can't have shot me from behind. There's a melee. This is all mine. Thank you. That's why that's not working. Yeah, I will see that the game is increasing in its resource usage on my PC pretty rapidly, so likely we will need to do a computer restart. No, not a game restart before it forces a computer restart. I mean, I can't go on for too much longer because I've got a meeting in half an hour, so it won't go on for much longer. Lord Long Lemon himself is there. Emerald Dawn, thank you very much for subscribing for 3 months at tier 1. You are awesome and I appreciate the long-term support. Truly awesome having you all here. Thank you very much. It is not a stand-up. Oh, backstory expansion for B. Okay, I'll have to remember to do that. It's not a scrum meeting either. Badly. Those are always very funny when I do them to Thor, but no, we are meeting with friend of the streams to discuss their game that they are working on. You all inside? There are just no enemies. Your daily stand-up should be you getting out of your chair every now and then for the stream. That's what you should be doing. Think of your posture. Love your spine. Slouch is nice. Enter full shrimp mode. While your drop's not doing, try doing a control F5 or making sure you haven't got multiple Twitch tabs open because that can sometimes throw it off. These are slow mines, so they're nice and easy. You know, but most 2 tabs open and still get drops. Yeah, that sounds about right. Have I done all of the wrecks? What? Oh, yeah, that is all of them. Wow. Thank you very much for all the follows, everyone. This is appreciated. We are here every weekday for a number of hours, at least some. Not actually, well, we aim to be here every weekday, but we won't be here next week because we're going to the zoo with a couple of other streamers, which will be interesting and filled with chaos. Oh, Mango, what have you done? There's a rumor on CNN News I'm actually a worm. How do I please? Obviously, with my mouth like a human would. Oh man, unfortunately, Mango, it's a bit of a sketchy edit. The Winky's garage. I wouldn't be surprised if Winky had, you know, animals in his garage. Whether Winky knows about the animals is a different question entirely, to be honest with you. Someone's base, quite nice. I've not thought about going live IRL. We probably could. I don't know. I'm not sure how well I'll be able to function walking around everything. We could try it. Yep, the Thopter is one of those things that once you've got it, it's very useful to have. This is Harkonnen property. It's alright, I'm a loyal Harkonnen, you're fine. Oh, okay, this is actually quite a few enemies. Where I'm from, we call that theft. That was a yoink. Genuine, definitive yoink. Just to be clear, that's how that works. It's the opposite of a yeet. A yeet and a yoink. Yeah, the British approach. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this belongs in a museum. So it's coming with me. I need this for reasons. Cultural memories. Yes, that's the one. That's very rude. No, the Thopter of the Rocks was left there as a sacrifice to the deep desert. Now just drink that. I'm surprised I didn't draw the enemies in from outside, to be honest with you.
Where's backup?
Is there a hotkey only to loot money? You can press space and it will take the first item out of the box. I can't remember where you find the key for this one. Feel like it's up here somewhere. Okay, the fact that you can do the attacks faster than I can is just rude. I have a rapier. The turret does still say detonate, yes.
It's time to die.
I knew it was up here. Do it. We love killing in game. Nice and easy. That one's actually not worth me clearing, I don't think. They were unprepared for me. I was just testing out their response times more than anything. Yeah, I wouldn't say there is only one best armor. It's not a fair way of putting the way the game works, but yeah, it's not about, there's no one best armor, but there are armors that are better or worse depending on what the build, like what build you're running is. I've got like a light armor, medium armor, light armor and heavy armor blend with a Still 2 hood. It's all based just around the boost that it's giving me in working with my build. But like, you don't have to highly optimize armor to have like a meta build in order for it to be, you know, functional and feel good. Pincushion's meant to be pretty good for shooting. Yeah. I run this. Still suit helmet, which gives me a reduced sunstroke rate. Blade mitigation, garb with dash stamina reduction and heat protection. Dash stamina, heat protection. You know, same thing again. This one's got power usage decrease on it. This one's got worm threat decrease on it. So I'm actually running for the bonuses more than anything. I still enjoy myself, so... Four-piece pincushion and soft steps. Pretty good blend, yeah. Very good blend. The soft steps are very, very helpful. I find when we're doing this kind of spice harvesting that we were doing earlier, the soft steps make an actual appreciable difference to the rate at which you can gather spice without pissing off the worm. But they also reduce the draw rate of the worm, which is an important thing. Like, it means you get longer without having to worry about the worm. So it means that you don't have to run the risk of over-aggroing the worm as much. It is a big grinder. That's the large ore refinery, which is, yeah, large as in the name. Yeah. Go in there for now. Fine. It is quite punishing for solo. I think there are definitely some punishments for them. You see a Chris knife in a chest? Quite possibly. There were ways to transfer them before. Xantara's Chris knife is storable. Yeah. Making fixed Chris Knights would be quite cool, although, you know, it's obviously down to the fact that we've lost the art from the Fremen, because the Fremen are eradicated, as we're told in the opening cinematic. My full suspense belt's about to break. Oh no, if only I had several spare ones. You can repair that one on me. Tier 5 and tier 6 suspense belts. I mean, I think there's Geronimin tier is the responsive planar, isn't it? $218 damage. Jeez, it's a big step up. Full suspensor belts. I mean, I'm using fulls. Yes, the leftover water from ore refining is perfectly safe for you to drink on Arrakis. I'm not a big fan of the responsive planar personally. It's useful for PvP engagements, sure, but like I still think I find that the full is a larger benefit. Yeah, some of them are designed to be used by troopers with death from above. What's up with streamers and the need to max out the compression on the microphones? Well, the compression on my microphone isn't maxed out. Yuck. So you mean other streamers? I don't know. I don't change their settings personally. Oh, actually. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the planar suspension belt, or even the responsive one. I don't think the responsive's that good either. Dune is indeed what you make of it. Like most of these survival games, it comes down to who you play with, how you choose to play with others, and what you take part in. There'll be some lovely collaborative events that servers are running and like doing. People want to work together and stuff. There'll be a lot more storage down here eventually. We're working on it over time. The worm ate your second base. That's not ideal. I mean, Pyok, okay, fine. You're just ranting about something that either you're saying is happening, which isn't, on this stream, or you're ranting about other streamers. Either way, neither of that is particularly relevant to what we're talking about in chat, unfortunately, bud. So, probably best not to be so madge. Yeah, in this base, we only use 1.2 million water. Just check with...
Hear the roar.
Right. Right, hope you've enjoyed our chill Thursday stream. Tomorrow we'll be doing a little bit more Dune, probably some Bitcraft or some Division afterwards, maybe even starting on Tempest Rising is the plan. So I appreciate you all for being here. We are going to raid into somewhere nice and chill, which we do on our relaxing days. Thank you all very much for being here. Thank you very much for the subs, for the follows, for the bits. Thank you all for doing stuff here. You know, I appreciate you all. I couldn't do this without you. There won't be a raid message. We're going into the Ferret channel, so, you know, we're just going to say hi. We're just going to hang out. The Ferret channel is awesome. It's being supported by Shay and by Thor Pirate Software. It's the Ferret Software channel. It is a kind of fully ad revenue funded rescue. And they're looking after, I think there are like 56 or something ferrets now, possibly even more. They will tell you when we get there. We're going to start the raid. I appreciate all of you. I hope you continue and have a great Thursday evening. There are 60 ferrets. There you go, 60 ferrets now. Absolutely incredible. Take it easy. I hope you all have a lovely evening. And I'll see you, I will hopefully see many of you tomorrow. Have a good one.